Good morning, everyone. My name is James Langer. I am the digital content manager for channel3000.com. We are getting ready to start day 3 of the Chandler Halderson homicide trial here in Madison in Dane County. We are just waiting for the jury to come in. Everybody's assembled in the courtroom, but again, I'll remind everybody, in case you haven't been here the first couple of days, due to a judge's order, we can't show the courtroom until the jury is in and seated and everything is ready to go. So I'll just hop on here and kind of summarize what we've seen so far. Of course, on Monday we had the opening statements from both the prosecution and the defense, and then from there we've had testimony from the prosecution. Yesterday we saw testimony from a lot of family friends of Bart and Krista Halderson, and a lot of people who kind of took issue with the story that Chandler told police and everyone about what happened to his parents, saying everything that he said happened would have been totally out of character for the people that they knew and loved for decades. In the afternoon, we heard from a lot of neighbors who lived in the same neighborhood as the Haldersons, saying a few days after Bart and Krista had disappeared, Chandler went house to house kind of asking if they had any Ring doorbell video or security systems that would have shown the road. We don't know why he was asking that, but one of the neighbors did have a pretty clear shot of the Haldersons' driveway the weekend they were supposed to be missing. And we saw that entire video play out. We saw that no cars came to pick up Bart and Krista Halderson during the time that Chandler said they were allegedly picked up. So that seemed to conflict with some of Chandler Halderson's story there. We also heard from Brett Halderson, Bart's older brother, talking about, his previous relationship with Chandler and the family, that kind of thing. He also testified that some of what Chandler was saying wouldn't make sense for his brother. Bart was a CPA. He was very guarded with his money. He wouldn't have taken out a large sum of cash like Chandler claimed. Definitely would not have gone to a casino to gamble or anything like that. And Brett also testified that the last time he heard from his brother was the morning of July 1st when Bart called him to wish him a happy birthday. And that's the same day that police and prosecutors believe that Chandler may have killed Bart. So the last time Brett heard from his brother was allegedly the day that he died. So that was a very emotional moment yesterday. You can get all these recaps over on our website. That's at channel3000.com. You just go to the top of the page. You'll see that Halderson trial banner there. You can click on that to go to our page. Otherwise, the direct link is in the description of these live streams as well. So you can go there to get caught up if you're just joining in now. With that, it looks like the jury is in the room, so we will get started with day 3 of the trial.
Being so prompt, I appreciate it very much. I wanted to, and I must once again, ask whether anyone in between the time I saw you at the end of the day yesterday and this morning were exposed intentionally or unintentionally to any information about the case, participated in or had discussions or were overhearing discussions about the case or sought any information via any media whatsoever. I see no hands. Thank you very much. We're going to proceed today then with the state's case in chief. Attorney Brown.
State calls Dulce Melander.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony about you in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Ms. Melander, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you. I have to ask you 2 questions. First, I didn't hear myself. I don't know if the court reporter heard. Did you say yes to the oath that you swore?
Oh, I did.
Thank you.
I say yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
With the masks and with being nervous, I'm sure it was hard to tell. I wanted to make sure the record reflected that. Secondly, you just took off your mask. Are you comfortable, and do you think you can safely and responsibly testify without wearing a mask?
I just feel like they won't hear me then.
I appreciate that. And if you can do so, if you're okay being unmasked, we will all, except for whoever's asking questions, be unmasked, so we have that layer of protection. If that's all right with you, please proceed without your mask on. And I'll remask myself, as I'm not going to do any more talking. Attorney Brown.
All right. Good morning. What we're going to start with is I'm going to have you tell us your name and spell it out because the court reporter's writing everything down.
My name is Dulce. Dulce Melander, Dulce Mellenter.
And Dulce, do you have a daughter named Catherine?
Yes, I do.
And does she go by the name Kat?
Yes.
And for a while, back last year and maybe a little before, was Kat dating someone named Chandler Halderson?
Yes.
And you got to know Chandler Halderson pretty well yourself, didn't you?
Yes. Yes.
Approximately, and it's okay if it's just kind of a range, how long do you think your daughter was dating Chandler?
Around 2 years.
Okay. And you would see Chandler pretty frequently?
Yeah, kind of, yes.
Okay. So there's this thing we're going to do now where the judge in 1 second is going to have everyone that is wearing a mask take them off just briefly. That's over here. And I'm going to ask you, do you see Chandler in the courtroom? So wait 1 second.
I would ask if everyone who's not in the jury box would lower their mask for the count of 3 so that the witness can observe everyone's faces. 1, 2, 3. Go ahead and replace your masks, please.
Ms. Melander, do you see Chandler in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you tell me where he's sitting and kind of describe what his clothes are today?
He is wearing a blue tie and kind of white.
And is he sitting to my left over here?
Yes.
I'd ask the record reflect identification.
It will.
Your daughter, in the course of dating Chandler, sometimes stayed with you and sometimes she had her own apartment, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what types of things would you do where you would see Chandler while they were dating?
He will cook, we will cook, or we will be order beat-ups.
B-dubs, Buffalo
Yeah.
Wild Wings?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And would you see him every day or every week or a couple times a month?
Repeat the question again.
How often would you see him?
Often when Catherine wasn't home, yes.
Were you aware from Chandler if he had a job back in 2021 before all this happened?
He was working at, what is the name of that? Can you give me a second?
Yeah.
He was working at the swimming. I think he was a DNR or, yeah.
Do you know what he was doing for them?
Well, he's a good swimmer, so he wasn't called to, I don't know, to rescue, to see something on the waters. I really, but it was something with the DNR, I remember.
He would get called to do rescues and things like that?
Yes. Very, I think it was very, yeah.
At some point, did Chandler get another job that you were aware of?
Oh, yes. I took, yes.
Tell me about what job was that?
That was the American Family Insurance.
And what sticks out to you about remembering about Chandler working at American Family Insurance?
Well, I took him out to eat because he got the job. But he was, he had people, a group of people, they were putting on for him. Yes.
So you took him out to eat when he got the job?
Yes.
Where did you go to eat?
Oh, Mexican Rositas. He likes the tacos.
And was this kind of a celebratory dinner? Did people dress up and things like that?
Yeah, he was dressed up really nice.
And did Mr. Halderson or did Chandler tell you about the job that he was getting at American Family Insurance?
Briefly. It was something about computers. You know, he's a computer guy.
Sure. And he was dating your daughter at this time?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Were you happy that your daughter's boyfriend had a job?
Yes.
Was that important to you?
Objection.
Yes.
Overruled. The answer can stand.
What did that mean?
No, it was all legal nonsense. We'll just, it's all right. So after the time you take him out to celebrate getting the American Family job, you get Mexican food. Did Chandler ever talk to you much about his job at American Family Insurance?
Yeah, he was working at home. That's about it.
Did you know anything about exactly what he was doing?
Just computers.
Did you know?
think-
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I think it was just computers and also I think it was just computers.
Thinking back to that dinner where you were celebrating him getting the job at American Family, if you had to give us kind of an approximate time, do you know when that was?
I think it was afternoon, mid-afternoon maybe. I don't quite remember.
What time of the year?
Oh,
Do you know if it was in the spring? Do you remember at all? It's okay if you don't.
no, I don't remember.
Who all went to that dinner?
Just him and I.
Oh, okay. You two together.
Yes.
Okay.
I asked him to meet me there.
Whose idea was it to go out?
Mine.
And because he had gotten the job?
Yes.
And you paid for dinner, I would imagine?
Yes. Yes.
So other than knowing he worked on some computer stuff and for American Family, did you know anything else about that job, really?
Well, he wanted to do the solar panels, but I don't know. I don't know. The American Family was getting him for the solar panels, but I know he was very good in computers.
Was Chandler around this time, was he going to school anywhere while he was working at American Family?
He was having, he was doing a credit because he was going to UW. So he was needed a credit to go to the UW, I think. Because Catherine's, I think.
Did Chandler talk to you much about going to school and what classes he was taking?
No. It was one class that he needed to graduate.
He was about to graduate.
I think so.
Going into kind of the late spring of last year, so May and then into June and maybe the summer into July, just before everything started, that bad happened, did Chandler get a new job somewhere else in the country?
Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, but can we approach real quick?
Okay. We're going to have a conversation that nobody else can hear, so we use this white noise.
Did Chandler ever talk to you about getting another job somewhere else in the country sometime this past year?
Yes.
And where was that job?
In Florida.
Do you know what he would be doing or where he'd be working?
He was supposed to be get samples, but I don't know of what. But
Oh, go ahead.
but he was going to Florida.
Florida.
Yeah.
Did he tell you what company it was?
You know the very pricey cars? It's a very pricey car. I don't know the name of the car.
Is it, what type of car is it?
Oh, like $50,000 car.
Is it Tesla?
Tesla, yes.
Is it one of those?
But I think Tesla has another company that is from Tesla. I don't remember the name. I'm sorry.
Did Chandler share with you personally? And I know he shared a lot with your daughter, but I'm asking kind of what you knew just from Chandler. Did he share with you any details about what this job was or what he'd be doing?
He was going to get those samples, and he also was working for the solar panels too, because I think it has something to do. It's kind of an engineering job or something like that. Yeah.
The job in Florida was?
Yes. Yes.
Did he tell you personally, if you'd be making more money or less money? Did you talk about money at all about that job?
But he says that he will have a good job. It will good money. Yeah.
Did Chandler ever talk to you about where he was going to live down here? If he had gotten a house or anything like that?
It was an apartment that he showed me
How did he show you?
in his cell phone.
Did he say if you had a car or anything like that?
Yes. Yes.
Tell me what you knew about that from Chandler.
Well, Catherine has my car, and I say that, Catherine, if you guys need a car, take my car. And the three of us, we were talking about the car in the apartment. And I'm sorry, it's just a bad burp. And he says that his cars over there, they are very cheap because older people they're kind of, they don't drive anymore, or they're past, and then they have cars in there. So he was ordering the car, and I say that I will sign my car for them can sell it, and then can buy maybe 2 cars. Oh, and then he was saying, oh, we will, I will take care of it.
So you mentioned your daughter. Was your daughter going to go with Chandler to Florida from what you knew?
Yes.
And did Chandler talk to you about that? About having Catherine go with him?
The day that he brought Catherine home because she have an injury in her back, he did. He basically asked me.
Your permission.
Yeah.
What did you think about
I was very worried.
that? Why?
She's my only daughter. I was uncertain.
You were uncertain.
Yes.
I'm going to start asking you questions about kind of the 4th of July weekend, okay? You remember the 4th of July weekend that we mentioned last year?
Oh, yes. Yes.
On the 4th of July weekend, there were some plans to get together, right? With Catherine and Chandler and other people, right?
Yes.
You were living here in Madison at the time, right?
Yes.
But is it your fiance?
Yes.
Cress
Yes.
has a farm kind of in a rural area of Dane County, right?
Yes.
So it's Cress's farm, but you're engaged with us.
Yes. We got engaged in May.
In May.
Yes.
And Cress lives in that farm with her elderly father.
Yes.
You go out there.
I live part-time there, yes.
Judge. Sorry again, but can we approach?
Say, on the 4th of July.
Well, we have a swimming pool, and we ask if they want to swim, they can swim, or just eat, and yeah.
Where were you going to have this get together?
Oh, at the farm. Yeah.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about what does it look like?
Do I have to face them?
You can face me.
But do pull the microphone a little bit closer because the fans seem fairly noisy right now. Go ahead.
It's like a paradise. It's peaceful. It's green. And it's flowers that you don't see. It's just beautiful.
So the 4th of July weekend, who all went out to the farm for this evening?
Chandler, Catherine, James, one of James' friend, Chris, Michael, and Papa, and me.
Did Chandler talk at all at the 4th of July get together about having suffered any sort of injuries lately, head injuries or things of that sort?
I beg your pardon?
Sure. Did Chandler ever tell you around that time about suffering any sort of concussion or head injury?
Oh, we knew. I knew that he had a concussion. Yeah, he fell.
And was Chandler acting the same or differently than usual on the 4th of July because of it?
He was kind of okay, quiet. But yeah, he was sitting at the table with the other kids. So
What types of things did you do that day?
we ate, and we were waiting that the kids will be going and use the pool, and then went and used the pool actually. Just happy that the kids were at home.
And the kids used the pool?
Yeah.
Did Chandler,
Catherine and James' friend used the pool. Yes. I don't know if Chandler got into the pool, but I think Chandler always was cleaning the debris. Yeah.
cleaning the pool?
Yeah. Yeah.
The next day, do you know if Chandler went back to the farm on July 5th, which would be a Monday?
Yes.
And how did you become aware that Chandler went back to the farm?
Because Catherine texted me.
Did you then go out to the farm?
I fly to the farm. Yes.
Why do you fly to the farm? Not so fast.
I was just worried. Can I have 1 minute?
There's another bottle of water around the corner.
Oh,
I know there's a small. Do you want to take it?
yes.
Do you need a break?
Yes.
Do you think that you need more than just a few moments outside of the courtroom?
Just a few minutes right
Okay.
now.
I'll go ahead and excuse the witness. Don't talk about your testimony with anyone, but you can go back to where Ms. Brown is in the vestibule.
Go right this way. You forgot your mask. I'll grab it.
If it's all right with the jury, we'll just stay. You can stand up if you need to or stretch. But I think if we excuse ourselves and additional time, as you know better than I, how long it can take.
By the driveway because my fiance sometimes is a big farm, so sometimes she just like to be with just no top.
Sure. In the pool.
To go to the pool, yeah, he might.
Prior to by himself, alone without Kat, so the better question is, do you know if Chandler usually went out there by himself?
Oh, no. No, Chandler will never go to the farm without Catherine.
So this would have been the first time that you're aware of?
Yes.
So you drive out to the farm. You flew out there, I think you said.
Yes, because I was worried that Chandler will had the shock of his life seeing my partner.
Right. When you get there, do you talk to your partner, Cress?
When I got there, it was Chandler and Chris talking on the porch.
You know what they were talking about? Did you overhear it?
Well, I opened the door and Chandler looked like sad, kind of sleepy, like, those, like, I don't know. He did not look okay to me, but I didn't hear what they were talking until Chris says there was some news.
Okay. There was some news. Do you know what the news was? Did you hear Chandler talk about it? What was that news?
That he didn't get a job.
Which job?
The one in Florida.
Okay. Do you know why he didn't get that job?
Because he couldn't. He was supposed to be there, but his brother got sick, so he couldn't go. And the next time he fell and couldn't go, and I think they couldn't hold the job anymore because he couldn't fly to Florida.
Because of the fall? Mm-hmm. Okay.
The concussion, his concussion was really bad.
Okay. What did Chandler ask to do, or what happened next at the farm?
Well, we were very supportive. We were like, he lost a good job, and I was worried about him putting on money for the apartment, and Chris and I were trying to find out how can we help him because he looked really, really like down and.
Did you all stay together, or did some point Chandler go somewhere else on the farm?
We were talking, and then after that, he basically excused himself to go swimming.
Okay. And did he go by himself, or did you go with him at that point?
No, he went by himself.
Okay. What did you and Cress do while Chandler was swimming?
We were trying to figure it out how to help them, how to help him. He just got a concussion. I was very upset with Krista because why she wasn't to taking him that day. He has a doctor's appointment.
You thought his mom should have been there.
Yeah. So we were talking about as a mom, I was very upset with his mom.
Right. How long? At some point, did you go down to the pool to check on Chandler with Cress?
Yeah, we were. I was asking Chris what we're gonna have for dinner. I bring chicken, and she was very upset. And it was a while.
How long do you think it was before you went down to check on Chandler at the pool?
I don't know, probably half an hour maybe, or a little bit longer, because I don't know. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
But
did you go alone, or did you and Cress go together?
no, we go together. Oh yeah, of course.
And how did you get down to that area?
We use a little car where we mow the lawn.
A lawnmower?
Yeah, lawnmower. So I basically inherited the lawnmower that Papa used to use, and so we, like a two grannies going to.
You were both on the lawnmower?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you drive down toward the pool?
Well, we drove to the pool. Yes.
Tell me about where you went as you were driving.
What do you mean?
Yeah, where did you go first when you started driving down to the pool?
Well, we went to the pool. It's on a little hill. So we went, and we didn't see Chandler swimming. We didn't see anything. So we turned right, and, we saw the car, and I thought he was sleeping.
Where was the car in relation to the pool? Was it close or farther away?
Oh.
Would it help if I showed you a map?
Oh, yes.
A photo?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, a photo, yeah.
I have a huge photo of the farm.
Oh.
Okay. I'm going to show you. I told you it was big. It's number 57. Is that the farm? From above? From like an airplane?
Yes. That is the shed.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so the house, you cannot see it because it's a lot of trees.
Sure.
But can I point it?
Yeah, so here's what I'll do. Does this look to be like what the farm would have looked like back in July, except for all of these police cars that are kind of involved? But otherwise, is this what the farm looked like?
Yes.
All right, I'll move 57 into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
It is received. It may be published.
All right, I'm going to move this a little bit closer to you, okay?
Okay.
And you can stand up if you'd like. How about if you could you point, where's the driveway meet the road? Where's the entrance to the farm?
Right over here.
Follow it all the way down, and
You can see it.
right there? All right, I'll hold on to this.
Over here.
And where's the house? Can you point to that?
Oh, right here.
You can kind of see the roof.
Yes. That is the house. This is the other shed.
And where's the pool that we're talking about? Okay. Now, if you could, kind of standing off to the side so these folks can see you, if you could point to, maybe just take your finger and trace the way that you drove down to the pool on that lawnmower.
We always drove this way.
Okay. And the pool is here. Where did you say you saw Chandler's car?
Oh, about right here.
Okay. And you said you thought he was sleeping?
Yeah, the back of the car, the trunk was open, so I thought he was sleeping.
Okay. And did you drive your lawnmower? Did you folks drive over by that car to look in? Mm-hmm. And what did you see?
I saw something that was a little bit metal. That looks like, when you put a car and it's like a little,
Like a ramp?
yeah, like a little ramp,
Okay.
like a gray kind of.
Bill, you want to move the mic? It's really difficult to hear.
Sure.
Yep.
How about you take a seat real quick, and we'll keep asking
And
questions.
while we're moving, let me just reflect for the record that if you think of the upper half of the picture and the middle of the upper half, the witness indicated that the road from the access road to the driveway to the house is in the upper middle portion of the half. You can see a small amount of roadway. She traced her finger through the woods, demonstrating that the house is within the wooded area in that upper quadrant, identified the swimming pool as a round shape, and indicated that the driving with herself and Cress on the lawnmower was from the area approximately where the house was down to the back of the shed, and indicated that the vehicle of Mr. Halderson was lower into the lower half of the picture, approximately where you can see some unidentified objects that don't appear to be cars. Is that accurate, counsel?
That's fair. Well, why don't you, if you could, one more time, point to where Mr. Halderson's car was when you drove down there?
That's the part I couldn't see as clearly.
It was right over here.
All right. And so we'll just say that is approximately 3 inches below the barn on the photograph. Okay.
And in between the cars and the other items, if you were to split that distance kind of at an intersection between a line south if you view north as the top of the picture of the barn, intersecting with a line between those white cars and the other objects.
That's fine. All right, you can take a seat.
Any problem with that description, counsel?
No.
All right, thank you.
And we have to do that because we're typing out the court record. So when we point to things, the judge will describe what they are sometimes. So you saw the car, you said the back was open, and you saw maybe a ramp type thing. Did you see Chandler in that car?
No. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
No. I'm sorry.
There we go.
Sorry. No.
Chandler wasn't in the car?
No.
At that time, when you're looking at the car, did you see where Chandler was right then?
No.
Did you know where Chandler was?
No.
What did you and Cress do?
But she was upset. And I said, well,
I'm going to object at this point.
I'm sorry, object to?
Possible hearsay that may come out.
I'm sorry, hold on.
Possible hearsay that may come out.
What?
I'm
sorry.
Attorney Brown will rephrase the question to make sure he's asking what you thought or said.
Sure. And you know Cress is going to testify next, right?
Oh, yeah.
In this case. So the jury is only going to hear from you now and then Cress next. So anything she said, we'll hear from her. But what did you and Cress do at that time? Not what was said, but what did you do?
We went to the pool.
Okay. You jumped in the pool.
Yeah.
Okay. Was it just you and Cress in the pool?
Yeah.
At some point while you were in the pool, did you see Chandler or figure out where Chandler was?
No, he was coming to the pool.
Okay. You saw him? Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. If you could, I'm going to have you stand up and point to where did you see Chandler coming from the first time you saw him while you were in the pool?
Around here.
Okay. All right.
The pool is right here, so he was walking.
Okay. And did you see where he'd come from before that? Okay. I'll note the witness just pointed to the right of the barn, essentially. That's fine.
Thank you. That does appear to be accurate. Counsel for the defense agrees. Perfect. We have the what you pointed to reflected accurately in the record. Thank you.
Okay.
What did Chandler do? You saw him coming. Where did he go, or what did he do?
He asked if he can get in the pool with us.
And what did you say?
I was like, I was like, no.
No.
But I say it myself, no.
Why?
Because Chris didn't have clothes on the top.
She didn't have a top on. Okay. Did Chandler? What happened next? Did Chandler go away? Did he get in the pool? What happened?
He got in the pool.
Okay. What did Chandler do once he got in the pool?
He was just, he was looking, he was looking to the horizon.
Okay. And was he in the water?
Yes.
What was he doing in the water physically? Was he moving around? Was he swimming?
He was like going underwater and, putting on water on his body and,
So you're making those motions on your arm, and this is one of those weird things because we have to type down everything that's happening. How would you describe what he was doing when you put your hands on your arms?
like he was, putting on water. When you put water and...
Okay. So staring off kind of through that field toward the horizon and
Yes, because Chris is behind me, and I put my body to kind of shield her, but Chandler was looking to the horizon.
Okay.
And then he turned around, and then he was getting more on the water, and he was like on the water. Like,
okay. Was he saying anything?
not much. Okay. The water was nice and warm, but.
Did you or Cress ask Chandler where he had been?
Objection to the form of the question.
Sustained. You can rephrase.
Did Chandler tell you where he had been?
No, I thought he went for a walk. As he wasn't in the car, he was walking. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. That's what I said to Chris.
Now, I'm going to ask you a question. If you don't remember, that's okay. But when Chandler was walking toward the pool and right before he got in, did he still have all his clothes on, or did he have some of his clothes off?
he had his shorts on, and he didn't have his. I think his shirt was off.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So tell me if I'm remembering this correctly. So you see him walking, coming from next to the barn. As you see him, he's wearing his shorts, but not his shirt. He gets in the pool. He stares off kind of toward the horizon, and he is splashing water onto himself. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Did he tell you anything at all about what he was going to do next or what his plans were that day?
Yes, he was going to my place because Catherine was making his favorite. And we asked what was his favorite. And he says McDonald's.
He's going to go get McDonald's.
McDonald's. And I say, Catherine is a lazy. She should not make McDonald's.
You thought your daughter would cook something better.
I'm like, yeah. I mean, they always cook good food in the house.
Sure. How long were you in the pool with Chandler? You and Cress and Chandler. How long did that last?
I don't know. Probably, I don't remember how long, but I mean, we were still, I think maybe 15 minutes, maybe.
Do you know how it ended? Did everyone get out at the same time, or did
No.
How did it end with Chandler at least being there?
Chandler, after Chandler, went and swim for a little bit. He didn't swim because he didn't even wet his hair. After he went and just splashed himself, then he get out of the pool and then I feel more comfortable, and so.
Chandler left at that point?
Yes. Well, he has to go back to pick up his car.
Sure. And did you see him after that, or did he leave at that point, after he got his car?
No, he just went, got his car, and then drove off, and we just waved him. We was very happy that he came, but which was strange because Catherine wasn't with him, but.
Okay. At any point the day before the 4th of July when you were out there, or this day, the July 5th, Monday, so Sunday or Monday when you see Chandler, does he tell you that his parents are anywhere, at a cabin or anything like that?
Yes, he says that they were going up north, went up north. But that was Sunday.
Okay.
They already left, and I already knew because, I already knew.
Did Chandler ever express any concern to you about where his parents were? That he was worried about them at all?
He looked worried, yeah.
He looked worried? But maybe, did he say anything about that, or just looked worried?
No, he didn't say too much about it. But on Tuesday, that was different.
Right. And we're going to go there in 1 second, but one more question about the July 4th and July 5th when you see Chandler out at the farm. Would you describe the way he was acting, his behavior?
Objection leading.
We'll hear the full question.
Would you describe his behavior or the way he was acting? Was that normal for Chandler? Was it different than usual?
It was a little bit different.
Okay. What do you
On
mean?
that Sunday?
Yeah, let's talk about Sunday or even
Yes.
Monday the next day. What do you mean by different?
Sunday when he was kind of okay, and with the kids, because the kids sit down in the same table, and they were interacting, but for some reason Chandler was a little bit more quiet in a way. But he was, and he looked kind of also sleepy.
On the 4th of July?
Yeah,
What about the next day?
tired. The next day, I'm sorry, I just thought that Chandler was so depressed that he probably took his mom's pills because she had cancer. So I thought
Objection.
oh. What?
May we approach?
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. We're going to talk again. I'm going to ask the question a different way. Sometimes when we do that, I'll rephrase the question, meaning I'll ask it a different way. You've talked to police a lot in this case, right? And told them what
Right.
happened?
Right.
Fair to say that you've described that day, the 5th, when Chandler was out there, that he was acting kind of dopey and just way different than usual, maybe.
Right.
Okay. Now, after this day is over and Chandler leaves, that's the 5th. So you saw him on July 4th, 4th of July, everyone's out. July 5th, he's out using the pool. You see him a couple days later, right? Tell me about that.
The next day?
Yeah,
Well, it was Tuesday, so we had beat-ups.
sure. Is that your normal thing?
Yeah.
You have some Buffalo Wild Wings that day?
Yeah.
That's a family thing.
Yes, Chandler, James, and Catherine and I, we like beat-ups. So we always buy what my son likes, what Catherine likes, what Chandler likes, and what I like. And it's just the four of us.
And that was on Tuesday?
Yes.
Because it's buy one, get one free, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
I think so too. And you've mentioned James a couple times. James is your son.
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
And this was at your house?
Yes.
Okay. Did Chandler say anything? And now, again, I'm only looking for things Chandler said to you, not James or Catherine. They're, that's a different thing. But did Chandler say anything to you when you guys were doing the Buffalo Wild Wings night about his parents or where they were?
He was just worried because his parents he wasn't here from his parents yet.
Okay. Did he tell you anything more about that?
No?
How was he acting on this day?
Tired. Sad in a way, maybe.
Okay. At some point, did you find out that Bart and Krista Halderson were missing? Like that people were looking for them and they didn't know where they were?
Well, 2 times it was brought up that they were missing. And on Tuesday, I questioned myself how they're missing. And I questioned saying, I will say that I didn't hear from my parents or my parents hasn't called me or I would not say missing unless I know they were missing.
Okay. And I know other people may have, but did you personally talk to Chandler about filing a police report or what to do about his parents missing, like what actions he should take?
No.
Okay. Did you know Bart and Krista Halderson very well yourself?
No. I just know what Chandler told me.
Okay.
Yeah. And Catherine, of course.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to take a break now for just 1 second. So if you want to get a drink of water, but it'll just be about 30 seconds, okay?
Can I use the bathroom?
Sure. Counsel, the witness would like to use the restroom, so I'm going to excuse her to go do that as you consult, and then she'll come right back. Attorney Brown.
No further questions.
All right. Attorney Vera, did the defense wish to engage in cross-examination at this time?
Yes, thank you. Would you prefer if I call you Dulce or Ms. Melander?
Dulce.
Okay. I promise I'm not as scary as I make it seem right now. Sometimes I just have to tell Bill not to do things, and that's what we're doing, okay? So I just have a couple questions for you. And I know you may not like this topic, but I just want to clear up some points. When you were talking about Cress in the farm and in the pool, she was topless, correct?
Yes.
And it makes you uncomfortable, correct? Talking about it.
Very.
So when we saw you, that was just you being uncomfortable about Cress being topless and Chandler having to see that, correct?
Both.
Both the fact that she was topless and the fact that Chandler had to see.
No, that the fact that she was topless and that Chandler came in the pool.
Gotcha. Okay. But as far as Chandler making you feel uncomfortable. That's not something that you were feeling personally. It was just the situation with Cress being topless. And let me ask it this way. That day in the pool on the 5th, it was just a weird situation. Is that fair?
It was very weird, the whole thing.
The whole thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Chandler was acting dopey. I think that's what the DA used.
Yes, but also I know Chandler that he is very polite, so I was like kind of surprised how there he went in the pool when Chris was topless, and he made me uncomfortable for that.
And that makes total sense. I would react that way too. Now, as far as your interactions with Chandler go, you mentioned that you took him out to dinner.
It wasn't dinner. It was more like lunch. I think I say it was midday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you took him out for lunch and it was just you and him, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Was that the first time you had interactions with Chandler where it was just you and him?
Yes.
And most of the times he's with Kat, correct?
Yes.
And you also mentioned something about whenever it's him and Kat and you guys cook. Is that correct?
Dane cook. Yeah. Chandler is, yes.
Does Chandler help out?
Chandler likes to make good salmon, so yeah, Catherine and Chandler, they cook.
So
they
they
leave
cook-
a mess, but yeah.
As they do.
Yeah.
So they cook, you take advantage, but then you have to clean. Is that fair?
Well, I have to clean, yeah.
Is the food worth it at least?
I beg your pardon?
Is the food worth the cleaning? Sorry, is the food worth the cleaning that you have to do?
Oh, yes, Chandler is a good cook.
And I have the same problem you do, or sometimes I need to speak into the mic, so that's why I'm sitting down right now.
Okay.
So in general, your interactions with Chandler and Kat, they're good, yes?
In some ways, yes.
And Chandler is a quiet person, correct?
Yes.
And we'll see your daughter later, but she brings out some of Chandler's funniness, if you will.
Yes. He can be funny.
He can be funny, but normally he's just quiet. He's a quiet guy.
I think is when they were together. I mean, he was kind of funny. Yeah, he was. Yeah. In a way, Yeah.
I mean, yes, we're all funny in a way. I get that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you so much.
Any redirect? No. May this witness be excused and released?
Excused.
Okay. You're excused from testifying any further today, or at least this morning. But the state is maintaining you under subpoena, which means you can't discuss your testimony with anyone else. And they'll let you know when you're released from the subpoena itself, all right? Thank you. And you can take the water with you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I don't have no butter.
Oh, if it's all gone, that's fine too. Thank you.
State of Wisconsin calls Crescent Lasai.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Good morning.
Morning.
If you believe you can do so safely and responsibly, testifying without a mask would be our preference. Would that be something you could feel that you could do today?
No.
All right. If you prefer to maintain your mask, I understand. Pull the microphone much closer because it does muffle our sound naturally.
Okay.
And if I have trouble hearing you and I'm really close to you, I'll ask you to do even closer just so everybody who's a little further away can hear. And as you can hear, the blowers are on this morning, so it muffles sound a little bit. Thank you.
Okay.
Please proceed, Attorney Raymond.
Thank you. Could you please state your full name, both first and last, for the record, and then spell both your first and last name?
Crescent Lasai, Cresent, L'Sai.
And Ms. Lasai, do you know somebody by the name of Dulce Melander?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
She's my girlfriend.
Okay. And does she refer to you often as Cress?
Yes, everyone mostly does. And you
Okay.
can as well.
And do you know somebody by the name of Catherine Melander?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
I know her through Dulce. She's her daughter.
Okay. And through Catherine or Kat, did you become acquainted with somebody by the name of Chandler Halderson?
Yes.
And the judge will probably ask everyone to remove their masks, besides you and the jury. But could you see Mr. Halderson Chandler in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
As you look at the faces, I'll ask everyone not in the jury box to lower their mask and then replace their mask, please. Go ahead and answer the question if you could.
Yes.
Could you just let us know where he's seated and perhaps the color of his shirt?
Well, he's sitting over across the room over there. He's got a blue tie on.
Okay, I'd ask the record to reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
It shall.
What sort of relationship did you have with Chandler in June or so of 2021?
This year?
Yes.
Oh,
Well, last year technically because it's January, but yes.
true, yeah. Well, I didn't spend a whole lot of time with Chandler. I to know him through Catherine mostly. Most
Sure.
of the times I saw him were either get-togethers or through her.
Okay. And roughly, where do you live?
In Cottage Grove, in the town.
In a rural part of Cottage Grove?
Yes.
And just while I approach you, I'm going to put my mask on.
Thank you.
Nobody's ever complained I was quiet. I'm going to show you what's been marked and received as Exhibit 57. Is this an overhead picture of your property in Cottage Grove?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So your house, you can barely see the roof right there. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's in the wooded area.
Okay. And that's like the top half, almost right in the middle of Exhibit 57. And this is a barn or a shed?
Yeah, it's an old tobacco shed.
Okay. And right here, this is a pool?
Yes.
Okay. And all of this wooded area, is that your property?
Yes.
And there's more property over here that's not shown.
True. That's correct.
What is on that property?
You mean the part that's unseen?
Yeah.
It's all grassy area. It's in a CRP program, a set-aside program, so it's just for wildlife.
So it's like wildflowers. Some people might describe it as like a briar, like little bushes.
Yeah, there's actually wild raspberries and things that can grow in there, right?
Before July 4th weekend, how many times approximately had Chandler been out to your property?
Ooh, I couldn't say exactly. I could give you an estimate.
Sure, an estimate is just fine.
Like 10 or 12 times, maybe.
Okay. And did he ever come out there prior to the July 4th weekend by himself, or was he always with somebody else?
He always was with someone else. He'd never come out there alone before that I'm aware of.
Okay. And generally, I assume that was his girlfriend, Kat?
Yeah, she was always with him.
Okay. And prior to July 4th weekend, what understanding did you have as far as what Chandler did for a living?
Well, what I understood is he'd gotten a job at American Family. He was working there as far as I knew.
And did you have any understanding as if he was attending school or not?
I wasn't. I knew he had been in school, but I didn't know if he was going to school recently. But I knew he was in school. He was getting ready to graduate.
Okay. Do you see Chandler Halderson over the July 4th weekend?
Yes,
And what day did you see him?
on Sunday.
So July 4th itself.
Yes.
How did Mr. Halderson behave on that day?
Well, he kind of seemed a little lot not like himself. Does that
Can
make
you
sense?
describe that? What do you mean by that?
He just seemed kind of off, like kind of weird, actually.
Okay.
I mean, I remember asking him how he felt, because he just kind of seemed.
Okay. You asked him how he felt. What did you remember how he responded?
Yeah, he just said, "Oh, I'm doing okay, or I'm doing the best that I can," and because he had an accident, he fell down the stairs or something. So I thought maybe it was because of the accident that he was acting off.
Sure. Was he displaying any physical symptoms on July 4th?
Not that I saw, no.
Okay. Was he wearing a neck brace at all on July 4th when you saw him?
No.
Did he act in any way that he seemed like disabled? Did he have any trouble walking or anything like that?
No, I didn't notice that.
Okay. Did you have any one-on-one conversations with Chandler on July 4th?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Well, shortly after he was done eating, the kids were sitting at the table in my family room, and they'd gotten up, and I was kind of walking towards the kitchen, and he approached me and asked me if he could have my phone number, my personal phone number, because he wanted to know if he could come and use the pool.
Okay. Did you give him your number?
Yeah, I gave him my cell number, and I also gave him my landline,
Okay.
because I don't always answer my cell phone, and I don't have voicemail on my cell phone.
Okay. Did you guys have any further discussion on that day?
I don't recall.
Okay. So obviously prior to July 4th, he didn't have your number to your knowledge.
Not to my knowledge, I didn't give it to him.
Okay. And in all fairness, when you hung out with Chandler prior to July 4th, it was always with other people,
Yes,
namely Dulce and her family.
correct.
Okay. As of July 4th, did you have any knowledge about the whereabouts of Chandler's parents?
No, I didn't even know their names.
Did you know whether or not, had you heard any stories or anything about them being missing at this point?
No.
Okay. Let's fast forward to the next day, Monday, July 5th. Did you have any interactions with Chandler on Monday, July 5th?
Yes.
What's the first interaction you had with Chandler on that day?
Oh, the first interaction was I opened up my window. I live in a two-story, and I saw a car in my driveway. I came in from outside to get a drink of water, and I saw a car, and I didn't recognize the car. And someone was standing in my driveway, and it was Chandler. So I
Okay.
opened the window because he was kind of standing holding his phone and looking around. And so I opened the window, and I asked him if he was okay. And he said, yeah. And I said, are you here to use the pool? And he said, yeah, would that be all right? And I said, yeah, sure.
Were you expecting Chandler that day?
No.
Okay. All right. So do you remember about what time he showed up to use your pool? Just approximate, if you remember.
It was in the afternoon. I just remember coming in. It was really hot that day. I was working on a project. And so I came in to get a drink of water. So it was probably mid-afternoon-ish, I would say.
Okay. And what was Chandler like when you talked to him right there about using the pool? Was there anything noteworthy?
You mean when he was in the driveway?
Yeah.
Well, he just looked a little kind of spaced out a little bit,
Sure.
That's why I was kind of, because he kept looking around and holding his phone and, And like I said, I was just a little startled because I'm like, who's here,
Sure. Your property's pretty remote.
Yeah, it is.
And your property, just to clear things up, is in Dane County, Wisconsin?
Correct.
So what happened after you told Chandler he could use the pool?
Well, he drove up, because if you come, I live on a hill, and when you come to the driveway, it's kind of in the middle of the hill, and so you have to drive further up the hill to where the pool is. So he drove up there.
Okay. Did you see at this time when he was going to use the pool, did you see at this time where he parked?
No, I did not see where he had parked at that time.
Okay. All right. So do you guys have any further discussion before he goes to use the pool?
He did come down to where I was working on my project, which was putting on a ramp on my deck. I was putting a ramp so that my father and my brother could get up and down the deck in their, on the scooter and the wheelchairs.
Okay.
And so when I was working on that, he'd come down. There's a hill that leads down to my house, and he'd come walking down that hill. And then we had a conversation.
What did you guys talk about?
Well, he was telling me about his accident. He said he was at a doctor's appointment. And so he was talking to me about what the doctor had said and what was going on.
Did he tell you when that appointment had been?
I don't remember.
Okay. What did he say occurred?
Well, he told me that he had damage, and I asked him where, and he said in this area of his head, in the back of his head. And
all right. So you put your hand right above the top of your neck.
Back here, yeah.
Okay.
The back of his head.
And did he elaborate on what that damage was?
Well, he said it wasn't good, that they might have to do some surgery or something, and that he said he was having trouble with numbers, and he said he got lost. He had to use a GPS. He's just said his mind was kind of messed up and wasn't thinking so well.
Okay. Did you guys discuss anything besides just his physical health?
Yeah, I asked him, how he was, overall doing, and about his job, because he said he was getting a new job in Florida, and I asked him about that, and
What did he say?
Well, he said that he probably wasn't going to get the job, that some manager had told him that it wasn't going to work out because of his injury, that he wasn't able to work. And then I'd asked him about maybe he could go back to American Family, and he said no, he didn't. He said that wouldn't happen, he wouldn't be able to do that. So he seemed concerned about, maybe not having a job and what was he going to kind of do. And I asked him, would he talk to his parents? Maybe could he talk to them, or, things like that, just to try to reassure him, because he just seemed upset about this news that he had gotten from the doctor.
Sure. And what did he respond to that?
To what?
To talk to the idea of talking to his parents about his job and health.
And he said, no, they're still up north. And I just says, well, maybe it would help you to talk to them. And his response is, he says, no, they'll just be mad. And which seemed odd to me, why his parents would be upset with him, that he was hurt and couldn't work. It just seemed odd to me.
Okay. How long do you think this conversation took place?
Oof, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes or so.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
All right. What happened after the conversation?
Well, I'm trying to remember, Dulce showed up. She'd come. I wasn't expecting her, but she had come to the house, and she came through the house. We were sitting on the deck, and she came and was like, what's going on? And I said, oh, well, I'm just chatting with Chandler here, and I guess he doesn't have such good news. And then she came out and sat down and asked what was going on, and then we started to kind of go back over what him and I had talked about to explain to her what was happening.
Sure. And the jury's already had the opportunity to hear from Dulce, so I don't need you to repeat anything that she said.
Okay.
But what kind of happened next in the events of
Well, then he
that day?
went to go use the pool, because before he'd come down and I'd asked him, how was the pool? He didn't answer, and so he said he was going to go back to use the pool. And then Dulce and I continued to talk because we just felt something was a little odd, so we were concerned, and her and I had a conversation about him of what was going on.
Okay. And then what happened after that?
Well, I kind of got irritated. It was so hot, and I wanted to go swimming, and I was waiting for him to be done using the pool so I could go jump in the pool. And so I was getting impatient and waiting, wondering what was taking him so long. So I said, look, I'm going to go get in the pool. I'm done. I'm hot and I'm tired and I want to go cool off. And she said, okay. So she went to go get her suit. And then her and I have this little riding lawnmower. And so we got on the riding lawnmower to go up to tell him, hey, we're going to go swimming now. And when we got up there, he wasn't in the pool, and the cover was still on the pool. And
Okay, so hold on. The pool has a cover.
yeah, I have like a solar. It heats up. It helps get the water warm, so it just lays flat on the top.
Sure.
So it's got like a little bubble.
And obviously you have to remove said cover to get into the pool.
Yeah, there's times I got lazy where I could fold it over just to get in, but I usually like to take it off so I could have the whole
Was it
pool.
folded over so somebody could get in at all?
No.
All right. So the covers on the pool is Chandler in sight when you're over by the pool.
No.
Okay. And just is Exhibit 57, here's the pool, the round blue. This is an aerial photo, so it almost just looks like a dot.
Right, that's the pool area.
Okay. So what do you do next?
Well, when we drove up and you could kind of see no one was in the pool, and I didn't see, I was looking for him, and then when I looked to my right, when we came up the hill, I had the doors open in the shed, and I could see through the shed that his car was parked on the other side of the shed.
All right. Can you approach Exhibit 57 here and kind of point to where you saw Chandler's vehicle?
We came up, there's a hill here, and we came up, and you could see through the doors.
You could.
The car was parked right about here.
Okay. Thank you. So he was parked kind of near, this is some wood and an oil drum.
Yeah, there's a pile of timber logs, and then it's like my scrap junk pile for metal and things.
Fair. And it's kind of near the wooded line here.
Right here.
Okay. All right. So I'm not the best estimator, Judge. I would say 4 inches south of the barn, maybe 1 inch above the oil tank on Exhibit 57 is the area that the witness pointed.
That seems to be a fair description, yes.
Okay. I'm going to have you sit down just so we can hear you nice and loud on that microphone.
Okay.
So what do? You see his, oh, well, hold on 1 second. Do you remember what kind of vehicle he was driving that day?
It was like a little station wagon, like a hatchback.
Okay.
It might have been a Subaru, I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you know, was the hatch open, closed, something else?
The back hatch, the back was open.
Okay. All right, so that's where you observed the car, the back hatch, or if you're not a car person like me, you say the trunk was open. What do?
Well, yeah, because we go and he's not in the pool, and we see the car, and then I'm like, what the heck is going on? What is he doing? And I said, well, I'm going to go over, and Dulce was like, we were like, what's he doing? What is going on?
Sure.
So we drove over to see if he was in the back of the car. Was he sleeping? What was he doing? Was he smoking weed or something? We didn't know. So we drove over there and with the mower and approached, and I drove to the back of the car because the back end was backed towards me.
Okay, so the back end was facing closer to the barn or the oil drum?
Towards me. The front end was facing the shed.
Oh, towards you right now.
Yes, towards
Okay,
me
so
right
toward
now.
the woods, towards the wood
Yeah, so
line,
it's facing
the
this way.
trunk hatch
Was
is up.
So
Okay.
we drove in the mower and drove to the back of the car because I thought maybe he was in the back of the car
Sure.
taking a nap or I don't know. And we look in there and there wasn't anything in the car that we could see.
Okay. And at this point, You see the car, it's empty, or there's no Chandler in it. Do you see Chandler anywhere on your property?
No, because then we stopped and we're like, what the heck? We're looking around. What's he doing? Where is he? And Dulce was kind of upset at that moment because she's thinking maybe he's doing drugs or something. She was really upset, thinking, well, he's doing drugs or something. What the hell's he doing? So I said, I don't know, but I'm done. I'm going to get in the pool. I just was hot and irritated and just didn't want to deal with it. And so I said, I'm going to the pool. So we left and drove and parked the mower by the pool.
Okay, so you took your mower,
Drove back
over by the pool.
and parked and then proceeded and got in the pool.
Okay, so you're in the pool. When is the next time you see Chandler?
Do you want me to show you on that map?
Absolutely, I would love that. Why don't you do it and then I'll say it again so it's in the mic.
We were in the pool, and I would say it was right approximately in this area. He was walking this way towards us, coming towards us. I thought maybe he was going to the car, but then he went past the car and kept coming towards us.
Okay, so why don't you sit and I'll try to say it again in the mic. So you saw him, you kind of pointed, there's some white, I don't know what that is. It might
I don't
just
know.
be
Oh,
wood.
those are old beehives.
Oh, okay.
I got a bunch of beehives that I cleaning out my shed, and they were old, and I just threw them out there.
Okay, was he kind of coming from that area?
Yeah, he was walking like that direction, like towards that way. Yeah, coming
All
that
right,
way.
and his car was here, but he walked past his car, you said,
Yes,
and then walked over by the pool?
right.
Okay. Do you remember what he was wearing?
Like baggy shorts. He had a shirt on, I thought, before, and when he came back, he didn't have a shirt.
So when he was approaching the pool, coming out of the wooded area, no shirt.
Right.
Okay. All right, so he's approaching the pool. Does he actually get up to the pool?
Yeah, he came up to the pool, and I said, "Hey, Chandler, I don't have a shirt on."
Sure.
Because I go shirtless in my pool. That's kind of why I was waiting for him to leave, because I wanted to have the privacy to get in my pool.
Sure. Okay. You tell him you don't have a shirt on. What happens next?
And he said, "Well, if it would be all right, I'd like to get in the pool. I'm kind of sticky and I'm hot." And I remember looking at Dulce because I want to be respectful, and I said, "Well, I don't have a problem with it, Dulce, if you don't." And she just kind of was shrugged, and I kind of could tell she didn't really like it, but she just kind of turned and was sort of like, whatever. And so I said, okay. And so then I kind of turned and he got in the pool. And he went to the east side of the pool and we kind of went to the west side of the pool.
Okay, and was he actively swimming or something else?
No, he just kind of dipped up and down and kind of was like washing, like himself off. He said it was kind of scratchy on his walk and it was itchy and sticky, so he was kind of like.
So you did a motion with your hands,
Yeah, like
and you
he
said the
kinda
word wash.
Yeah, like he'd dunk down, and then he'd kind of like, be doing like this, and dunk down, and kind of.
Okay, kind of washing himself, rinsing himself off.
Yeah, and then it was odd because he just seemed really different when he got in the pool from when he was talking to us before.
Different how?
Well, he seemed more lucid, like he just seemed more present.
Did you say present or pleasant?
Present,
Thank you.
like focused.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, what happened next?
Well, then Dulce was starting to ask him questions because I think she was concerned maybe he was doing some drugs, and I think she just wanted to sort of see if he was. So she started asking him questions and things like that to see how he would respond. Because while he was gone and we were in the pool, that's what she spoke to me mostly about, is what's going on with him. I'm worried. I don't know why he's acting this way. What's he doing? And so
Just to clear this up, though, no paraphernalia or any evidence of drugs was ever found.
No, ever.
Okay.
And he admitted, that was one of the questions. She says, if you're doing drugs, Chandler, I'm telling you right now, that's a deal breaker. And if you ever come, and he said, I will never, ever bring drugs to the house, or I don't do drugs. He, She
Okay, I just wanted to clear that
Yeah,
up.
she confronted him about that.
Okay. What happens next?
Well, we just started talking, you know, she was worried, where was he going to stay, because he thought he lost his job, and she was offered to say he could stay maybe at her house in town for a while if he needed to.
Pardon me, I have to interrupt here. This is all hearsay.
Agreed. I'll go ahead and ask to rephrase the question, and those last responses
Sure.
fall in that category.
Outside of specifics of the conversation, how long was Chandler in the pool?
Oh, maybe 15 minutes-ish, roughly.
All right. And at some point, does he get out of the pool first, or do you?
He got out first. He said he was in a hurry. He had to go, that Catherine was getting dinner or something, and so he was like on a mission and had to like, let's go, and he got out and went to the car and drove off.
Okay. And his car that he went to was over there by the oil tank near the wood line?
Right.
All right. I just want to back up here a second. You said at first, when you first talked with him on the deck when you were working on a project with Dulce, he then left to supposedly go swimming, and then you didn't see him until he walked out of the wood line later. About what was the time gap between the time he said, I'm going to go to the pool, and the time he actually went to the pool?
The first time or the second time? Or all together? Because there was,
Altogether. So the time you were on the deck working on your project.
and he showed up until
Right.
the time
and
he
then
left.
From the time he left you at the deck area until you saw him walk out of the wooded area.
Oh.
About what was the time frame in there?
I'm guesstimating, you know, maybe 45 minutes, an hour-ish, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a guesstimate.
Okay.
It was a while. To me, it seemed forever because I wanted to get in the pool.
Sure.
So it just seemed like a long time.
And then after he got out of the pool, he got into his vehicle and drove away.
Yeah.
Now, later that day, did you find out that he actually had attempted to contact you prior to coming to your property?
Yeah, later, I remember seeing the message was blinking on my landline. And so I pressed it, and then a name came up, and I didn't know I didn't recognize the name, and then I heard Chandler's voice. So he had left me a message, but I didn't realize it until after he'd come and gone, and I listened to it later.
So he left you a message or a voicemail?
Yeah, and saying he wanted to come and could he come and use the pool?
And did you turn that message or voicemail over to the Dane County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did.
And did you turn over a true and accurate copy of that message?
Yes, it's still on there right now.
Okay. I would at this time move Exhibit 64 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received.
Here's the- And I would ask to publish the message to the jury.
You may.
Is this supposed to be going on? Okay.
The screen in front of you shows what the jury's seeing.
No? All right, thank you. That's right there.
Hi, Cress, this is Chandler. I just got back with some pretty terrible news from my doctor, so I was wondering if I could come by. I don't know, take a couple laps to the pool or hang out, something. I'm not having the most ideal day, I suppose. Well, call me back, 920-838-4549. Thank you. Bye.
Monday, 4:25 p.m.
And this was message 116.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. On July 7th, the next day, that Tuesday, do you receive any communication from Chandler?
Not directly from Chandler, no. But I'd heard otherwise that he was trying to come out, and I was having trouble with my phone for some reason, wasn't working my landline, and I was kind of feeling stressed and didn't really want to deal with anybody at the farm that day.
All right, and so did Chandler end up coming out on the 7th?
No.
Or, I'm sorry, that's the 7th, okay. Later in the course of this investigation, various items were found on your property that you were made aware of. Is that fair?
Yes.
Let me inquire, counsel. I think the jury entered at 8:45. We're a little over 90 minutes long. This might be a good moment to break.
Sure, that's fine.
Just because we're moving into another subject area.
Sure.
And we still have cross-examination. I don't want to tax everybody further than about 90 minutes plus 10. So we'll take our morning break at this point, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll come back in 15 minutes.
All rise for the jury.
Good morning, everyone. This is James Langer, the Digital Content Manager for Channel3000.com. Listening in on this trial with the rest of you, we are into day 3 of the Chandler Halderson homicide trial. They're just about to take their mid-morning break. So they've been in session for about 90 minutes so far, and I guess different from the previous 2 days where a lot of witnesses came through just giving really quick testimony or various things were entered into evidence. Today we've heard a lot more extensive testimony so far. And the people we've heard to are first the mother of Chandler's girlfriend at the time, Dulce Melander. She and her girlfriend spend a lot of time at the farm in Cottage Grove. Her girlfriend, Crescent Lasai, owns that farm that's just outside of Cottage Grove there. It's where, as the prosecution alluded to, several pieces of this investigation were found. So they'll get to that presumably after this break here. But just to recap really quick what we've heard so far, in case you are joining in the middle of it and missed some of the early morning testimony. So Dulce was first on the stand. She kind of testified to, her daughter's relationship with Chandler a little bit and some of the job plans that he had said that he had. Talked about, he claimed that he worked with the DNR on some sort of dive team, then said he worked at American Family Insurance, and then told her about this prospective job at Florida. Earlier in this trial, we heard that he was telling people that he got a job at SpaceX. So he gave her all that background. That's sort of the operation or the understanding that she had about his professional life, I guess. She said on the 4th of July weekend, Chandler and Catherine came over. They had a little get-together. She described him as quiet at that point, but also said that it wasn't unusual for him to be kind of more the quiet type. That Kat, her daughter, brought out some of the best of him, and but still said something seemed a little off about him. He seemed tired, like he hadn't slept a lot, that kind of thing. The next day, he actually showed up at the farm again by himself, and both Dulce and Cress testified that that was the first time he'd ever showed up at that farm without Kat or anyone else, basically. It was very unusual for him, but he had called and left a message asking if he could use the pool at the property. They have a pool there. Said he'd just gotten some really bad news from a doctor. They later talked, and he said that the doctor had said, his head injury had some pretty bad complications, and he had heard that he wasn't going to get the job in Florida, according to him. So he seemed down and dejected about that. At least that was the assumption that they were making at that point. So Cress said that she let him, go use the pool, but when they went down to the pool about a half hour later, pool cover was still on, like nobody had gone in it. They saw his car that he was driving, the Subaru that we learned yesterday was registered to his dad, Bart. They saw that Subaru parked with the hatchback open, facing the wood line a little further down the property, down past a shed there. They went over there to kind of investigate because they didn't know where Chandler was. They didn't know what he was doing. Couldn't find him anywhere, but they said they didn't see anything in the back of the car at that point either. So they decided to head back up to the pool and do their own thing and got in the pool themselves. And that's when they saw Chandler. They said walk out of the wood line. He had a shirt on before. He didn't have a shirt on this time. He walked up to the pool and asked to get in. And both Dulce and Cress they said, a little bit uncomfortable because Cress was topless at the time, thinking, it's a rural property. She enjoyed the privacy, and she said that's kind of what she normally does at the pool there. But they thought it was unusual that Chandler would walk up and still ask to join them in the pool when she was in that state. And so he went in, and they described sort of him kind of dunking himself in the water and kind of washing himself off. They both kind of made motions like he would kind of, in the shower or what have you. Said it seemed like he was kind of washing off there, which they thought was kind of weird that he didn't really swim either. He was in the pool pretty shortly, got out, and said he was in a hurry, had to go meet Kat for dinner, and drove off. And that's the last that they saw of him that day. So they both kind of testified to that story about how he was acting kind of unusually, and Cress, in her testimony that we just heard, basically said that he seemed also different toward the end of that visit than he did at the start of the visit. She said when he first pulled up into her driveway, he seemed like kind of out of it, like he wasn't really there, that kind of thing. But by the end of the visit, she said he seemed kind of more with it, more there, more lucid, and present in the moment, she said. So her indication was something had changed during that visit right before he left. So I think we're going to hear coming up here at the end of this break a little bit more about what investigators later found in that same area where Chandler had parked that Subaru in the woods. So that's kind of the recap for now. As a reminder, you can always go to channel3000.com. We have that banner at the top of our homepage. You can click for more info on this case, recaps of what happened during any of the days that you might have missed. You can also use that URL right there, channel3000.com/Halderson. That's the direct URL for our entire page we have devoted to this case. So there you'll see all the articles from the previous days. You can watch this live stream. You get a timeline of the events, that kind of thing. So please do check that out if you're just kind of waiting for court to come back. They said it was going to be a 15-minute break. As we know from the past couple of days, sometimes that 15 minutes can stretch on a little bit longer depending on how long the jurors take to get back. So we will duck out here for a little bit, but we'll keep the live stream going. You guys can keep chatting, and we will join court back in session once the jurors are back in the room. So thanks for watching, everybody. Stay tuned.
Attorney Raymond.
Thank you. Cress, I'm going to approach you and show you a series of pictures of things found on your property and talk to you about those. First, I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibits 58 through 63. Do you just want to flip through those?
Can I pick
Yeah,
them?
you absolutely. I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions here. And we're going to have testimony about this later, but Exhibit 58 is a garbage can found in the woods. Did you keep a Rubbermaid or a black rubber garbage can in your woods?
No.
And Exhibit 59, what is that a picture of?
That's an old, I don't know if it's fuel oil or gas. It's for scrap. I just haven't took it to the salvage yard yet.
Okay. Did you keep any tools in Exhibit 59?
In there?
Yes.
No.
What is picture 60?
That's the entrance to my driveway, and I don't recognize the car. There's a bag, and that's where I keep my recycling and my trash.
And that bag appears to be a Target bag?
I think so. I'm not sure.
And 61 is a close-up of the same?
Right.
62 and 63 are some items that were found in that Target bag. Did those items belong to your house?
No.
Did you throw those items away?
No.
And your father is 94, you said?
Yes.
Only other person that lives there?
Right. Well, my brother, but he was at assisted living at the time.
Okay. So your father, it would take great effort to go and throw anything away outside.
No, he couldn't.
State at this time would move exhibits 58 through 63 into evidence.
Any objection?
None.
They are received.
And I will ask you about these in a minute, but if you want to just look through those in the meantime, I'm going to publish 58 through 63 to the jury. And Ms. Lasai, the little screen in front of you will have what I'm showing the jurors. So what do I have to do? Thank you. Well, the clerk is working on that. That second group of photos that I showed you, how would you describe those as a group?
As a group, well, this is the tobacco shed that you called the barn. It's the shed. Looks better now, though.
Why does it look better now?
Well, yeah, because I cleaned it out. I got a big dumpster. Been meaning to do it for some years now. I didn't get through it because I got a little upset there for a second.
That's okay. But 66 through 70 are pictures of your barn before you cleaned it out.
That's correct.
And 71 through 74 are pictures of something that you later found in your barn during the clean out.
That's right.
Okay. I would move to admit pictures 66 through 74.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
They are received. While you have identified the exhibits and testified about them, the ability to publish them to the jury requires the state to go through them with you again, but with the jury able to see those photos at this time.
Okay, thank you.
No, it's never perfect because of the glare. But, Cress, this is the garbage can picture, exhibit 58 that I showed you that was found in the woods.
It was not yours.
No.
And how would you describe Exhibit 59?
It's an old fuel tank that's been sitting there for a while. We're going to take it to salvage, and you have to cut a hole in there so that they know you don't fill it with concrete or something, so they want to look in there.
Okay. And again, you didn't keep anything such as tools inside of it.
No.
And Exhibit 60, is that a picture at the end of your driveway?
Right.
And is this where you keep the garbage cans?
Yeah, that's where I put the trash and the recycling.
Now, during the time of this, in the first week of July, did you have an experience of your garbage cans being moved?
No, not that I'm aware of. I don't recall. I don't even know if I took trash out that week.
Okay. So you do not recall a day when they may have been at the road and then somebody put them back?
No, I'm not aware of that.
That's okay.
But that could have happened, just meaning because Dulce sometimes, like if the trash is out and she goes out, sometimes she'll put it back and I don't know about it. That could have happened. I don't know.
Sure, fair enough. But there's a Target bag here. Do you normally keep your trash outside of your garbage cans?
No, I would have put it in the trash.
All right. And that's Exhibit 60. Exhibit 61. Just a close-up of Exhibit 60.
Right.
All right, and then I showed you Exhibit 62, stuff that was found inside of that Target bag. Some rags with the substance on them. Did you throw away those rags?
No.
And Exhibit 63, just them separated out. Moving on, Exhibit 66. How would you describe Exhibit 66?
Well, that's the north side of my shed. And my little lawnmower.
Okay. And Exhibit 67?
Yeah, it's just showing you the entrance there on the north side.
Exhibit 68.
Yep, that's the messy shed.
Exhibit 69, more the same.
Right.
Exhibit 70, there's an item here along the back wall, kind of by some boards.
Yeah, there's a bird bath there.
Can you tell it all from this angle what was behind the bird bath?
Well, there's a rifle there.
And at some point, you discover a rifle in your barn.
Yes.
Do you keep guns in your barn?
Not normally. My dad, sometimes he'd keep a pellet gun up there, but he hasn't been walking for a few years, so.
So what did you do well, first off, when did you first see this gun?
Well, I was organizing along the wall, like I say, I was cleaning out my shed, and I wanted to go through these, like, garden tools, because making sure I still use them, were they broken, when I was going to throw them away, so and then I was organizing, putting lumber where the lumber goes, the recycling where the recycling goes, and so I lifted up a board, and I saw a barrel of a gun, and I thought, right away I thought, what's my dad, what the heck has he got his pellet gun over here? So I picked it up by the barrel and looked at it, and I right away recognized it wasn't a gun that I'd ever saw or seen ever before.
And just to be clear for the jury, this gun, before you lifted it up, was behind a board?
Yes, it was behind us, there was like maybe 4 or 5 different boards there.
Okay. So upon realizing you don't know where this gun came from, what do you do?
Well, the first thing is I just felt sort of this sick feeling, and I set it back down, and then I went to ask my father just to make sure that he didn't know about any gun in the shed, and I went and asked, and he said, well, what does it look like, or whatever, and I said, well, Dad, I'm just going to call the police, and then I called Krista, the head of the investigation. She left me her number, and I called her and spoke with her and told her what I'd found, and she told me that she was going to send somebody out.
Okay, and do you remember roughly what month
Oh, it was in the middle of October-ish because I wanted to clean out the shed earlier, but the police were there for so long. My raspberries started, so it was after the raspberries were done, which was sometime in the end of October-ish.
Okay. All right. So it was a few months later.
Yes.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 71. Is that a picture of the gun that you found in your barn?
It's kind of a glare.
Oh, I'm sorry. It is.
Yeah. It looks to be.
Do you want to look at the actual photo?
Yeah, that would be
You can do that.
helpful. But it looks similar. Yes.
Ms. Raymond, if you want to show that to the jury as you walk back towards the Elmo.
Bless you.
And Exhibit 72. Let's see if I get that to be a little better. That's just the close-up of the same.
Yes.
And then I actually will publish 73 and 74. So did the police then in October, after you found the gun, come and retrieve the gun?
Yes.
And in July, when Chandler was on your farm, did you have your barn or your shed locked at all?
No.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi.
Picking up where you just left off, do you ever lock or close up that shed or barn?
I haven't for some years. When I used to go to Florida in the winter, I would close it and lock it, but I haven't been there for a while. So, no.
And is it fair to say that before you got the garbage bin and did the major cleaning of the shed, you didn't know exactly every item that was in there, right?
No, not every single item, no.
And you testified that there was a delay in getting the garbage bin and cleaning out that shed because the police were there for a while.
That's correct.
How long were they there in possession of your property or on your property?
Whew, seemed like forever. A couple of weeks at least, maybe longer.
And they had closed off that area to you?
Yes, they got kind of upset every time I come up with a lawnmower because I couldn't even mow my lawn, and it was frustrating. So, but they pretty much kept me by my house. They didn't really want me anywhere around.
And was it your understanding that they were searching that area at that time?
Yeah, they were searching my whole property. They served me with a warrant.
Now, moving back in time a little bit to 4th of July weekend, I think I heard you testified that Chandler Halderson was not acting like himself. Is that right?
That's correct.
And it was for that observation that you and Dulce might have thought, oh, is he doing some drugs? Is that right?
Yeah, it was a question because we couldn't figure out why he seemed a little off.
And you had never seen him like that before, right?
No.
And normally he's sort of a quiet, nerdy kid, right?
Yeah, that's a good description.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May Ms. Lasai be excused at this time,
She's excused.
but not released?
Correct.
That means that you're still under the subpoena with which you've been served, so you can't discuss your testimony with anyone, but you're excused unless recalled by the state at any time. You can stay in touch with them. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Have a good rest of your day.
The state calls Brent Baverstock to the stand.
Yep.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
See him again.
Detective, you anticipated my question. If you're willing and able to safely and responsibly testify without a mask, please do so. Thank you. Attorney Brown.
Good afternoon. Please state and spell your name for the jury.
It's Brent Baverstock, Brent Baverstock.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a detective with the Dane County Sheriff's Office.
In your role as a detective with the Dane County Sheriff's Office, were you asked to follow up in the investigation of two missing people, Bart Halderson and Christopher Halderson, in the early part of July of 2021?
Yes.
Initially, what was your role in the investigation?
I was not initially a part of the first response to it. However, maybe shortly before noon on July 8th, Detective Liz Allen came to my office. She said she had just had a phone call with the mother of Catherine Melander, who was the girlfriend of Chandler Halderson. And during that phone call, she intended to do initially just a phone interview, just kind of get some background information, but some things on that phone call alerted her to believe that we needed to follow up with a in-person interview. So she came to my office and asked me to sit in on that interview, because we try to interview people, with at least two detectives there to support each other.
Sure. And was that with Dulce?
That was with Dulce, correct.
And just briefly, if you could describe Dulce's kind of emotional state during some of that interview.
Well, we got to the location where we agreed to interview her, which is she was in the middle of some classes, trying to improve her education. And we sat in a side little conference room, and she was emotionally distraught. She kind of had this look of fear and panic in her eyes.
Okay. Now, they've testified, so we're not going to talk much about that interview. But at some point, do you end up going to a farm that you thought might have been visited by Chandler Halderson over the 4th of July weekend and leading into the next week?
Yeah, based upon our interviews with them, we determined we needed to get out to that farm right away and search it.
Sure. I think it's been described as being near Cottage Grove, but kind of in a rural area of Dane County. That sound fair to you?
Yes.
The entire location of that farm, is that here in Dane County, Wisconsin?
Yes, it is.
And it fairly remote?
Yeah.
Had you ever been there before?
No.
If you could describe the farm just in general to us.
Sure. Well, it's probably 30 to 40 acres. A lot of it is wooded. The house sits in a wooded area. There's a paved driveway that goes up from the road that kind of turns off to where the house is. And then if you kept going straight on that, it would turn into a gravel, and then up into the grassy area would be where like the back shed was, in the pool and the raspberries.
Did you personally yourself walk out there with Cress or Dulce or anybody?
Yes, I did.
Who was with you?
Well, I had first gone there, responded out there pretty quickly. There were a lot of red flags that popped up during my interview with Crescent, and I called to the command post to Detective Sims, and I talked to her. I'm like, I need some more people. We need to get out here. We need to search this place right away. But we were pretty stretched thin at that point. We had sent a team up to, a team was headed up to the cabin to do some more investigation up there. I'm like, we need some more people. We need to get out there and search it. So she was able to provide at least another detective, Detective Tim Blank, along with me and Detective Liz Allen. And then while I was on the way, I contacted Barry Ehrman from the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office and asked him to respond with his cadaver dog to help us do the search.
Sure.
I got there and nobody was there. I had expected Cress and Dulce to beat me there. I went to the house, knocked on the door, and nobody answered. And I got worried that they may went up and started searching on their own. So I went up there. I went up into the grassy area. Like you can see, you have a photo of the farm there. so I could see whether or not anybody was back by there. And, I noticed, during my contact with Cress, she did talk that she had recently seen vultures circling over the property.
Your Honor, I'm going to object as hearsay.
Sure.
Sustained.
Did you yourself at some point see some birds over the woods?
Yes.
And what were those birds?
Turkey vultures.
And did that raise red flags to you?
Oh, yeah.
Why?
Most birds really don't have a sense of smell except for turkey vultures. Turkey vultures actually, when a body or an animal or creature dies, it starts going through some changes. The microorganisms on there start producing different gases, and it emanates an odor. Turkey vultures can smell that, and when they do, they'll start circling the area to locate where it's coming from.
And were those turkey vultures over the wooded area at the farm?
When I got there, yeah.
Okay. Did you find Cress and Dulce as you walked back there?
Eventually, I walked up there. I didn't see them, and then Cress came out of the back sliding patio door and met me. And then I asked her if she could show me again where she had seen Chandler back by the woods. And we walked back up to the area of the shed, and she showed me.
When you say she showed you, did she point physically?
Yes, she did.
All right. And so what I'm going to have you do, and because she's already testified, you can't say what she said, but you saw her point at a location?
Yes.
Can you please stand up for 1 second and point on that map to the location that Cress pointed out to you as where she saw Chandler?
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, I asked her to tell me exactly where she'd seen the vehicle parked. We walked up and came over this area. She said the vehicle was parked in this area. And then she said that when she first saw Chandler coming out of...
Your Honor, objection, hearsay again.
I'm sorry, I missed the part of the objection.
It was
Hearsay again about what someone told him.
Sustained.
And maybe I'll ask a better question. When she physically herself pointed at a location where she saw Chandler coming out of the woods, where was that location?
Well, we were standing right about here.
Okay.
She pointed back towards this direction.
Okay, physically put her hand up and pointed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can take a seat.
Do you want to describe that for the record, counsel?
I will. I would say that the witness just pointed toward the wood line, approximately a foot below that barn, where the barn is. Counsel's nodding in agreement, so I think that's fair to say. At that point, what did you do?
Well, my partners hadn't arrived yet, so I asked for Cress to go back and wait in the house, and I told that my partners would be here soon and we'd start doing our search. We returned back to the driveway, and Detective Blank and Detective Allen had arrived shortly thereafter, and then we went back up to that area and we started looking around.
So I'm going to ask you what you saw first. When you got down to that area, all these, I'll pause for a second. I apologize for maybe being sporadic there. All of these vehicles in the photograph, those are related to law enforcement and the investigation, correct?
Correct.
There were not a bunch of vehicles parked out there when you were there?
No.
Were there any vehicles parked out there other than law enforcement vehicles?
There's one vehicle parked inside the shed, but not visible, I think, from that photograph.
Understood. As you got over toward, let's say, that junk pile before the grass gets longer there, did you see any signs that a car had been over there?
Yes.
What did you see?
Well, Detective Blank pointed it out first. He pointed over and he said, well, it looks like cars driven through the tall grass over here. I'm like, yeah, it does. So we went over there and we saw there were 2 tracks of the taller grass. The grass is probably about, waist high. You can see the 2 track marks that go back along the parallel with the wood line there.
Okay. And at that point or shortly thereafter, you and other detectives began maybe searching a little bit closer into where those tire tracks went?
Yeah, we began to follow them. They went back probably about to an area where there were some white wooden boxes that are old beehives that are just kind of stored along the tree line.
And that's before you entered the woods, correct?
That's before I entered the woods.
Okay, so we're going to pause there, and I'm going to have you look at a couple of exhibits first so we're all on the same page. Exhibits 75 through 81. Just page through those and give me just, in general, what am I looking at there?
Okay. 75 is the driveway entrance for the residents to the farm.
Okay. You can keep going.
Okay. 76 is just going up further along the driveway. You can see it starts to split at the end there. This little angle to the right here goes towards the house, and the one that continues straight on is the one that continues to where it becomes gravel and goes up towards the field. Here's where if you were to take that little fork in the driveway and go right, you would see the house. That's number 77. Number 78 is the back side of the house, but if you drive in to the driveway, so the garage would be on the right side of this picture. So this would be facing back towards like the pool area.
Sure.
That's number 78. 79 is the gravel driveway where the paved portion turns into gravel and then continues up towards the pool.
Okay.
That's 79.
80?
80 is after the gravel driveway ends, and we're now heading to just the grassy area to where you see the raspberry garden here and then the pool.
Okay.
And then 81, this is the area in which Crescent had pointed out to me that the vehicle had parked, and she actually noted out that these tire marks here in the grass.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again as hearsay.
Sustained.
Sure. But is 81 that area that was pointed out?
Correct.
All right, I'll take those exhibits. I'll move to publish 75 through 81.
I think they haven't been moved into evidence yet.
I'll move them into evidence.
Any
No objection.
They are received. You may publish.
And if you could put the HDMI 2 on, I'm going to display these off my computer so there's no glare. Exhibit number 75, we're looking at the driveway coming from the street up to the house. Is that correct?
That is correct.
We'll just page through these. 76, that's that driveway going up right before the split.
Correct.
77, coming up toward the house.
Yep, that's the split to the right, looking at the house.
78, a view of the house.
Correct.
That's the lawnmower we might have heard about, people driving around.
Yes.
And if we're looking at this house, beyond it is the pool and the shed and that grassy area, correct?
If you were standing at that patio door and looking away from the house would be the pool.
Okay. 79, the gravel driveway as it goes up towards the pool in that area.
Correct.
80, now we're up kind of in that grassy area.
Yep, that's where the gravel ends, and it's just the open area.
And 81, I think you described this as generally kind of the start of the area that was pointed out to you.
Yeah, it's the mowed area just to the south of the big shed.
Sure. I'm going to do this a little bit differently now. I'm going to show you what's been marked in this case as exhibits number 82 through 107. Just by yourself, page through those, and the question at the end is going to be, are these photographs of essentially that area leading up to what you found and the items that you found in the woods? I'm going to ask you, and then we're going to look at them all together, okay?
Okay.
So you can just look through those and let me know if that's what we're looking at.
Is that 82 to 107, Counsel?
Correct.
Thank you.
Question, are those photographs of leading out to the area that was pointed out to you and then ultimately your search into the woods and maybe what you found?
Yes, they are.
Appear true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they are.
I would move 82 through 107.
No objection.
They are received.
All All right, we're going to do this together. We're going to walk through them. So you see,
And Detective, you can see the same exhibit on the computer monitor if you wish to.
Okay.
And that might help pick up the microphone better as we go through this.
so we'll start with 82. What are we looking at there, and what did you personally observe when you were out there?
So there's the mowed section of the grass, which is just south of the barn. There's a the stack of old logs sitting there, but to the right is where we could see what appeared to be two tire marks going into the deeper grass.
Did you follow those tire marks?
Yes, I did.
Excuse me. 83, just a different view of those tire marks.
Yep.
84, what are we looking at there?
Just a continuation of the tire marks, where the tire marks end. There was another area of depressed grass, which would have been, if you're looking at the two tire marks, where they stop, there's another area of depressed grass in all different directions at the end of it, sitting right there.
Okay. We'll go to 85. This is maybe looking more into the woods at this point?
Yeah, so if you're standing near where all that grass was patted down at the end of the tire marks in the grass, you look over and you can see more of the grass is like pressed down, heading towards the woods.
And was that, we're seeing it on a photograph, but I'll ask you, because you were out there, was it apparent to you that this was an area that had been walked through or trampled in some way by someone or something?
Yes.
And did you follow it?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and so you entered the woods right there?
Correct.
All right, we're going to pause 1 second. On this big blow up, if you could just stand up for 1 second and point to the jury on exhibit number 57, where you cut into the woods.
At the end of the mowed section here, two tire marks follow along the grass, and you can see like these white boxes, those are the old beehives. And then right after that, we're cuts into the woods.
All right, for the record, the witness ran his hands essentially down the wood line from the junk pile to the beehives and then drug them into the woods. Okay.
No objection.
Very good.
'86 photograph of that trampled area. 87, what are we looking at there?
So, picture doesn't show it as much, but there's, again, you can see the vegetation in the ground there, but it was very directional as far as this area. To see like this log, the vegetation had been trampled down. So it's hard to tell from this picture, but there's actually a downward slope here. If the trees weren't here, it'd be a good little sledding hill for little kids. But there's like a downward slope that goes down into, you can see like a little brush pile down there.
Okay. 88, what are we looking at there?
More of the trampled grass that goes to this log that goes across. And then you can see to get the green moss on the log, but there's areas where the green moss had been scraped off as if something had scraped it off.
Did you notice anything ultimately beyond that log at this point?
Yeah, the pile of sticks on the other side of the log, and there was just something that wasn't natural under the sticks.
Did you go check it out?
Yeah, I got as close as I had to.
89, the photo just moving a little bit closer.
Yep, yeah, again, you see the scrapes on the log there, just under the moss, and then you can see the pile of sticks there, and there's something underneath it. Couldn't quite tell what it was right away, so I stepped over the log and got a little bit of a closer look.
And what did you find?
I didn't know what it was at first.
What do you mean by that?
It took me a while to process what I was seeing, then it became obvious that I was looking at a human torso.
Okay. So we're going to move in a little bit closer to photograph 90. And again, we're starting to maybe be able to see that what you saw that day?
Yes.
Under those sticks. Okay. Going to 91, a different view of kind of looking at through those sticks.
Yeah, and this is about the view that I had. You could see the flesh-colored skin on the right, and the belt and pants, and a black rope attached to it. And you can see the rope coming out from the bottom of the stick pile.
Okay, we're going to go to the next photo, which is 92. Just a close-up of under those sticks.
Yes.
At this point, counsel, I will caution and remind the jurors that obviously at some point these photographs will become more explicit as necessary for the state's case in chief. And I just remind you to observe them for whatever length of time you believe is necessary as a juror to do your job. If anyone needs a pause, we'll be happy to do that. And I know Attorney Brown or other counsel, if they're using any of these photos, will alert you every time the photo is going to change so that if you have diverted your gaze, you'll know to look back to see the next photo. Please continue. Thank you.
Okay. We'll go to the next photo, 93. What are we looking at there?
That's the rope that was attached to the body.
Is the rope in the upper right-hand corner?
No, it's all throughout the picture there. I don't know if you can see it from your angle,
okay.
but
Thank you.
It's all throughout the picture there.
Thank you.
We'll
Kind
go
of
to the
coiled
next
up like a snake.
photo, which is 94. Now, we're briefly going to turn away, but what is that?
That's a garbage can.
And where was that in relation to the torso?
So in relation to, so this is back up closer to the top of the hill. Off to the right, out of picture, would be where the beehive boxes were.
Okay. And that tarp was out there around the time you found the torso? Or that garbage can?
The garbage can was there. The tarp was inside of it.
Excuse me. And then, is this a close-up, exhibit number 95?
Yes.
Okay. Now, moving back, obviously, number 96, we're back to looking at that pile of sticks, correct?
Correct. We're looking at the human torso underneath the pile of sticks.
Was it a considerable pile of debris on top of the torso? If you could describe it any way you could.
You know, it wasn't natural to, it looked like it had been accumulated and placed on top. There wasn't another pile of sticks nearby. Similarly, it was mostly a collection of dead wood that was placed on top.
Okay. The next photo is number 97. Just looking at it from a different angle.
Yeah, and there you can see the belt with the rope tied around the waist.
Okay. So the rope was both off to the side, and you saw it around the waist.
Correct.
Okay. Number 98. What am I looking at there?
You're looking at the torso with, I believe that's going to be the most obvious sign would be like the right shoulder with the arm severed off, the head missing.
Okay. We'll go to the next photo, which is 99. What are we looking at there?
At the upper shoulders of the back of the torso.
We'll go to the next photo, which is 100. What are we looking at there?
You can see the back of the torso. Again, you see the belt and the pants, the rope tied around the waist. You see the back hair is pretty visible.
Okay. Now, I know we're looking at these all at once, but I think you mentioned earlier on the way out to the property, knowing what you had heard, you'd already called Barry Ehrman, who's the director of the medical examiner's office. At some point, other people arrived during this search, right, from the medical examiner's office and things of that sort?
Yes.
Okay. And while we're looking at them all in one group, there was a removal of the debris at some points over the torso, kind of supervised by everyone who was out there, making sure it was done correctly.
Correct.
Okay. So the next photo, we're going to start to see what that looked like maybe after some of the debris was removed, okay? We're going to go to photograph 101. And just describe that if you could for the record.
Again, it's the torso we found, however, all the branches have been removed from the top of it.
Okay. Was that the position it was in after all the branches were removed?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you testified previously that the limbs were severed in the head. A couple different views of that exist in terms of photographs. So we're going to go to exhibit number 102. And is that a different view?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, anatomically, standing, how the body is it facing down? If the head were still present, would it be facing down? Are we looking at that person's back?
Yes, the chest would be toward the ground at this point. Back is facing upward.
Okay. We're going to go to the next photograph, which is 103. And what is that?
That is a defect in the back, which would indicate, at least from the number of times that I've seen it personally, that there was a wound there.
Okay. Consistent with a bullet wound.
Yeah, and I'm going to object at this point as to foundation and expertise.
I'll sustain. I think the description of a defect is appropriate based upon what we have as a foundation.
Sure. We'll hear from the medical examiners later, Detective. But I'm going to go back one photograph to 102. Is that defect present in that photograph as well?
Yes, it is.
And if you could just again, you know how it works with court, we're taking a record. Could you describe physically on the torso where that defect is on that person?
In the center of the back, probably, 8 inches above the belt line.
Okay. So
6 to 8 inches.
Understood. We'll go back to 103, which we've already looked at. We're going to look at the next photograph, which is 104. What are we looking at there?
We're looking at what would be the buttocks of the torso, the belt, and the pants, which appeared to have been cut at the top left of the screen, as well as some red staining along the pants, and the rope again tied around the waist.
And I'll go to number 105. Here we see someone manipulating that clothing. Someone involved in the investigation, obviously.
Yes.
Okay. What are we looking at there?
We're looking at the upper portion of the pants where the what would be just underneath the back of the belt to where the pants meet, that the fabric had began to tear.
Obviously, the torso needed to be removed from the area it was in and taken somewhere else.
Yes.
Okay. That was done by the medical examiner?
Correct.
Doctors came out and helped with that?
Yes.
In the process of doing that, part of what happens is the torso is moved from maybe where it is onto a bag or a sheet, something of that sort, right, for transport?
It would be placed into a sealed, in my experience, every time we've done it, it's always placed into what would be called a body bag. Sometimes different size bags are used, but yeah, it would be to preserve anything that was on it and to transport it.
Okay. And that was done in this case?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show the next exhibit, 106. Is that the beginnings of that process of rolling the torso over and maybe onto a more sterile surface?
Yes.
Okay. And now we're looking at the front of that torso?
Correct.
And I'm going to go to the last exhibit, 107. After the torso was rolled over, something was found underneath it. Black item, correct?
Yeah, you could see it even when the torso, it was sticking out from underneath it. It was a black T-shirt. You can see the many maggots that were crawling around the shirt and around the wounds on the torso.
Okay. Judge, can we shut this off? Thank you. A couple of questions about that. And you said that there were some maggots and things of that sort. Were insects and the natural processes beginning to become a problem for that torso in your observation?
become a problem for the torso?
In terms of the deterioration of the torso, were there insects and things of that sort around?
Well, typically we'll call in a forensic entomologist, but it's part of the decomposition process when any animal or any living tissue is exposed to the elements. Flies will come, they'll lay their eggs. Within a certain amount of time, those eggs will hatch into maggots, and the maggots will feed and begin to consume and continue on with the process of breaking down the body.
We're coming to an end, but fair to say that while you may have been the first one to come upon this, a lot of people ultimately descended on this farm and got involved in the investigation at that point.
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, we're probably going to hear from you again in this case, aren't we?
Probably, I would think so.
Okay. I have no further questions for now for the detective.
Cross-examination.
Nothing for now, thank you.
May the witness be excused but not released.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Detective, thank you. Have a good remainder of your day. Sure. Attorney Brown?
I think it would be a fair place to break for lunch.
I think we can do that. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a little early, but I always think that it's either better to be well before noon or afternoon. But I don't know what your plans will be. It is almost 11:20, and let's plan on being back at about 12:45, so we can start shortly after that. It's a little bit more than an hour, but I want to make sure you have enough time. If something causes you to run late that you run into, we'll be here, we'll wait. Thank you for everything this morning. And again, I remind you, leave what you have seen and heard here. Don't discuss it with anyone or overhear or take part in any discussions or do any steps to research or learn any more information while you're away from the courtroom. And I hope enjoying some time. Thank you.
All right, for the jury.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I am, once again, James Langer, the digital content manager for channel3000.com. We had just listened in this past testimony to one of the detectives who was first on the scene to kind of take a look around the farm where body parts were eventually found. So you might have noticed we kind of cut the video feed there as they were showing some of the more gruesome photos. That's part of an editorial decision our newsroom made, not to show anything too gruesome, just because, you know, somebody may be coming across these live streams not expecting it, and we don't want that kind of showing up on their feed if they're not searching out this content. So we put that little slate up so you guys could still listen in and hear what they were describing. They all went into pretty great detail about what they were describing. So we just made that editorial decision that we didn't need to show that. So if you're wondering why you couldn't see the photos, that would be why. So just to recap, as they head to lunch a little bit early at this point, they're expected to come back at about 12:45. But we just heard from that detective who, like I said, was one of the first people to kind of go through that area after other detectives had talked to the owners of the farm and kind of raised some red flags. And the detective that we just heard from said as he approached the property, he actually already saw vultures circling overhead of the woods, and that was immediately a red flag. He had the medical examiner's office bring out the cadaver dogs, that kind of thing, and he waited for backup essentially before he started going through the woods. So what happened, according to him, is he and his colleagues followed the tire tracks in the really long grass down back in the area where Cress and Dulce had said that they had seen Chandler park the Subaru, and where they had seen the Subaru with the hatchback up. So they pointed out that area to the detectives. They followed it back there to the edge of the woods, and then they started going into the woods. And what they found was a log around some trampled vegetation area. So it looked like somebody had clearly been around there recently. The log had some of the moss scraped off of it, which told them that something was disturbed in the area. And beyond the log, they found a pile of sticks, as the detective described, that wasn't really natural to the the landscape or the vegetation of the area. So it looked like somebody had piled sticks up there. So he approached to see what was there, and he said he got close enough to see what he needed to see. He saw a dismembered human torso under the sticks. So as they kind of circled in on that area, more people came in. They removed the sticks, and they found a dismembered male torso with the pants and belt still on, but the arms and the head cut off. They found it kind of face down on the ground with something in the middle of the back, some sort of wound. The judge won't let the prosecutors say at this point what it is until the medical examiner can come in and kind of confirm. But you can probably draw some conclusions there. At this point, they don't know who it is, but that was the point of the testimony where we got to right before lunch here, where they found that first portion of human remains in the woods, in the farm out in Cottage Grove. If you joined us a little bit late and missed this morning, we heard from both Dulce, who is the mother of Chandler's girlfriend at the time, and her girlfriend, Crescent Lasai, who owns that farm. She goes by Cress. So it was her property where the human remains were found. She, during her testimony, sort of recapped her interactions with Chandler during the 4th of July weekend and the day after, where he somewhat randomly showed up on her doorstep asking to use the pool. She'd said that's the first time he'd ever shown up at the farm without Kat, his girlfriend. He was solo and looked a little off, she said, and he asked if he could go and use the pool. She said sure. Dulce came over. They talked for quite a bit, but when they decided to head down to the pool themselves, they found the pool cover was still on. Nobody had been to the pool. They saw in the distance that Chandler had parked the Subaru sort of close to that wood line. They saw the hatch back up. They went out and investigated. They found nothing in the car, couldn't see Chandler anywhere. So they headed back to the pool, got in themselves. So a little while later, they saw Chandler come walking up that hill. He didn't have a shirt on anymore. He still had his shorts on, but he didn't have his shirt on. He asked to go in the pool, even though there was a bit of an uncomfortable situation where Cress said she was topless, and it was a little weird for him to ask to go in the pool while she was in that condition, but he jumped in anyway. She described him sort of kind of bobbing himself in the water, sort of putting water on himself, sort of like you would when you're in the shower. He said that it was hot and sticky on his walk, and he just needed to cool off a little bit. He got out of the pool pretty quick after that and drove off to go to dinner with his girlfriend. So that's the story that Cress had recounted as well. So, as opposed to the first couple of days of the trial here, where we kind of heard more about the relationship of people with Bart and Krista Halderson, now today we're kind of getting into the details of what investigators found on that day, and where the investigation kind of went into overdrive after that fact. Of note as well, Cress also testified that months later, after all of this, in October, she was cleaning out that shed when she was moving some things around, and behind a stack of boards propped up against a wall, she saw a rifle that she had never seen before. She asked her elderly dad, who's sometimes at the property, if it was his. He had no idea about it. She testified it was the type of rifle that she wouldn't even have either. It's not like a kind of rifle that you would have on a farm. I grew up on a farm. I know my grandpa always had a rifle around for, pests and that kind of thing. It wasn't that kind of rifle, she said. It was something that she said she picked it up and she got sick to her stomach. She called the cops immediately, and they came over and looked at it. But she did find an unknown rifle in the shed, which she said wouldn't have been locked when Chandler was there in July. On cross-examination, the defense attorneys did raise up the fact that she rarely keeps that locked anyway. It's possible that maybe somebody else could have gone in there at any time. It's possible she didn't account for everything in the shed, that she didn't know every little thing that was in there, that sort of thing. So that's what the defense tried to put out there in their cross-examination as well. So yeah, that's kind of the recap of everything that we've seen so far this morning. As I mentioned this morning, as opposed to the first couple of days where testimony were kind of shorter snippets, and it was sort of rapid fire there for a second. I know yesterday there was something like 15 or 16 witnesses called. Today we've only had the 3 in the first morning session. So these are much longer question and answer sessions. There's a lot more evidence being provided, a lot more to go through. And we're kind of getting into those very close details now that we hadn't seen so far at this point, in possibly why the prosecution says it could take several weeks for them to kind of build this case. So with that, I'm going to say again, if you haven't already, go to channel3000.com if you missed any of this, if you're looking to get caught up. We'll have a recap up there later today of the morning session and what we heard then, as well as a recap at the end of the day. So if you have to step away at some point this afternoon and want to know what happened, you can definitely do that. It'll be right at channel3000.com on the front of our homepage. When you go there too, there's that banner at the top of the page. Just click that, and that'll take you to basically the one-stop shop, if you will, of the Halderson trial on channel3000.com. You'll have that live stream. We'll have videos there, articles kind of recapping everything, and all the background of the case there as well. So check that out if you haven't already. In the meantime, we will take that lunch break along with court. So as always, they've taken about an hour. So it'll be about 12:45 Central, the judge said, that they'll come back into session. So we will see you then. In the meantime, head over to channel3000.com for more coverage. We will see you in about an hour, everyone. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. James coming back, digital content manager for channel3000.com. We are just awaiting the jury coming in for the afternoon session after the lunch break. So we will stand by for that right now. I will duck out and see if we are able to stream yet.
Testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, sir.
And with the both case detectives, if you return to the stands, if you're still able and willing to testify without a mask, I won't engage in the question with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So Detective Sims, I assume your name is still spelled the same as yesterday?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So we won't go through that again. In the course of this investigation, were various warrants and subpoenas written?
Yes, they were.
And what is the purpose of a warrant or a subpoena?
Depending on the type, we're looking for records from companies or businesses. For example, cell phone companies, medical records, things of that sort.
Okay. Basically telling them they have to turn over whatever you wrote the subpoena for.
That's correct.
Okay. And were such records written to local healthcare and hospitals in the area?
Yes.
Okay. Specifically for the defendant's records?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 494. What is Exhibit 494?
It is a subpoena and return for the UW health records of Chandler Halderson.
And does that appear to be a true and accurate copy of that subpoena?
Yes, it does.
At this time, I would move Exhibit 494 into evidence.
Any objection?
None.
It is received.
And of course, a lot of it is just legal mumbo jumbo, but I have noted with a pink tab there a paragraph. It's on page 1347 of Discovery for Counsel. Would you just read to the jury this paragraph, what specifically UW Health was court ordered to provide your office with?
Sure. Certified copies of medical records pertaining to Chandler M. Halderson, male white, date of birth 3/15/1998. More specifically, a complete copy of the official medical records to include outpatient notes, all discharge summaries, all pathology reports, and all clinic summaries, X-ray, EKG, and lab reports collected and created by UW Health pertaining to the Halderson's examination on or around June 17th, 2021, and any follow-up treatment as a result of a head injury.
All right. So you asked for the records for that day that he went into the ER, but also for any follow-up appointments.
That's correct.
Did you receive records from UW Health for the day he was seen at the ER?
Yes, we did.
Did you receive any records for any follow-up appointments?
We did not.
Okay. But they were court ordered to provide them had any follow-up appointments occurred?
That's correct.
I'm now going to show you what has been marked as Exhibits 492 and 493. What are those two exhibits? What is 492 first?
492 is a document from UW Health, including a certification of medical records from CIOX Health, and it is the health records from UW in regards to patient Chandler M. Halderson for treatment he received on June 17th, 2021.
And does that appear to be a true and accurate copy of what you received from UW Health in response to your court order?
Yes, it does.
And what is document 493?
493 is a CIOX Health certification of medical records for Chandler Halderson, certifying the records that we received. CIOX Health is a records management company that manages the records for UW.
So they are the ones who receive the subpoenas, and they output or answer the subpoenas and send you the court-ordered records.
That's correct.
At this time, I would move exhibits 493 and 492 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are received.
And I'm, of course, not going to put these on the overhead because they're very small print, but I am going to ask on page 1207 or page 10 of the medical records, I'm going to ask that you just read this paragraph for the jury.
And which exhibit number
I'm
is
sorry, that is on 492.
Thank you.
Sure. On arrival, the patient presented as above and was promptly evaluated by this provider. VS, Victor Sam, were reviewed, which were reassuring. Exam notable for midline C2, C3 tenderness to palpation. Patient was promptly provided a cervical collar. Obtain CT, head and CT cervical spine, both of which were negative. Given the patient remains with midline cervical spine tenderness, palpation was placed in a PMT, Paul, Mary, Tom, collar. Patient likely suffered a mild concussion. We did discuss signs or symptoms that would warrant immediate return to the emergency department, for which patient verbalized understanding. Patient was provided concussion protocol for home, in addition to prescription for Zofran for nausea. Patient and patient's father were in agreement with treatment plan, was subsequently discharged home, stable condition with neurosurgical follow-up in 4 to 6 weeks for repeat evaluation of his cervical spine.
All right. I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Cross-examination?
Detective Sims, as far as a subpoena goes, that was directly to UW Hospital, correct?
Can I look at the document again? It was UW Health. There's just multiple hospitals, UW hospitals and clinics.
And let me ask a better question.
Sure.
No other subpoenas to any other hospitals in Madison were sent out, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No.
Detective, thank you. You may return to your seat.
State calls Dr. Lomier to the stand. Just want to go to the gentleman in the gray jacket.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I take it from your title you work in healthcare. If your preference is, and if you believe you should, remain masked while testifying, I have no problem with that. If you believe you can safely and responsibly not wear your mask and testify, I leave you that choice.
Yes, sir. I'm comfortable removing it if that's the court's preference.
That is the preference, and that would be wonderful. Thank you.
I'm also going to ask that you move that mic a little closer.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Could you please state both your first and last name and spell them for the record?
Absolutely. My name is Michael, M-I-C-H-A-E-L, Lomier, L-O-H-M-E-I-E-R.
How are you employed?
I'm an emergency physician at the University of Wisconsin Hospital and Clinics.
Were you employed as such in June of 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're an ER physician, so you have a MD?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. And I assume as an ER physician, you see lots of patients.
Yes, that's correct.
And I assume you do not remember all the details of every visit.
Unfortunately, no.
Okay. So I believe it might even still be up there. No. Are they at the table? Yep. Oh, I'm sorry. So, doctor, would it assist you to have a certified medical record of the visit with the patient we're going to discuss today in order to testify?
Yes, thank you.
And I'm also going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 491. How would you identify Exhibit 491?
This looks like my CV, my curriculum vitae.
All right, and for people that aren't in the science or academia, is that a fancy way to say resume?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. And that includes all your training?
That's
including
correct.
Where you went to med school, other trainings you have participated in?
That's correct.
Move Exhibit 491 into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
So on June 17th of 2021, did you in fact see a patient named Chandler Halderson?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Do you have any independent, before you look at the certified medical record, do you have any independent recollection of that visit?
Prior to being contacted by the subpoena, I did not have any recollection of the visit, no.
Okay. So feel free to review and to look at the certified medical record. I think it's helpful for the court just to know if you're looking at the record when you are.
Sure.
So do you know about what time of day you saw Mr. Halderson on June 17th?
I believe it was around noon.
Okay. And what symptoms did he report, or where did he report to?
I don't think I understand. Where did he report?
I'm sorry. You work for the UW system. There's more than one UW hospital in
Yes, ma'am.
Madison, right?
Yes. That day I was working out at the emergency department at the UW hospital at the American Center, also known as TAC.
Okay, and that's way out on the east side.
East side, correct.
And did Mr. Halderson present there in the ER?
Yes, that's correct. He self-presented.
Okay, and had you met him before this day?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. What symptoms did he present with?
I believe he was complaining of some pain to his head and his right ribs after a reported fall down some stairs.
So what did you do in your treatment?
In the emergency department, we have an attending physician who's responsible for all patients that present to the ED. We also have a team of physician assistants who we work with. At that time, my physician assistant went and evaluated the patient first. He came up with a treatment plan. We discussed it. I evaluated the patient afterwards and agreed on the plan, and then got some imaging.
Okay. What imaging did you get?
We got a CT scan, a CAT scan of his head and his C-spine, his cervical spine.
And what, if anything, did that imaging reveal?
Those images were reported as being negative without abnormality.
Did you perform any other tests?
So he had a physical exam during which the PA and I both did an abbreviated physical exam looking for any signs of injury. We did discuss with the patient a potential x-ray of his ribs because he was having some right-sided chest tenderness. At that time, the patient declined the additional imaging, and I think at about that time we closed the encounter.
Did you run any other sort of tests, such as blood tests or anything like that?
I would need to refer back. I don't recall.
Yeah, and I didn't mean that as a trick question in any way.
Yes, ma'am. This looks different than the one we usually have. Typically, we will get some screening blood work on patients as well. I don't have that information in the front of my mind. I'll have to review here quickly.
Well, actually, let me just ask perhaps a more precise question. When somebody comes in and self-reports a fall, maybe has some bruising, is there any test that you can do to determine, yes, they have a concussion?
No, ma'am. Unfortunately, a concussion is a clinical diagnosis. It's usually a rule out by testing for other conditions such as skull fractures, bleeding around the brain, things of that nature. When we don't find those, there's not really a good blood test or an imaging test that definitively diagnoses a concussion.
So if I showed up in your ER today and told you, I fell, my head hurts, I hit my head, would I be diagnosed with a concussion?
A head injury alone is typically not enough to get a diagnosis of concussion. Usually there are some symptoms that go along with it. I have photophobia, so bright lights bother me, loud noises bother me. Looking at a computer screen or a television is difficult. Sometimes people will complain of difficulty concentrating, nausea, some of those symptoms. So generally it is the combination of a head strike with some other clinical symptoms or complaints that will give a diagnosis of a concussion.
And those symptoms, again, are self-report symptoms.
That's correct.
They're not symptoms that you can actually look at cells or look at imaging and say, yep, you have nausea.
That's correct.
Okay. And what was after you did the imaging, what was sort of the take-home plan or continued care plan for Mr. Halderson?
The take-home plan was conservative management. So we generally have patients with mild to moderate concussions managed with Tylenol, ibuprofen, over-the-counter meds. Occasionally we'll give a prescription for an antiemetic or an anti-nausea medication so that they can drink plenty of fluids and stay well hydrated. I believe for this case, the patient had some residual neck pain, so he was given a collar to go home with for support with instruction to follow up with his primary care physician and with the spine team that was on call.
Is it unusual for you to hand out a neck brace or a neck collar with somebody who says, hey, my neck is hurting?
No, ma'am. It is not unusual at all.
Okay. And you said diagnosis of a mild or moderate concussion. What, in this case, did you diagnose Mr. Halderson with?
I believe he was diagnosed as having a mild concussion, and I believe in the notes it reported him as having just a CHI, a closed head injury, so a nonspecific diagnosis.
Did you, in his presentation to you, did he state whether or not he had taken anything for the pain he was experiencing?
I do not recall that information off the top of my head. I would have to review the notes.
Do you mind reviewing the notes?
Sure. So I do not have that information in my addendum at the bottom. He may have reported that information to either the nurse or the PA who saw him, but I did not personally take any of that information.
Okay, thank you. And you said you had provided a neck collar. What instructions, if any, did you give him concerning that neck collar?
Yes, ma'am. So when we have someone with persistent pain but negative imaging, they go home with what's called a PMT collar. It's a soft collar that gives support to the head and the neck. And in general, they're instructed to follow up with their primary care physician and a spine physician if they're continuing to have pain or symptoms, generally in the 4 to 6 week period. I will say that many times patients have improvement of their symptoms before, so they'll self-remove their collars and they may or may not present later for follow-up.
At any point, did you give Mr. Halderson directions that he had to wear it for a certain amount of time?
I did not specifically give him that information, no.
Okay. At any point in time during your visit with Mr. Halderson, did you tell him he was going to experience paralysis?
No, ma'am.
At any point during your time with Mr. Halderson, did you tell him that he had a brain bleed?
No, ma'am.
At any point during your appointment with Mr. Halderson, did you at any point tell him that he had a brain aneurysm?
No, ma'am.
At any point did you tell him that he had nerve damage?
I don't believe so. No, ma'am.
At any point did you tell him he had a spinal injury?
No, I don't believe so.
At any point did you advise him that he should not fly in an airplane?
No, ma'am.
At any point did you tell him that he should not drive?
I don't believe so. No.
At any point did you ever say that he shouldn't drive long distances?
No, ma'am.
At any point did you tell him that he had a hematoma in his brain?
No, ma'am, I did not.
At any point did you tell him that he would have an inability to use his legs in a normal manner?
No, ma'am.
At any point did you tell him, because of his mild concussion, that he was going to have a colostomy bag?
No, ma'am.
And just to be clear, that's a bag for poop.
That's correct.
At any point in time, did you have to drill a hole into his head?
No, ma'am.
At any point in time, did you tell him that he was going to have surgery where a hole would be drilled in his head?
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, doctor.
Hello.
I don't have a lapel mic, so I'm just going to stay seated, if that's okay with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you did diagnose Chandler Halderson with a mild concussion, right?
That's correct.
And you can diagnose someone with a concussion even though the imaging didn't show any abnormalities, correct?
That's correct.
When you diagnose someone with a concussion close in time to when the injury or the hit to the brain happens, symptoms can either improve or get worse after that moment in time, correct?
That's correct.
So when they leave the ER, sometimes people get better, sometimes people experience ongoing or more symptoms, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when Mr. Halderson was leaving the ER, he was given a sheet of instructions of things to watch for, correct?
I believe so, yes.
On that sheet would have been things such as blurred vision, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Increasing pain in the head, increasing headaches, correct?
Yes.
Weakness in his extremities, correct?
Yes.
And you wouldn't know whether these things actually happened or not unless the patient reports back to you, correct?
That is correct.
But he would be told to be on alert for these things if they happened, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And to generally rest and avoid stimulation in order to improve his concussion symptoms, correct?
That is correct.
Things like avoid bright lights, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Screens,
Yes.
video games, things like that, correct?
That's correct.
And really, one of the treatments for a concussion is just to sit in a, darkened room and really not do anything with your brain, correct?
Rest is generally one of the recommendations, yes.
Now, as a result of his visit, you did prescribe him some medication, correct?
That is correct.
For nausea?
Yes.
And what was that?
It's a medication called ondansetron. It's also known as Zofran. It's an anti-nausea medication.
He had reported feeling like he was going to throw up, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And that's why you would prescribe him that medication.
Yes, ma'am. It's also to help prevent dehydration. So sometimes people will get dehydrated, their headache will get worse. And so we like them to stay hydrated. So sometimes it's a preventative measure as well.
And just to be clear, when someone reports that they have a headache, as Ms. Raymond asked you, there's no blood test or something like that that can confirm what the person is telling you, right?
I don't believe so, no.
Now, when he presented in the ER that day, I wanted to ask you what this means. Patient remains with midline cervical spine tenderness palpation. What do those words mean?
So as part of the physical exam, when we are examining a patient, we will actually press on the spinous process over the middle of their neck. He had tenderness on presentation, which was a big part of the reason why we got the CT scan to begin with. And on reassessment after the negative imaging, we reassessed the patient. He still had persistent pain in the midline there, which is not a direct indicator of an injury, but it does say we should keep the collar on for safety.
And when he left with the collar that day, you testified that there was no set time he was supposed to wear the collar, or you didn't give him a set number of days to wear the collar. Is that right?
I don't believe so, no. The instructions were to follow up with his primary care physician and with our spine doctor.
And that was in 4 to 6 weeks?
Generally, that's the time frame that they recommend. I can't recall specifically for this case, but I generally encourage patients to call if they're continuing to have any symptoms after they go home.
That's it, thank you.
Redirect.
Just a couple quick questions. Doctor, with self-report symptoms such as nausea or headache, is the information you receive from the patient only as good as the accuracy or honesty of that information?
I'm not sure that I totally follow the question.
Sure. If a patient lies to you and says, my arm hurts or my head hurts, is that information useful to you if it is in fact a lie?
I tend to take my patients at their word. I think that if I get into trying to second guess them, it gets to be, my job gets too complicated. So when patients present symptoms, I generally take them, unless I have something to prove or disprove, I take them at their word.
Sure. But my question is not how you interpret the information. As far as scientifically or medically accurate, is it only valuable in as much as it is true?
Yes, I assume that it's true, and that's how it's medically relevant.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
May the doctor be excused and released?
Yes.
Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Thank you.
You're excused from your subpoena and released from the same.
Okay.
Good rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The state calls Catherine Melander.
Oh, I'll take those. Thank you.
Great. You're going to go with that gentleman in the gray coat right there. Doctor? Take her.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Good morning. Well, good afternoon, sorry. Ms. Melander, first, let me ask you, because I was preoccupied, I didn't hear, did you verbally answer yes to the oath?
Yes.
Thank you. Secondly, are you in a position where you believe you can safely and responsibly testify without wearing a mask?
No.
You need to wear your mask in order to believe you can protect yourself from the virus and
Yes.
safety concerns. All right, then I won't force you I won't force you to take off your mask if you believe that is true.
Thank you.
All right.
You work in the healthcare field, do you not?
I do.
Okay.
Okay.
Could you please state and spell your name for us?
Catherine Melander, Cathryn, Melander, Mellender.
And ask you to grab the base of the microphone and pull it really close, because the fans are on. That creates a level of noise. Your voice is on the softer side, and you have a mask, so being up really close to it will make sure we can all hear. Thank you. Go right ahead.
You go by Kat, correct?
Correct.
Can I call you Kat today?
Yes, please.
Okay. Kat, how old are you?
I'm 21 years of age.
And do you live here in the Madison area?
I do live in the Madison area.
Okay. And do you know someone named Chandler Halderson?
I do.
How do you know Chandler?
We were in a relationship.
Okay. At this point, something's going to happen. The judge is going to ask everyone out here to lower their mask, and I'm going to ask you if you see Chandler in the courtroom. It's one of the strange things we're going to do. So the judge will go.
Don't say anything until everybody has remasked. If everyone can lower their masks for a count of 3, 1, everybody within the courtroom, except in the jury box, 1, 2, 3, replace your masks.
Is Chandler in the room here today?
Yes.
Can you tell me where he's sitting and describe what he's wearing?
He's over there with a blue tie and a blazer.
I'd ask the record to reflect identification of the defendant.
It shall, thank you.
When did you first begin your relationship with Chandler?
In August 2019.
And how did you meet?
We met through a friend.
What was Chandler, what was going on in his life when you first met? What was he doing with his life?
He was attending college. He was living at home and preparing to move into an apartment. Dog sitting quite often.
And where were you in life? What were you up to when you first met back in 2019?
When I first met Chandler, I was going to school as well, part of Student Senate, doing shows in the theater department.
What types of things did you and Chandler do in your relationship? Did you go on a lot of dates together?
Yeah, we would grab dinners, have movie dates, just sit at home and watch movies, go on walks quite often, play with the dogs. That was a big thing. We loved playing Frisbee with the dogs. Start shows together.
Sure. Around 2019 and 2020, and then obviously into this year a little bit, or into last year, 2021, how would you and Chandler communicate with each other? Just by calling each other, or were there other things too?
We would talk on Snapchat, text, FaceTime, and call quite often.
Okay. Would you also, so it's text, Snapchat, call, FaceTime?
Mm-hmm.
Would sometimes you start communicating about a subject on one and then switch to another and then switch back?
Yes.
Fair to say you communicated or you texted a lot with Chandler?
Yes.
And you've seen in this case, probably at some point, printouts of even just a couple of days of your text messages, which are hundreds of pages long, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any sort of relationship with Chandler's family?
Yes.
Let's start with his brother, Mitchell. Did you know Mitchell?
I did know Mitchell.
Tell me about your relationship with Mitchell.
I would hang out with him at the family events, be it like a dinner or for the holidays. We had a game night at his home once with Caitlin and Chandler and myself. Usually see him during family events.
What about, let's start with Bart. Did you have a relationship, or how did you know Bart Halderson?
I knew Mr. Halderson through Chandler. I would be at their home quite often, and he would show me fishing tips, or if I was cooking, him and Mrs. Halderson would be in the kitchen, and we would have game nights quite often. And we would also play Mario Kart together a lot.
Okay.
I have a handkerchief.
What about Krista? Could you tell me about your relationship with Krista Halderson?
Mrs. Halderson and I, we would text often about what we're doing in our lives and talk about the dogs and Chandler, and we would talk about recipes and food we want to try, and if I was cooking them something from my culture, she would always be excited, and we'd talk about it and always talk about game nights and wanting to do a girls' trip to Disneyland together with her, I, and Caitlin.
You texted often with Miss Halderson?
Yes, I did.
Positive relationship, a good relationship?
Yeah,
Did you like her?
I did like Miss Halderson a lot.
Did you like Mr. Halderson?
Yes, I did.
You were over at the Halderson home quite a bit?
Very often, yes.
And that's over in Windsor, Oak Springs Circle?
Yes.
I'm going to object to leading.
I'm sorry, I didn't use my one.
That's fine. I'll sure. Whereabouts?
Leading questions.
We'll withdraw the question and I'll ask it again. Whereabouts did the Haldersons live?
They lived in Windsor. Past that big church. I don't know the road of it, but it was past a big church right by a pond.
When you were over at the house, did you mostly stick in one spot, or did you kind of treat it like your own home, go wherever you needed to go?
I would go wherever I needed to go within reason.
Back in June of this year, just before maybe everything that we're going to talk about happened, were you over at the Halderson home and had an occasion to maybe go in the basement?
Yes.
Why did you go in the basement while you were over there?
I went into the basement to grab ice cream and soda to make root beer floats with Mr. and Mrs. Halderson in Chandler.
And this is sometime in, when is it?
June.
And why were you going to the basement to grab those items? Where were they? They were in the basement?
They were in the basement in the freezer.
Okay. The Haldersons had a freezer in the basement?
2. There's leading questions going on.
I'll sustain. Go ahead and phrase carefully.
Tell me about what freezers the Haldersons had.
They had a chest freezer and then a tall one, kind of like a fridge, but it was just a freezer.
And did you have an occasion ever to go in the chest freezer?
Yes.
And what types of things were in there?
Mostly fish, specifically salmon, veggies. Sometimes they'd keep ice bags in there.
Was it full?
Yes.
The other freezer, did you have occasions to go in that on occasion?
Just once.
Okay. And was it being used in full?
Yes.
Is there a screen on in front of you right now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you Exhibit 21 has been received into evidence in this case. I think we went too far, Judge. There was a happy medium there in the second.
No, that's what we discussed. Is the Elmo on fully? It's the light.
There we go. There's a little bit of a glare on that, but is that look to be the Halderson's basement or something else?
Yes, it's the Halderson basement.
And that chest freezer that's open right there, is that the chest freezer that you had been in previously?
Yes.
And was it full when you saw it in June?
Yes.
Was it sitting like that open when you saw it last?
No.
Was it in that general location when you saw it last?
Yes.
In your relationship with Chandler, was there a lot of discussion about money?
Yes.
Was it important to you that whoever you were dating have a job or be going to school or something?
Yes.
Can you tell me why that would be important?
Just think being self-sufficient. Okay. It's either in school or working.
As far as you knew, in 2020 and this year even, 2021, let's say the spring of last year, was Chandler going to school?
Yes.
Did he talk about that with you?
Yes.
What did you know about where Chandler was going to school and what he was doing?
He was taking classes online through MATC for UW, and it was for an IT degree.
Would Chandler talk a lot about school with you?
Often.
What kind of things would you talk about?
When we'd have tests or homework that we were doing.
Going into in this year, did he ever show you any sort of like work he was doing for school, any projects, things like that?
He showed me some coding he was doing once.
For a class? You said he was going online. Did Chandler ever physically go there as far as you knew? For a class?
I don't remember.
this spring going into the summer, prior to everything happening, did you believe Chandler was going to MATC?
Yes.
Did you ever see his grades? Did he ever share his grades with you or transcripts or anything like that?
No, he didn't show me.
Do you know how close he was to graduating?
One class away, I believed.
Did you and Chandler ever talk about him working with the police at all, with scuba diving or anything like that?
With the DNR.
Sure. Tell me about that.
He told me he would scuba dive for the DNR and then sometimes help out the police through the DNR.
Did he say what he would do for them, like specifically?
Scuba diving, look in the lakes for stuff.
Was this like a job or a volunteer thing? What was your understanding from Chandler?
I believe it was a job.
And did he have this throughout the time you were dating?
During the summer.
Were there ever times where Chandler would go to that job, as far as you knew, or need to schedule time to be there?
Yes.
How would that come up?
He would just tell me he had to be on call days and we couldn't hang out those days, or he would only have select time to hang out or else he'd be on call.
So there'd be times you couldn't hang out because he would say he was on call?
Mm-hmm.
How often would that come up in your relationship?
I don't remember.
But it came up?
It did.
Okay. Did you ever see Chandler with any sort of scuba diving equipment, oxygen tanks, those flippers that people put on, anything like that?
No.
Did you believe he worked at this dive team job back
Yes.
at that time?
Yes.
At some points in the past year and a half or so, did Chandler get a job with American Family Insurance?
Yes.
And what did Chandler tell you about that, or what did you know about what he was doing?
That it was an internship to help graduate through school, and he'd be doing stuff with solar panels and laying up plans for companies, going through American Family and such.
Okay. So it was an internship. Was it eventually a job or something else, like where he got paid?
A paid internship, I believe.
Okay. Did he ever show you any of his work that he was working on?
He showed me a plan on a whiteboard that he was drawing up.
When you say a whiteboard, what do you mean by that?
Like a whiteboard that you hang up in your home or see in school.
Okay. And what was on that whiteboard that he was showing you, if you remember?
A building and where they wanted to place the solar panels and how it was by a highway, so it would be a safety hazard for the direction they want to point it in because of the angle of the sun could be blinding the drivers.
Did you seem excited about this project when he was talking to you about it?
Yes.
Okay. Did Chandler have any issues with pay at American Family Insurance and getting his paychecks?
Yes.
Tell me what you know about that from Chandler.
That there was something going on with who American Family would go through for payment, that it just, the check went to the wrong address and then it had to be canceled, and then he tried setting up for direct deposit and something happened with that, and then the amount that they had to pay him was too much, so they didn't believe they owed someone that amount of money, and then it just wasn't getting to him.
Because of this issue or maybe others, were there times in your relationship where it didn't seem like Chandler had a lot of money?
Yes.
When you all went out to get food or something along those lines, would it be more common for you to pay or for him to pay, or how would that work?
For me to pay.
Yeah. Sure. 1 second. I'll tell you before. Yeah. You might not have some specific dates, and that's totally okay, but do you know approximately kind of the time period Chandler was working at American Family Insurance?
Believe January until the spring.
Okay. Kind of the same question as before with MATC when I asked you about transcripts. Regarding American Family Insurance, did you ever see any documents, pay stubs, contracts, HR stuff, anything with like the logo of American Family kind of around Chandler or in his bedroom or anything like that?
I did not.
And in that time period you were dating, 2020 and 2021, while he said he had this job, did you believe he was working at American Family Insurance?
Yes, I did.
At some point going into 2021, so just last year before the summer, did it appear that Chandler had gotten a new job or was in the process of getting a new job?
Yes.
And where was that job at?
The company or the location?
What was the company?
SpaceX.
Okay. So what's going to happen now is the attorneys and I are going to talk to the judge for 1 second. So some weird white noise is going to come on. It'd be a good second to take a drink of water if you want, but it's going to be about 1 minute, okay? How did you first learn that Chandler was going to work at SpaceX?
He mentioned it while we were on a call.
Did he have an interview?
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you what's been marked as this case, in this case as Exhibit 506. But I want you to look at that for a second and just quickly, you'll notice we've redacted some things. We've redacted, you've seen this type of exhibit before, correct?
Correct.
And we've redacted your phone number out of this, have we not?
Yes.
Okay. Chandler's saved in your phone as kind of a name. What is that name?
Hubby.
And that's just something you would call him?
Yes.
Okay. But are these messages with Chandler and you, looks like back in May of this year?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the first one that Chandler says?
I have a good feeling about SpaceX.
Okay. I'll move 506 into evidence.
Any objection?
Subject to what was said on the record, no.
It is
They
received.
come on that screen, okay? So we're going to talk about some of them. Just real quick, because it's the first one that we're going to do that looks like this. Your phone was taken by the police and downloaded in the course of this investigation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we're going to try to get the lighting just right, and that might be the trick right there. So in the blue here, that's Chandler, correct?
Correct.
I have a good feeling about SpaceX, and if we're looking at it, the date on these messages is down there. It's also right there, but this one I'll read out loud just because it's a bit hard to see. We're at the 23rd of May of 2020. You say, I'm proud of you. What does Chandler say there?
Thanks. I hope I get a job.
And you say, me too. In general, were you hoping Chandler got this job?
Yes.
Why?
He seemed excited about it. A lot of pay.
A lot of pay? Did Chandler ever tell you how much money he'd be making at SpaceX?
Around 800,000.
800,000?
Sorry, I apologize. 80,000.
80,000? Okay. So after you say, me too, we're still on the 23rd, he says, I'll be happy. And you respond, I'll be very happy for you too. You'll get the money you want, the job you want, right? You were happy for him.
Correct.
You talked a little bit, and we're going to flip through some of these that maybe aren't super relevant. As we talked about, you texted a lot. But you're talking about the location and the money, and Chandler says, can you read that one for us?
But I'll be happy with money.
And you say maybe they'll transfer you in a couple years. Was there any discussion about that around that time?
Yes.
And what was that discussion about, maybe transferring or where this job was?
The job was in Florida.
Okay. And that would take you to Florida as well?
Correct.
Okay. Was it your intention to move with Chandler?
Yes.
And on May 24th, he sends you this message. What does it say?
I have a follow-up interview for Florida tomorrow.
And as that kind of approached, on the 25th now of May, you're saying, tell me, kind of in an exaggerated fashion, but just tell me what's going on?
Yes.
And what does Chandler say?
Shoot, sorry, I got the job.
And you say, congratulations. You have a discussion about the job in general, and eventually Chandler, the same day, the 25th, what does he say to you?
I have training next week over the computer, and I leave June 11th and start on June 14th.
You and Chandler discuss, perhaps, I think you said that you were going to move with him eventually, right?
Correct.
Was it going to be right away, or were you going to wait a couple weeks?
Wait a couple weeks.
Okay. And what does Chandler text you on the 25th?
I'll come back every other weekend, hon.
And what else?
And I can send you money till your lease is up and you move in with me.
The text messages that day end with Chandler sending you a couple messages. Can you read the first one?
If you're positive you want to be with me for the long run.
Was that in relation to you moving with him?
Yes.
And he says, what last?
Because if you're not, then I don't think you should.
Did the topic of you and Chandler moving to Florida, is that like something you talked about a lot?
Yes.
Were you excited about that?
Yes.
Did you tell your family?
Yes.
Did you tell your friends?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked in this case. Exhibit number 507. Can you tell me what that is?
A screenshot of a SpaceX location in Florida.
And was this taken off your phone?
Yes.
Why'd you take that screenshot?
I was curious about the location of the company.
Okay. What's exhibit number 508?
A screenshot from Zillow of homes in Titusville, Florida.
Okay. And it's a screenshot, but there's something else in that screenshot in the top right corner. What is that?
Chandler?
How does this happen? This is on your phone, you're taking a screenshot?
Yes.
Are you FaceTiming at this time?
Yes.
And are you looking up, what are you looking up there?
Homes for sale.
In Titusville, Florida?
Yes.
I'll show you, it's been marked as exhibit 509. What's that?
A pool.
And was this another one of the homes you were looking up?
Yes.
When you took these screenshots, when you were FaceTiming with your boyfriend at the time, did you believe that you were possibly going to be moving to Florida and maybe buying a home or renting an apartment, things of that sort?
Yes.
Fair to say these homes you were looking up weren't cheap either.
No.
Did you think you'd be having some money available to you?
Yes.
All right, I'll move 507, 508, 509 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
They are received. They may be published.
Just briefly, this is exhibit number 507. I just showed you. This is what we were talking about when we said that you took a screenshot of just where SpaceX was?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know prior to Chandler talking about it that they had a location in Florida?
No.
Okay. Exhibit number 508. We're looking at a $699,000 home in Florida. And you're kind of on the phone with Chandler. And is this what a FaceTime looks like when you're kind of browsing other apps while you're on FaceTime?
Yes.
And so is that Chandler in the top right?
Yes.
Were you talking to him about this at the time?
Yes.
Okay. Now showing you exhibit 509. Here we're looking at a pool of another home. Is that Chandler in the top right?
Yes.
And same thing, you were talking to him about moving to Florida?
Yes.
What kind of conversations did you personally have? Not what other people said, but what were you telling your family, your mom, your brother about the plan?
Chandler would move down to Florida and start working. I would go at the end of August after my lease ended. And I celebrated my birthday in Madison. And Titusville isn't too far from where Disneyland is. And I was looking at pharmacy schools in Florida as well.
Did you talk to your friends about this plan?
Yes.
Was there any discussion of transportation or cars or things like that once you got down to Florida?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Chandler had a car lined up for when he got down there already, and I was going to drive my car down.
Did you ever invite your friends that were close to you and say, like, hey, you can come down and visit when we're down there?
Yes.
What kind of things did you talk to them about doing?
Going to Disneyland, Universal Studios, going fishing.
I think we saw in one of those prior texts that the SpaceX job was supposed to begin mid-June. Was that your understanding of the timing?
Yes.
Around the time it was supposed to start, did something happen that caused a delay?
Yes.
What happened?
Mitch went to the hospital.
Chandler's brother?
Mm-hmm.
And he's testified and told everyone kind of about it. But in general, what was your understanding of what was going on?
his sugar levels were very high and he had to be there for a couple days.
What did Chandler, did he tell you anything about whether that was going to delay SpaceX, or what the relationship between those two things are, Mitchell's illness and SpaceX?
He didn't want to leave while Mitch was ill.
Mitch was in the hospital for a couple days?
Yes.
At that point, did Chandler tell you, or did you know of any time he was supposed to now start SpaceX?
I don't remember.
Okay. Was it delayed?
Yes.
After Mitchell's hospitalization, did anything else happen that caused the delay in SpaceX?
I ended up going to the urgent care as well, and then Chandler fell.
Okay. Chandler was in the hospital?
Yes.
What did you know about Chandler falling?
He was running and slipped down the stairs and then fell pretty hard and hit his head.
Did Chandler talk to you about his injury?
Yes.
What kind of symptoms was he reporting that he was feeling after that fall?
Tingles in his legs, sensitivity to light, severe headaches, weakness.
Was Chandler able to physically do normal things around that time?
No.
What do you mean by that?
He had a hard time lifting things and quite often would get lightheaded.
Could he carry heavy things from what you observed or knew?
No.
Could he drive long distances, things of that sort?
No.
Was he able to travel?
No.
Why do you know that, or why do you say that?
Because of a head injury and wearing the neck brace.
I'm going to show you a couple exhibits marked 511. Tell me what 511 is.
Chandler in the emergency room.
Okay. And he's kind of got his hat over his head there.
Yes.
Who sent you? Did you see this photo eventually?
Yes.
How'd you get that photo?
It was sent to me.
Do you know who sent it to you?
I believe it was Chandler or his mother.
Okay. What's 512?
Chandler with Mr. Halderson and Mitch during the Father's Day brunch.
Okay. He's wearing the collar there?
Yes.
513, another photo of Chandler in the collar?
Yes.
All right, move 511, 12, and 13 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is, they are received. They may be published.
Thank you, Judge. Just so we're all looking at the same thing, you said this is a photograph that was sent to you, Chandler, in the hospital, 511? Correct?
Correct.
Sorry, we got to do it twice, kind of, that's how it works. 512, photograph of, that's Chandler on the left side, correct?
Correct.
And then in the middle, is that Mr. Halderson?
Correct.
And on the right, is that Mitchell?
Correct.
And that's, where is that photo taken, do you know?
In the living room by the kitchen.
Okay. In 513, another photograph of Chandler wearing that neck brace?
Correct.
What were you aware of in terms of like what the prognosis was for his injuries? Like what was going to happen to him or what was going on?
He had a concussion, light sensitivity, and tingling in his legs.
Was it going to get better?
I guess at this point I'm going to object. I need you to use the microphone.
I'll withdraw the question, the defense object. Did Chandler tell you if he was going to get better or the symptoms were improving around that time?
No.
Was there any discussion about how the concussion and the injury was going to affect SpaceX?
He wouldn't be able to travel down there.
Tell me about anything you remember about that type of discussion.
Can you be more specific, please?
Yeah. What did Chandler specifically tell you about why he couldn't travel?
Because he was wearing the neck brace and he had a concussion, so he shouldn't be flying.
Same question as before about American Family and MATC. Did you ever see anything around Chandler's room, on his phone, any documents, records with the SpaceX or Tesla logo or anything like that?
No.
Talked a little bit about houses and things of that sort. Were you aware at any point if Chandler had rented an apartment?
Yes.
And tell me about that.
It was a 2-bedroom apartment, and he put a down payment for it. And there's a little dog park, so I could bring my dog Chewbacca down.
Okay. How did you know about this apartment?
Chandler sent me a link.
Did he tell you whether he was just looking at it or if he had actually rented it?
That he rented it.
Did you yourself see a lease of any sort?
No.
Did you ever sign a lease?
No.
Is your only connection with this apartment is looking at the listing that was sent to you?
Correct.
We're going to start talking about events starting on June 30th and kind of all the way through July 8th at this point. And I think I'm going to let some of your messages guide our conversation, so I'm going to be walking back and forth quite a bit. But I'm going to show you what's been marked in this case as exhibit number 514. Just briefly, could you just page through that and tell us kind of what dates these text messages are from?
They're all on June 30th.
June 30th of 2021, right?
Correct.
All right. And these are the messages between you and Chandler?
Correct.
I'll move 514 into evidence.
Any objection?
I'll bring up the same objection from the sidebar, but otherwise, no.
All right. And based upon the same ruling, they are received and they may be shown.
I'm going to start showing them, and I'm going to ask for some context because we're picking up, obviously, in the middle of thousands of pages of messages, maybe. But the first message is a message from you. To be honest, it's getting to the point where I want to text your mom directly. What was this about on June 30th, 3:18 in the afternoon?
About him being grounded and not being able to see me or hang out.
What was your understanding at that time of what was going on from Chandler? What did he tell you? He was grounded?
Yes.
Okay. Were you wanting to see him?
Yes.
And what did he tell you about whether he could see you or not?
He couldn't.
Because of what?
Because I wasn't allowed over.
You communicated with Krista a lot, right?
Yes.
When you say that, was Chandler telling you that, or did you actually hear that from Krista or Bart?
From Chandler.
Okay. And you say, it's getting to the point where I want to text your mom directly. And Chandler says, can you read that for me?
It's fine, B. That'll only piss them off more.
And what does he say?
This weekend will be great.
That weekend was the 4th of July weekend coming up, right?
Correct.
You say, now we're still June 30th, we're about 3:19 in the afternoon. You say, okay. And he says what?
Thanks, though.
And then on June 30th, you send this message next. What does that say?
We're not going to the cabin, right?
So in the realm of messages, where the cabin, the first time the jury's seen that, how did this come up, or what was going on where you sent this message?
I was under the impression that Mr. and Mrs. Halderson were going up to the cabin for the 4th of July weekend.
Was that conversations or like over the phone or in person you'd had with Chandler, or was that?
Over the phone.
Okay. and you ask, we're not going to the cabin, are we? What does Chandler say?
No.
You say, I can ask if we can go to the farm, right?
Correct.
And that ended up coming to fruition. You did that.
Yes.
You read that last message you sent?
That way we can say my mom can care for you since they have a lot of stuff here that they use for Mike and Papa.
Your mom and Cress testified. Who are Mike and Papa in general, and what did that mean that there was stuff there for them?
Mike is Cress's brother, and Papa is her father. Papa is elderly. He is over 90 years of age. And Mike is wheelchair bound and needs help going to the restroom, and overall my mom helps take care of them.
Okay. What kind of stuff were you talking about that there was stuff there?
Walkers. If he needed one of those stools that you put over the toilet so an elderly person can sit down or they don't have to squat so low since it's hard for their knees.
Okay. Was it your impression that Chandler would be assisted by some of those things?
No.
Why did you say that there was stuff there for them?
So we'd be able to hang out since his mom was very concerned about his injury.
The next day, Thursday, July 1st, you worked that day?
Can you repeat the date?
Sure, Thursday, July 1st, so before the 4th of July weekend.
Correct.
You have a normal job, normal type of hours, right?
Correct.
Weekdays.
Correct.
Okay. Hopefully just weekdays, right? Showing you what's been marked is exhibit number 516. And I know it might be in a different form than usual, but in general, do you have an idea of what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
Snapchat messages.
And who are they with?
Chandler.
And Chandler's, to the best you can, I know these are people make up names, but what was Chandler's Snapchat name?
Chazzle Dazzle.
Chazzle Dazzle. And significant parts of this are redacted out. In the course of sending Snapchat, sometimes you send just, in general, people are sending pictures back and forth, and part of what we've done in this case is just redact any photographs that we really thought we could, right?
Correct.
Okay. Kept one on, though, just to prove that's you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is 516 Snapchat messages between July 1st and July 7th between you and Chandler?
Correct.
All right, I'll move 516 into evidence.
Any objection?
Same objection as the text messages.
Same ruling that it is received, may be published.
I need you to tell us about Snapchat. I don't know what everyone's understanding is. Everyone's of different ages. Some people have a Snapchat, some people don't. Just in general, what is Snapchat?
Snapchat is a social media app where you can send photos with titles, or you can send messages through the chat part of the app.
And what is one of the features of Snapchat that it's primarily known for that text messages maybe aren't?
They aren't generally saved.
They delete, right?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a way to manually save messages or photos on Snapchat?
Yes.
And is it easy or is it hard?
I find it easy.
What do you do?
You hold down the text and you select save.
And if you save the message, if you're communicating right now with Snapchat with one of your friends and they send you a snap, if you click on it and look and do nothing, that message will delete, right?
Sometimes.
Okay. But if you could manually save it, right? By putting your finger down and saving it.
Correct. Or if you change the settings to delete within 24 hours.
Sometimes when you snapped with Chandler, one or both of you would save the messages.
Correct.
And those messages are what we're looking at here, right?
Correct.
Okay. Would you say Snapchat is your primary form of communication with Chandler?
One of them.
So I'm going to display 516, and we'll start going through some things here in a second. But we talked about, we left one photograph on just to prove that's you, right?
Correct.
Okay. And we'll redact the rest. And when, for obvious reasons, we don't want everything coming out. But on July 1st of 2021 at 7:11, you get a message, right, from Chandler?
Correct.
What does it say?
How do you sleep?
And you say, I slept good. How did you sleep? And how does he respond?
I hardly slept.
He gives you kind of a emoji face. You say, I'm sorry, B. Why? Can you read Chandler's message back to you after you say why?
I don't know. Stuff hasn't really been going well for me lately, so I'm trying to plan for the next thing to fuck me over.
Okay. After that, Chandler sends another message, and we'll try to get it in the right spot. And can you read that?
Yeah, I just had a great future planned and it's falling apart.
And you say, no, it's not. You're going to be okay. You're reassuring him, right?
Correct.
You respond, you're going to go to Florida. You even said it's probably just the brace, probably just the brace, right?
Correct.
He says, thanks. You say, of course, I love you, and I'm here to keep your booty in check.
Correct.
Now we're up to 7:55 in the morning. Right after you say that, what does Chandler say back to you?
There's a bit of a glare.
Sure.
Thank you. Will you leave me even if it doesn't work? Worded bad, but you understand.
You respond, no, I wouldn't. And he says,
I won't stop trying.
You say, like, Florida would be so dope and, like, nice, but I'm not dating you for money. I love you tons.
Correct.
What does he say?
I love you a ton too. By the way, I'm not giving up. I'm just worried.
You say, don't worry, love. Don't be worried, love. It'll work out.
Correct.
And he says, thank you, B. You say, of course. Now we're up to 8:30. He says, you helped me a ton. Right?
Correct.
Other than these messages, these Snapchat messages that morning, were you and Chandler communicating by phone or anything else around 7:30 into 8:30 in the morning on July 1st of 2021 that you remember?
I don't remember.
Now that's a weekday, and I think you said you were working that day.
Correct.
About what time do you go to work?
$8:30 since I was working close.
And if you had to work at 8:30, is that what time you would leave or what time you'd get there?
I have to be clocked in by 8:30.
What time would you have to leave where you're staying then to get to work by 8:30?
Around 8 o'clock, 8:10.
When you're at work, I think we all maybe send an occasional message or two, but are you frequently on your phone a lot at work or only when you just have a second?
When I have a minute.
Do you have a busy job?
I do.
At some point that day, you and Chandler switch back to texting as well, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm showing you it's been marked in this case as exhibit number 515. Just look at a message. Can you tell me what date these messages are?
July 1st, 2021.
All right. And this appear to be a couple pages of text messages between you two?
Correct.
All right. I'll move 515 into evidence.
Any objection other than the standing objection?
No.
They are received, and they may be published.
All right. Maybe try one more light on, Judge. We'll see if we can't get this.
Don't think that
That's worse than ever. Well, there we go. All right. Can you see that, Kat, or no?
Correct, I can.
Okay. I'm going to try on my end to fix things up a little bit. Starts with just you talking, and eventually there's a message from Chandler on the 1st at 1:02 p.m., and I'll move it down so it's out of the light. But can you tell me what that message says?
Sorry, forgot to tell you, but Mom did okay you hanging out with us all weekend.
Sorry, and I think I said Chandler. I meant you. Right. Did you send that message, or did Chandler?
I did.
Okay. Your mom okayed you guys hanging out.
Correct.
Was that at the farm and things like that?
Correct.
Okay. Chandler responds, awesome. And what do you say back to him?
Yeah, so convince your parents hard.
And that was at 1:03 on the 1st. What did you mean by that, convince your parents hard?
I meant to convince his parents to let us hang out.
Why would he need to convince his parents based on what you knew at the time? What was going on?
He wasn't able to hang out around that time.
Okay. And then at 1:03, just after that, Chandler sends you a message. What does that say?
I overheard that they might go to the cabin with their friends, but IDK.
So that was kind of following up on the possibility of the cabin from yesterday on the 30th. There it's kind of more conclusive.
Correct.
Okay. What time did you get off work? What time did you get off work generally? Or if you know, what time did you get off that day?
5 o'clock.
When you get home that day, do you remember what you did?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you and Chandler FaceTime a lot?
Yes.
Kind of a weird question, but I have to ask. Did you sometimes FaceTime when you guys were showering?
Yes.
Okay. Sometimes you take screenshots of Chandler.
Yes.
You took a lot of screenshots on your phone, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing you it's been marked in this case as 517. Is that one of those screenshots?
Yes.
Did you take that night, sometime after you got home from work, while FaceTiming with Chandler?
Yes.
Okay. We'll move 517 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's not a nude photograph, too, I'll note for the court.
Are you sorry?
It's above the waist.
Oh, understood. It is received, it may be published.
And just briefly, that's kind of the FaceTime setup, but that's Chandler. And the background, does that appear to be the shower at the Halderson home?
Yes.
Okay. They have a big shower in that house.
Yes.
Okay. And it's Chandler looking into his phone, and you snap the screenshot.
Pardon?
You snap that screenshot?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any plans to hang out with Chandler that night, as far as you remember?
Not that night.
Okay. But you were communicating a lot?
Correct.
Okay. Later that night, at some point, Judge, if you could turn the lights on just briefly for the witness. There's some additional messages. Around 8:30 at night, Chandler sends you a couple of messages. Could you there's one with an emoji, but could you read out the two that have text?
Baby, I need you.
Baby, I need you.
Yes.
Did you know what that was in reference to?
I don't recall.
And later, there's discussion of him looking at your Snapchat location and wondering where you were.
Correct.
And I think I said 8, but it's in military time, so that would be 6:30-ish or so. Okay.
Which exhibit were those in, Counsel?
Sure. I was referencing Exhibit 516.
Thank you.
So around 6:30 or so, when Chandler sends you the message, "Baby, I need you," do you recall talking to him after that, verbally, on the phone?
I don't recall.
Now, I think I mentioned something about Snapchat locations. Does another feature of Snapchat have anything to do with your location?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah. Is there a location feature on Snapchat with your friends that you can look at their location?
Correct, yes.
Can you tell us about that?
You can select certain friends to view your location, or anyone who is on your friends list can view it.
In your and Chandler's relationship, was that something you did with each other?
Correct.
And was it reciprocal? Both of you did that?
Correct.
When this was going on during your relationship, was it your intention that anytime you'd open Snapchat, you'd, in theory, be able to see exactly where he was?
Correct.
And him the same for you?
Correct.
Were you aware at all of what Chandler's plans were the night of the 1st, when you were either FaceTiming while he was in the shower or any conversation? Did he talk at all about what he was doing that night?
That he would be taking care of the dogs and was going to make dinner.
Did he mention, or do you recall if he said anything about where his parents were on that day?
He said they were doing a grocery pickup.
Okay.
May I have a break?
You may.
This is a good time to take a break. I think we can. We're approaching, I try to do them every 90 minutes, and we're pretty close to that. And sometimes the after lunch break can come a little bit earlier and be wise. So let's take 10 minutes, both for the jury and for the witness and the parties. Randy?
All right for the jury?
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. James Langer, Digital Content Manager at channel3000.com. Just checking in. Court is still in that mid-afternoon break as we typically take about an hour and a half after that lunch break. So we're waiting for the jury to come back in. They said it was going to be a quicker break than they normally take. Usually, they try to take about 15 minutes or so. This time the judge said only 10, but as you know, if you've been following along, sometimes that time can fluctuate a little bit. So I'm just jumping in a little bit to kind of give a recap of what we've heard so far this afternoon and earlier today. So if you're just joining us, this morning we heard from a pair of people who had seen Chandler the 4th of July weekend and then the day after the 4th of July. So we heard from the mother of Chandler's girlfriend at the time, and then her partner who owned the farm out on Cottage Grove where human remains were eventually found. We heard from them. We heard from the detective who actually he said he saw vultures flying overhead on the day of, I think it would be the 8th. If I'm getting my dates mixed up, I'm sure somebody will let me know. But it was that Wednesday after the 4th of July weekend where he was assigned to the case, and they went out to that property. They saw the vultures flying overhead. They looked into the woods near the area where those two women said that they saw Chandler's car parked with the hatch up. And when they dug into the woods, they found a dismembered human torso. So the jury saw those images. We kind of shielded them from our live stream just because we made that editorial decision before this trial even started that we weren't going to expose that to people who may just be scrolling through their feeds and seeing that. And, it's not something you necessarily want to stumble across. So we wrote up that recap, and that's at channel3000.com right now. If you go to our homepage there, you'll see that Halderson banner at the top of our page there too. You'll get full trial coverage there as well, and you'll be up to date on all those updates throughout the day. So after the lunch break, then we heard from some medical people, a doctor who said he treated Chandler for the concussion he said he suffered in late June. We had some cross-examination on treatment and that kind of thing as they tried to verify the severity of the injuries he suffered. Chandler said he suffered a litany of side effects and that kind of thing from his fall down the stairs. The doctor at the ER said he had diagnosed him with a minor concussion, but didn't treat him for any of the symptoms that he had said, weakness or lightheadedness or some of the more severe things he had said too, brain bleeds, that kind of thing. Said he didn't see any of that when he was in the ER. After that, we have started to hear now for the first time from Chandler Halderson's girlfriend at the time, Kat. She's testifying right now as we were in this break. She asked for that break. It's obviously seems to be a very difficult experience to testify in a trial like this, and prosecution is kind of working their way through the messages that Kat and Chandler had in the days leading up to the disappearance of Bart and Krista Halderson, as well as some messages after they had disappeared. So that's kind of where we are right now as we kind of wait for the jury to come back into session here after this break. As I mentioned before, if you missed anything at all, you can go back on our Halderson page on channel3000.com/Halderson. You'll get a recap of everything that's happened so far in the trial in text form. We'll also have videos and things like that. If you go to our YouTube page, we have a playlist for this trial where you can catch up on every single minute of it if you wanted to. So that's kind of where we stand right now as we wait for the jury to get back into session. I'll hop off here and kind of monitor the feed, but we'll bring it back to you live once they do return. Talk to you later.
continue with the examination, please.
All right. Where I think we left off, we're still on Thursday, July 1st, going into the evening. We looked at the FaceTime Snapchat you took, and then maybe some snaps that were sent to you, baby, I need you, things of that sort, right? Okay.
Correct.
And I think my last question to you, or in the last couple of questions, was, did you know what Chandler was going to be doing that night?
I don't recall.
But you weren't with him?
I was not with him.
Around that time, a couple things were going on, I guess, according to your testimony so far. Chandler was grounded in some respect?
Correct.
Did you have any knowledge from Chandler about how long he was grounded for, or the duration of that?
No, just that we weren't allowed to hang out.
Okay. So the weekend and the parents being gone was going to change that?
Yes.
These physical symptoms that we talked about with Chandler and the concussion, I think you'd mentioned maybe kind of having some leg issues and couldn't lift things of that sort?
Correct.
Were those all going on that date as far as you know?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked in this case as exhibit number 518, 519, 520. I'll direct your attention to the top right of that. 521, 522, 523, and 524. In general, are these photos of Chandler?
Yes.
And what action is he performing in these photos?
Carrying large bags of ice.
And to your knowledge, based on all of your conversations and observations of Chandler, on July 1st of 2021, was this activity, the carrying of ice, was that inconsistent with what you knew his physical limitations to be?
Correct.
There's two bags, right?
Yes.
And at one point, they're both even in one hand, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to set these exhibits aside for now. We're not going to receive them into evidence just yet. So if those photographs were taken the night of July 1st, that would be surprising to you.
Yes.
Going into the next day, the day before the weekend, I guess, so now we're into July 2nd, which is a Friday. Did you work as normal that day?
Yes.
And kind of as before, maybe messaging with Chandler throughout the day?
Yes.
What were your general plans that Friday? Do you recall?
To stop at Target, stop at my apartment, stop at my mom's home, and then go to Chandler's.
And what were you and Chandler going to do?
Hang out, have a sleepover.
Were you excited about this?
Yes.
How long had it been at that time that Chandler had been in this being kind of grounded state where you hadn't seen him a lot?
About 2 weeks.
Okay. As you left work that day, did you have to go to Target to pick some stuff up?
Yes.
What were you picking up in general? Maybe I'll ask a better question. Was it groceries?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you it's been marked as Exhibit 525. What is that?
Pork chops, oat milk, cheese.
Sure. Is this from the Hilldale Target?
Yes.
Do you do the pickups at Target, or do you go in and shop?
I do the pickups.
Okay. So like a lot of people during COVID, you've done the pickup thing where you order ahead?
Correct.
Okay. And I'll move 525 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received. It may be published.
Not crazy exciting for everyone, but it's the Hilldale Targets, picked up at 529. Hilldale here in Madison, kind of down University Avenue, right?
Correct.
All right. Got a couple things, some pork chops, some oat milk, some cheese, normal stuff, right?
Correct.
But you didn't stop there. You went to another Target, didn't you?
Yes.
How does that work that you end up at two Targets in the same day?
If something isn't available at one Target, I will order it at another and then go pick it up from there.
So you went to multiple Targets.
Correct.
And so there we see Madison East Target at 637, right?
Correct.
You got a watermelon.
Yep.
Awesome. Were you taking these things over to the Halderson house?
Some of them, yes.
And when you pick things up at Target, you've done this a lot, I would imagine.
Very often.
Do they put any sort of stickers or markings on the bag to indicate this is for you?
Yes.
In general, just describe what goes on those bags.
It is a barcode for them to scan after they receive my order, and it has my first initial and last name.
I'm going to show you what's marked in this case as exhibit number 526. Maybe some more messages, but take a look at that. Does that appear to be text messages between you and Chandler there that day on the 2nd, July 2nd?
Correct.
Starting in the morning.
Yes.
Okay, I'll move 526 into evidence.
Subject to the standing objection, it is received.
And so, in fact, kind of first thing maybe you say to him that day is you got to go to both Targets for your groceries.
Yep.
That's 923. And then you're going to take some of them to your mom's.
Yes.
Tell me just real quick, and we're not going to talk about addresses, but general living situation at the time, back in July of last year. Did you live with your mom?
No.
Did you have an apartment?
Yes.
And would you sometimes stay at your apartment?
Yes.
Sometimes at your mom's?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Chandler says okay at 9:23. And then on July 2nd at 9 in the morning, after you talk about Target, can you read that message from Chandler to you?
Don't rush. I have tons of chores they are having me do.
You say okay. And then you talk about what you're having for dinner. Maybe burgers, maybe chili.
Yes.
Right. Talk more about what you're going to have for dinner. He says, I don't know. What would you like? And you say, depends on how long we see each other, talking about, in general, what you're going to do and what you're going to eat. You read what Chandler sent you on the 2nd of July at just before 10 in the morning at 9:58.
We could do dinner tonight, and you can come over in the morning again and stay till Sunday night.
Did that message strike you as odd of coming over, leaving, and coming back?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was already going to be there, and I thought our plan was for the whole weekend.
So he says that you could come over for dinner, and then in between what's not written, but your impression was you'd leave and then come back the next day.
Can you say that a little louder, please?
Sure. Was it your impression from this message that Chandler was telling you that you would leave that night and come back the next morning?
Correct.
So he says that, and then he says, like dinner plus the sex to you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you ask him, why leave and come back if I'm just going to stay? And can you read Chandler's response?
So I can get some chores done.
Did you know what chores he was talking about at this time?
I don't recall.
I'm going to show you another exhibit marked 527 in this case. Just in general, do those appear to be more text messages between the two of you on July 2nd?
Yes.
I'll move 527 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are received. They may be published.
Considerable discussion about what you're going to eat, yes, toppings. You're going to check some buns. There's talk of all the burger ingredients. You're talking about food, right?
Correct.
At 12:14, Chandler sends you this message. What does that say?
We set for this. We just need ice.
Do you know what you needed ice for?
Chandler likes ice in his drinks, or sometimes we put it in a pool for the dogs.
Did you buy ice and take it to the house?
I don't remember at the moment.
Do you remember if that day when you went over, you put ice in a pool for the dogs or anything like that?
No.
And just after that, Chandler sends you another message. Can you read that?
And now hydrogen peroxide because I stepped on glass.
Is that the first you had heard about any sort of injury?
Yes.
Now, after this message was sent, are we looking at the whole communication, or was there like a phone call or anything like that, or is this all you knew?
I don't remember.
You respond, more talk about groceries. I'll bring spicy cheese and pickled jalapenos.
Yes.
Okay. And again, and I apologize, no one likes to see their messages probably on a giant screen, but it just, in general, you say, and Jesus, you're kind of just making a joke that you'll bring Jesus with you.
Yep.
Okay. Chandler responds at 12:16, yes, please, but then quickly follows up. Can you read that last message?
But for real, if your mom has an extra bottle, that would be great. And a Swiffer wet jet.
Extra bottle, and was it your belief that he's referring to hydrogen peroxide?
Correct.
You respond almost immediately, we have both. He says thanks, and it'll be the end of Exhibit 527. Had Chandler ever asked you to bring hydrogen peroxide over before, as far as you remember?
Not that I remember.
Did you, in fact, bring him hydrogen peroxide?
Yes.
Where'd you get it?
From my mom's house.
Took her bottle?
Yes.
And what about a Swiffer mop?
From my mom's house.
You took that to Chandler's?
Yes.
I'm sure it's been marked in this case. It's exhibit number 528. What is that?
My mom's home.
That's your mom's?
Yes.
And is that the Swiffer?
Yes.
Is that the one you took to Chandler's?
Yes.
All right, I'll move 528 to evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received. It may be published.
Not anything spectacular, but police eventually came over and asked where the Swiffer was, and that's where it was, and they took a picture, right?
Yep.
Okay. The bottle of hydrogen peroxide and the Swiffer go with you as you're kind of making your way from Target to your mom's and then to Chandler's that night, right?
Correct.
Okay. When you get over to Chandler's house, do you take the bags of groceries inside, or do they go inside at some point?
Yes.
And the hydrogen peroxide?
Yes.
And the Swiffer?
Yes.
When you first go in the house that day, did you notice anything off?
There was a smoky smell.
Okay. Did Chandler tell you more about, did he explain why there was a smoky smell?
Because he was playing catch with Rizzo in the house, and the glass shattered in the fireplace. And so the smell got into the home.
Rizzo is a dog, right?
Correct, the border collie.
How did Chandler say the glass broke with the dog?
He was throwing the ball in the house.
Did you look into that any further? Did you go over to that fireplace and poke around?
No.
Was there, in fact, a glass panel broken on it?
Yes.
You stayed the night there that night, right?
Correct.
Where did you all sleep?
On the couches pushed together.
And where were those in the house?
In the lower living room by the fireplace.
Around this time, Chandler had a bedroom, right?
Yes.
Had a bed.
Yes.
Did he explain to you why you were sleeping in a kind of like a fort in the living room?
To be with the dogs and watch TV on the bigger screen.
Had you ever done that before in staying at Chandler's house?
No.
At the time, did it strike you as odd?
No.
That room you slept in kind of the couch fort pushed together. The jury's seen it, by the way. They've seen photographs and a video. That was in the same room as the fireplace that had the broken panel, right?
Yes.
It was near the bathroom as well, right?
Objection.
Was it
Making
near the bathroom?
questions.
You may answer that question. The question was rephrased in light of the objection.
Can you repeat it, please?
Was it near the bathroom where you were sleeping?
Yes.
That night, do you recall anything unique or special about sleeping, or was it kind of a normal night other than the fort?
The girls, the dogs, Rizzo and Izzy, were riled up because of the fireworks.
Was there a TV in that room?
Yes.
Were you watching TV as you went to sleep?
Yes.
Do you know whether Chandler slept at all that night, or do you not know?
I don't know.
While you were with Chandler that night, did he say anything about where his parents were?
Up north at their cabin.
Had you ever been to the cabin before?
No.
What did you know about the cabin?
Mrs. Halderson's father built it. There's a skull on the outside. It's by a lake. And they'd go up there often, whether to change the window panes or do work on it.
Now, you stayed there that night. You stayed in the couch fort thing in the fireplace room. The next day, did you stay there or did you leave?
I left.
Early?
Very early.
Okay. Camera showed you leaving about 6:55. Would that be about right?
Yes.
Okay. And that day, you and Chandler continued texting a little bit, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I apologize. I just found one more set of messages I wanted to talk about from the night before. Just before you got to the house and you were doing the target pickups, Exhibit 529, is that a series of messages kind of after you got off work?
Yes.
All right, I'll move 529 into evidence.
Any objection other than the standing objection?
No.
They are received.
My apologies for just going backwards just a second, but before you got to Chandler's the night before with the groceries, 5:20, you tell him you're going to keep your clothes in your car. And Chandler, again, says something about peroxide. Can you read that message?
Okay. I do kind of need the Swifter and peroxide and stuff.
Okay. So that's the third time that day he had texted you about peroxide to bring it, right?
Yes.
So the next day you wake up early and you leave before 7. And I think you said you were in communication with Chandler all day. I'll show you exhibit number 531. Is that a series of messages ending on the last one on the second and then starting again on the third?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing you it's marked as 530. Just in general, what is that photograph?
Chandler walking to Fleet Farm.
You know that location?
Yes.
Okay. I'll move 531 and 530 into evidence.
Any objection other than the standing objection?
Can we approach real quick?
Sure. Early. It was a Saturday. Now we're into July 3rd.
My plans for the day?
Yeah, what was your general plans?
Go to my mom's, hang out with the dogs, Chewbacca and Muffin. See my brother and have Chandler come over later.
And that night, what were you going to do?
See the fireworks with my brother.
That day when you left, were you aware of what Chandler's plans were?
To do chores.
He had mentioned chores a couple times. What was your understanding of chores? Did he tell you?
I don't remember.
I'm going to show you. Actually, I already did. 531's received into evidence at this point.
Yes.
Okay. You're texting Chandler in the morning. First one, 7:32. You say breakfast burrito. What was this in reference to?
What we were going to eat when he came over later.
Okay. Something you were going to make or something like that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read his message for us?
Sounds good. I'm doing shit kind of slowly, to be honest. I'm kind of sore.
Okay. It's at 7:46. You say, I could have helped you this morning?
Yes.
What was that in reference to?
Doing his chores.
Did he ask you to help him?
No.
And why did you send that message that you would have helped him?
Since I thought he was having a hard time with his legs and the injury, I could have helped him get it done easier and it wouldn't have been as hard for him.
He responds, 7:47. Can you read his response?
Yeah, I know. I'll be right back. Going to the dump.
You read your response to that at 7:48.
B, did you load the car by yourself? You can barely walk. I should have at least helped you with that.
Chandler tell you what he was taking to the dump?
I don't remember.
At some point he texts you, though, at 7:49. What does he say?
Never mind. It's closed.
And you reference it's the holiday weekend.
Correct.
At some point, there's a series of messages from you, and then this one comes at 8:38. What do you say there?
Hey, did you pass out?
That's a question mark. Why would you send a message like that, or why did you send a message like that?
I was worried because of the head injury. If he's overexerting himself, he might push himself too hard and pass out.
Okay. And you had sent him a series of messages that he hadn't responded to. Correct?
Correct.
Now, that morning, when you left the house early, you've already testified that he was going to do chores, and then there was some text about the dump. Did Mr. Halderson say he was going anywhere else that you knew of that morning?
Not at that time.
Did he say anything to you about going to Fleet Farm, that's kind of farm supply store out near Windsor, that morning?
Not that I recall.
Did you know he was going there?
No.
I'll move to display 530.
You may.
Is that Chandler walking into Fleet Farm?
Yes.
And if that was a screenshot of a video taken that morning just after you left, you don't know anything about why he'd be there, right?
No.
At some point that day, after you left, did you notice that Chandler was in a... Did you look at his Snapchat map to look at where he was?
Yes.
And did you become worried or concerned in some way?
Yes.
Showing it's been marked as exhibit number 532. What is that?
A screenshot of Chandler by the Wisconsin River.
And how's he labeled? What's his name there?
Hubby,
And what time is that?
8:58.
Okay. I think previously I said the second, I meant the third. We're now into Saturday, but was this taken on Saturday morning?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you take this screenshot of Chandler's location?
I didn't know why he was there, and so I was curious.
Did you know where this location was?
Yes.
And how did you know where this location was?
I'd been there before with Chandler.
Tell us about it.
It's a little spot where we can park our car and walk down to the Wisconsin River for swimming.
How many times do you think you've been there?
Two or three times.
I'm going to move to publish 532.
You may. Was it received? Okay.
Is this that screenshot?
Yes.
And that's the location, right?
Yes.
What did you do when you saw that?
Pardon?
Yeah, what did you do when you saw that location? You took a screenshot. Did you do anything else with that information?
I asked him what he was doing there.
And what did he respond?
He was going to pick up CBD and he was passing through there.
He was passing through. Did you try to call him?
Yes.
Were you able to talk to him?
Yes.
Do you recall anything else from that conversation about what he said or why he was where he was?
He was picking up CBD for the pain. He didn't want to tell me that he was picking up CBD because he was scared I was going to be disappointed in him.
And around that time that you took that screenshot, was that when all of these messages were being sent that we looked at in this exhibit where no one was responding to you? Ending with, hey, did you pass out?
That was before I took the screenshot.
Right. Same morning, though?
Same morning, yes.
Were you having trouble communicating with Chandler that morning between 8 and 9, essentially?
Yes.
prior to, well, I said a different way. When was the last time you were at that location, that out by the Wisconsin River with Chandler, approximately?
That summer with his friend Smith.
Is that Andrew Smith?
I don't know his first name. He always just went by Smith.
Okay. What was your understanding of how Chandler knew this Smith guy?
They were video game buddies.
The rest of that day, July 3rd, I think you had mentioned that there was some plans to meet up later, fireworks, something like that.
Yes.
Tell me about that. You went to some fireworks?
Yes, I went to see fireworks with my brother and a friend of his.
Did Chandler go with you?
No.
Did you see Chandler again that day?
Yes, he stopped by to eat and we watched some TV together and then he left before my brother came home.
Okay. Was that your house or your mom's house?
My mom's home.
How was he acting that day?
Tired. Exhausted.
Did you ask him about that, being tired?
I don't remember.
That night, after Chandler left your house and you went to the fireworks, did you see each other again that night?
No. I stayed at my mom's home.
And Chandler was not with you?
No.
Did you know what his plans were? Did he tell you what he was going to do that night?
Take care of the dogs because they get riled up with fireworks and do more chores.
This night, or any of the nights we're talking about in question from that whole kind of week period, from the 30th till the 8th of July, but specifically this night, do you know of any reason, or did Chandler mention anything to you about a reason to go up near the Wisconsin River at night near Portage?
No.
And was there ever, in your mind, did you ever know of any plan for Chandler late at night, 10 or even later, to be up in that area?
No.
Next day, the 4th of July, you slept at your mom's, Chandler slept at his house. 4th of July, what's the general plan that day for you?
To grab breakfast with my brother's friend, have Chandler come over so we could all go to the farm, do some shopping with my brother and his friend, and then that night go back to Chandler's.
There was a plan to go to the farm.
Yes.
Who all went to the farm that day for the 4th of July?
Chandler, myself, my brother, and his friend all went, but my mother, Cress, and Mike and Papa were there as well.
When you got to the farm, were you with Chandler most of the time?
Yes.
Did you walk around the property at all?
Yes, but not very far since he couldn't walk.
What kind of things did you talk about while you and Chandler were walking, whatever distance you did around the property?
About how far back the property goes, which I talk about often with people. The wildflowers.
When you say how far back the property goes, what do you mean by that?
Whenever I bring people there, I generally point out where our property line ends.
To your knowledge, had Chandler ever been there alone?
Not before then.
And had he been there often with you prior to this?
Yes.
That night, the 4th of July, you're at the farm. What type of things do you do in general at the farm that night?
We walked to the chicken coop to see the chickens. We ate with my family. We did a little walk up to the pool, and then we later swam in the pool.
Did Chandler get in the pool?
Yes.
And how late would you, if you had to guess, how late were you at the farm that night?
I don't recall the time.
Did you leave at some point and go somewhere else?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
I drove my brother's friend back to our home with Chandler. And by home, I mean my mom's home. And he left, and I picked up my clothes.
And where did you sleep that night?
Is this Sunday, the 4th?
Sure. This is the 4th of July. Yep, Sunday.
I slept at Chandler's home that night.
So when you say you picked up your clothes, what do you mean by that?
I started a load of laundry at my mom's home, and it was left in the wash, and I brought it to Chandler's to dry it in his dryer.
And in Chandler's home, where's the laundry at?
The laundry room is right next to his room, which is on the upper story where his parents' room and the guest room is.
Did you and Chandler do anything else that night once you got back over to the Halderson place?
We put my clothes in the dryer and then went to his mom's coworker's home, Dan.
What'd you do there?
Lit off some fireworks.
Anything unique happen lighting off fireworks, or is that just a normal thing?
Normal for the 4th.
Chandler burn himself at all?
Not that I remember.
Do you remember at any point Chandler burning himself the entire weekend or week you were with him?
He said when he was making burgers for me, he burned it on the grill.
Did you see that, or is that what he just said?
Pardon?
Did you see that happen, or just know what he said?
That's what he said.
That night, did you sleep in the couch fort again, or somewhere else?
On the bed in his room.
Okay. Why, was there any discussion with Chandler about why now it's okay to sleep in the bed versus on the couch fort?
The couch was bothering my back.
That night, was it a peaceful night's sleep and both in the bed, or was it restless a little bit?
It was restless.
Tell me about that.
The dogs were freaking out with the fireworks. At one point, Izzy, the older dog, who's around 15, fell down the stairs. And it was hard to keep them calm with all the fireworks going off.
What did Chandler do when the dog fell down the stairs?
When she fell down the stairs, he laid down with her and was making sure she was okay and petting her.
Were you asleep at that time in his room?
No, I wasn't asleep.
Okay. Were you and Chandler, about how long was Chandler away from you that night while you guys were sleeping? Where you were in his room, excuse me.
Can you say that a little louder?
Yeah, you mentioned that Chandler went downstairs with the dog. About how long of a period was he away from you dealing with that?
I don't know.
What were your plans the next day?
To go to work.
Back to Monday, so now it's a weekday, right?
Yes.
So you woke up and you left for work early, I would imagine?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you an exhibit marked in this case as 533. This appear to be the text messages, at least some of them, between you and Chandler that day, Monday, July 5th.
Yes.
Okay, I'll move 533 into evidence.
Any objection other than the standing objection? They are received. They may be published.
I'm going to go to the second page. In general, you're texting about work life, your work, frustrations maybe.
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, as far as you knew, were you going to be at this job that you were at long term?
I was under the impression I would leave in August.
And where were you going to go?
Down to Florida.
11:30 on the 5th, what does Chandler text you?
Don't piss them off till we know for sure we are moving.
And you respond, I won't.
Correct.
He says, okay. You say something else. You say, Greyhound isn't too expensive for a trip to Titusville. You say that at 11:46 on the 5th. What is that about?
Since Chandler expressed he couldn't fly down to Titusville, we were looking at alternatives for him to go, and I looked at Greyhound prices.
When you say we were looking at alternatives, who was more so looking at alternatives, you or him?
Me?
You?
Yes.
You say Greyhound isn't too expensive, no pressure, just saying.
Correct.
You read what Chandler says?
Nope, 870 for a straight shot to Orlando.
You respond, what? All this occurring just before the noon hour on Monday. And then Chandler says, Uber is $200 to Titusville, meaning the Greyhound plus the Uber. And you say it was $240 to go straight to Titusville. What are you looking at when you're doing this?
I was looking at the Greyhound website.
So you thought it'd be about $240. What did Chandler text you?
So like $1,000 to get there with not much of my stuff.
You respond, WTF, where am I? Or he responds, what, WTF, where am I looking? And you say, you're very off, essentially is what that message means, right?
Yes.
Oh, okay, is his response. Around this time, you were looking up how Chandler could get to Florida, right?
Yes.
Show exhibit number 534 in this case. What is that?
It's a screenshot of the Greyhound website of me looking up a trip to Titusville from Madison.
And you took the screenshot?
Yes.
Did you send this to Chandler?
Yes.
Okay. And that was in the middle of those text messages, right?
Yes.
Move 534 in evidence.
Any objection?
Can we approach?
Sure.
Got 534. What are we looking at there?
The price for a trip from Madison to Titusville, Florida on Greyhound.
You took the screenshot, right?
Correct.
Who did you send it to again?
Pardon?
Who did you send it to?
Chandler.
Sure, that's been marked in this case is exhibit number 536. And I'll show you 537. See if it's true. 536. Is that another set of messages between you and Chandler that day, July 5th?
Correct.
What is 535? What is that?
Oh, sorry. It's a screenshot of UW clinic.
And did you take that
Yes, I did.
in relation to what? Why did you take this screenshot?
That's where Chandler said he was going to have his appointment for that day.
I'll move 536 and 535 into evidence.
Any objection other than the standing objection as to the texts?
No objection.
They are received.
So we're still on that day, July 5th. But we're in the afternoon, and you text me. Can you read that last one?
Text me when you get to your appointment.
And we're about 1:30, aren't we?
Yes.
Chandler says, yes, dear. Then a series of messages starting at 1:40. You say, essentially. 1:40 again, I love you. It's going to be okay. Can you read what Chandler says?
Either way, you and me are going to be happy.
You say?
Very true.
And then at 2 o'clock, 2:01 exactly, Chandler says what?
Made it a bit ago and checked in
What was your understanding of where he had gone?
to the location that I had screenshotted for his appointment.
And why again did you take this screenshot for Chandler's appointment?
Because I was trying to leave work early to be able to take him myself.
But you didn't take him that day, did you?
No.
So I'm showing, I'll move to publish 535 if I haven't.
You may.
Okay. You looked up UW Health on Science Drive.
Correct.
How did you get this location, or how did you know this was the location you'd be going to?
Chandler told me it was on Science Drive.
At that point, after he says he made it, checked in, at just after 2, what does he say?
Be right back.
You say, you got this. Yeah. You ask him about what you're doing later, 2:19, but then Chandler sends you a message. What does that say?
Just need you to know because I have horrible reception.
Then it was sent again. Does that look right?
Yes.
Okay, and just read that again if you could.
Just need you to know because I have horrible reception.
Your understanding at that time is that he was at the UW Health Hospital on Science Drive, or the clinic.
Correct.
You respond, okay. Then what do you say there?
Do they not? I meant to say, do they not have Wi-Fi?
Okay. What do you say after that?
We can snap if that's easier.
Why would that be easier?
Because they generally have Wi-Fi at all UW Health clinics. And so if he doesn't have reception on his phone, we could still snap with the Wi-Fi.
Now, we're talking about text, you're texting, and now you're texting about snapping. But in the realm of this conversation, a couple questions. When you're texting someone, just on the normal Apple iPhone, and you're texting someone, absent something crazy, you're not seeing their location, at least in your experience, right?
On the Apple location?
In these text messages, this isn't how you looked at where Chandler's location is, right? It was Snapchat.
Correct.
So if someone, in your experience, wasn't on Snapchat or able to use Snapchat because they didn't have Wi-Fi or a signal, would you be able to tell where their location is?
No.
Can you turn off on Snapchat the ability of someone to see your location?
Yes.
At 2:23, after arriving at the doctor, what does Chandler say to you?
No connection to even load Snapchat. And no Wi-Fi. But I can still get your iMessages. No connection to even load Snapchat. And no Wi-Fi.
That makes sense to you?
The texts or?
That he'd be able to get messages but wasn't getting Wi-Fi or didn't have any service for Snapchat?
No.
Generally, in your relationship with Chandler or anyone else that you've been involved with, or any of your Snapchat friends that you follow their location, are you generally able to see their location when they're in normal cities like Madison?
Yes,
And you work in the healthcare field, right?
I do.
Generally, Wi-Fi available at most of those places?
Yes.
In fact, what do you say to Chandler at 224?
Weird, they all have it. Have it. But maybe it's your carrier.
What does Chandler say?
I'll try and get it on. I'll try and get it on.
Some of those messages were duplicates. Do you know if they were sent twice or they were just received twice? I'll ask a better question. That last one, where there were duplicate messages, 2 in a row. I'll try to get it on, I'll try to get it on. One possibility is someone actually wrote that message out, sent it, and there was some glitch in the system and it got sent twice, right?
Objection, speculation, and lack of foundation.
I think the witness has testified to some electronic savvy enough that I think I'll let the question be asked and answered if she can.
Sure. Is one possibility of that same message coming through twice that there was maybe a glitch in the system or someone was in bad service area and the message just went through twice?
Yes.
Is another possibility that someone actually wrote that out and sent it twice purposefully?
Yes.
So at 3:25, maybe an hour into this, after the bad service, Chandler texts you. Can you read these for me?
Hi, hun. Heading home. They took an x-ray and a CT scan. Nothing bad on the x-ray.
At that point, I think you testified you didn't drive Chandler to the doctor's appointment.
No.
Did you FaceTime with him while he was there?
At the appointment?
Yeah.
Not that I remember.
And did you see his location, his Snapchat location? Was he at any doctor's appointment that you could tell?
Not that I saw.
And so kind of like I asked you before with the jobs and the school, absent what Chandler was telling you, did you have any indication that he in fact was at any doctor's appointment? Do you know for sure?
No.
But after Chandler says nothing bad on the x-ray, just read kind of what you responded.
Florida.
And what'd you say?
Let me see face.
What does that mean to you guys?
Generally, when we miss each other, we'll ask to see face, which means we'll send each other a Snapchat of our face.
After you ask to see his face, how does Chandler respond?
CT scan, hun.
You ask him what was on it. No bad news. Can you read his response to you?
They haven't determined anything. Both my legs like they were, and all. I gotta wait to hear what they determined.
Can you read your first response to that?
I mean, soreness and stiffness is normal after whiplash and an accident,
And the next one.
especially with how much your fam wouldn't let you move around your house.
What did this message mean? Why did you say that?
He was, at the time, staying in the basement because it was a darker room because he had sensitivity to the light, and his mom didn't want him doing much because she was really concerned about him, hurting himself or maybe passing out, lifting things, so he just generally stayed in there.
What you knew about his restrictions in the house, was that just from what Chandler had told you?
Yes.
Did you ever have a conversation with Krista about that?
No.
You read his response at 3:28.
No need to be worried. Just gotta wait.
And next one.
FaceTime when you get off.
Shortly thereafter, you say, "So we're not worried," and read his response for us if you could.
I am.
Meaning he's worried,
Yes.
and your response?
They're sure you're fine.
You just could read your messages to him at this point, starting at 3:29.
What? Snap me back. Sir. Are you okay?
What does he say?
Sorry.
And you say,
Are you okay?
what are these messages? Did you know what was going on? You were sending him a series of messages. Did you have any idea of why he wasn't getting back to you?
Not that I recall.
When you say snap me back, even though maybe we didn't see it, does that indicate maybe did you send a snap to him around that time? Sorry, did you respond?
Pardon?
Did you send a snap to him around that time? Is that why you said snap me back?
I don't recall if I sent one then or if I sent one earlier in the day and he just wasn't sending it back.
At 4:19 on Monday, July 5th, you read what Chandler sent to you?
I think so. I'm calling Cress. I need some time up at the water.
And you say, okay.
Correct.
What's that in reference to, just so everyone's on the same page?
So that he can go up to the farm and use the pool.
Did you go with him that Monday to the farm?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I just was going to be at home.
Did you, again, I think you already testified that Chandler hadn't been out there by himself before to the farm, but did you overhear any sort of conversations with Chandler the day prior, perhaps asking to come out?
Yes.
And who are those, who's having that conversation? What people?
My mom and Cress.
Did you talk to Chandler? In your recollection, do you have any recollection if you talked to Chandler while he was on his way out to the farm?
Yes.
What was he talking about?
About how he wants to use the pool and if I knew if Cress was home and if I could get a hold of her.
Did you see Chandler that night after he left the farm?
Yes.
Where?
At my mom's home.
Did he say anything to you, or do you remember anything about that night?
I remember him telling me he lost the job at SpaceX.
Did he say why he lost the job at SpaceX?
He said while he was working after the injury, they found a lot of errors with what he was doing, and it was like a page long or something like that. And so they were letting him go.
When you say letting him go, were you under the impression that Chandler had actually started working at SpaceX?
Yes,
And remotely, or how did that work?
remotely.
But he told you he was losing that job that day.
Yes.
Did he talk to you about his doctor's appointment that day?
Yes.
What did he say about that?
He was going to have lifelong leg numbness.
Lifelong leg numbness?
Yes.
I'm going to need you to pull that microphone just a little bit closer. The fans start to go. Anything else about the doctor's appointment or what they told him?
Not that I can recall at this moment.
Okay. How was he acting when he told you he'd lost the job at SpaceX?
Sad. Just down.
Okay. Now, in another matter, at any point around this time, so now we're into Monday, going into Tuesday, Chandler mention anything about where his parents were?
That they still weren't home and that they were probably still up at the cabin.
Okay. Did you have any impression, or were you told from Chandler when they were coming back from the cabin?
Either Monday or Tuesday morning.
Okay. I'm sure it's been marked in this case as exhibit number 537. First couple of messages on there. Does that appear to be, now we're into Tuesday, July 6th, messages between you and Chandler?
Yes.
Okay, I'll move 537 into evidence and ask to publish it.
Any objection?
No.
537 is received and may be published.
On July 6, 2021, around 9, now we're into Tuesday in the afternoon, what do you say to him?
Parents home?
What did that mean to you?
Are your parents home?
Had you discussed with Chandler, like, where are your parents before this message was sent? Was this a follow-up, or was this the first kind of time you were asking?
Follow up?
Okay. And was that a verbal conversation where you were asking him where they were?
Yes.
Okay. What did he tell you in that verbal conversation?
There's poor reception up north and by the cabin, so that's why he had been hearing from them.
Okay. So you say parents home. Go ahead and read Chandler's response. 905.
No.
What do you say?
Text Mitch.
Mitch is his brother.
Correct.
Why'd you think you should text Mitch?
His parents still weren't home at the time they said they would be, and he wasn't receiving many messages from his mother that weekend, and that was highly unusual since she texts quite often.
Tell me about that. You say when Krista or Bart would be away from Chandler, you were with Chandler a lot of these times, when they'd be away, right? Would Krista be in communication with Chandler?
Yes.
How frequently?
Very frequently, always asking what our plans are or just asking how we're doing, letting us know what she's doing, sending pictures of the dogs.
Would it be unusual for Krista to go a number of days without contacting Chandler in your experience of being around Chandler?
Very unusual.
Were you growing concerned at any point?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Like I said, he wasn't hearing from his mother, and usually when they're up north, she'll send photos of the cabin or the lake, especially if they're doing something like maybe I'll get like a little text, but her not checking in with Chandler was out of the ordinary, and he wasn't hearing from her, then maybe Mitch heard from his mother because she usually texts them both frequently.
That Tuesday, the 6th now, you worked that day, normal day?
Yes.
Okay. And other than the messages maybe we talked about with Chandler, did you spend a lot of time with Chandler that day?
In the evening.
Okay. What'd you do in the evening?
He came over to my mom's house because on Tuesdays we do Buffalo Wild Wings, the BOGO deal on their traditional wings, and we watched Legally Blonde.
Okay. Now the next day, going into the 7th, Now we're on to Wednesday. I'm going to show you it's been marked in this case as exhibit number 538. Series of messages on that day between you and Chandler.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Sorry, I have to answer verbally. And then 540, just more messages that day, but in a different exhibit.
Yes.
I'll move 538 and 540 into evidence.
Any objection other than the standing objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
They are received and may
Thank
be
you.
published.
Before I show the messages in general, what was the plan that Wednesday? Was that a work day for you?
That Wednesday?
Yeah.
Yes, it was a work day for me.
I'll show you exhibit number 538. At some point you ask, 538, you ask Chandler, where are you going? Something like that.
Yes.
Okay. And he says what?
Farm, but no one here, so leaving.
When he said farm, what was your understanding of where he was or where he was going?
The family farm.
Where you'd been on the 4th of July?
Yes.
And where Chandler had been on the 5th?
Yes.
You kind of invite him to swim if he needs to.
Yes.
There's a message with no content there at 10:16. Chandler texts you. What does he say?
I feel weird.
And you
Why?
say what? You say why?
Yes.
10:54. What does Chandler say?
Sorry, I'm stressed, hon.
You say it's okay. You can swim if you need to. Do you know if Chandler ended up at the farm that day?
Pardon?
Do you know if Chandler ended up out at the farm that day?
Yes, by the texts.
And do you know how long he stayed or what he did there?
No.
Were you with him?
No.
Were you in communication with anyone else about Chandler going out to the farm that day? Can I ask a better question? Were you texting with your mom about that?
Yes.
Did you go out to the farm that day?
Wednesday?
On Wednesday, the 7th.
No.
After the 4th of July, that weekend in general, remember earlier when I asked you about the Target pickups you did and the things you brought to Chandler for the cookout?
Yes.
Did you ever take those Target bags out to the farm?
No.
Would that be something you would ever do, is bring your garbage out to the farm and throw it away in a garbage can out there?
No.
I'm going to show you, it's been marked in this case, is exhibit number 538. In general, can you just tell me what that is, what it looks like?
The garbage bin's on the farm in a Target bag.
It's 159. Sorry, that was 158. This is 159. What is that?
The inside of the bin.
And these are garbage bins you've seen before while you're out there?
Yes.
160. What does that look like?
A Target bag.
I asked you earlier, were there labels on those bags that you get when you do grocery pickups?
Yes.
What is 161?
My Target pickup number with my first initial, last name, and the date.
And that date is July 1st.
Correct.
I'm going to show you exhibit 164. Is that just a little bit more of an overview of that Target bag?
Yes.
165, same thing. Is that what it is?
Yes.
166
Yes.
and 167.
Yes.
Okay, those are all appear to be the Target bags that you picked up on those Target pickups.
Yes.
I would move 158, 159, 160, 161, 164, 165, 166, and 167 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, thank you.
They are received. They
Just-
may be published.
158, those are the garbage bins at the farm?
Correct.
And I think you described what was in front of it, but what did that appear to be?
A Target bag.
There's 158, 159, what are we looking at there?
The inside of the bin.
160, what are we looking at there?
A Target bag.
I'll jump around a bit. 167, is that just a close-up of the target bag?
Correct.
I think we had a few of those. 166, 165. But in 164, another close-up of the bag, where I'm pointing at the bottom of the photograph, is that one of those labels?
Yes, it is.
And in 161, is that a close-up of that label?
Yes, it is.
When it says date put on hold, is that the date you ordered it?
Yep, the day I ordered it.
Okay. Kat, did you dump off that Target bag out at the farm?
No.
If the bag inside of it had rags that were covered in a red substance, do you know anything about that?
No.
Do you know where it would have come from?
No.
Where would that bag have been last, in your knowledge?
The Halderson resident.
And you have any knowledge at all of how whatever was in that bag got in that bag?
No.
So around that time that Chandler said he was going back out to the farm, he was stressed, I think you identified 540, which was another set of messages from that same day. If I haven't, I'll move 540 into evidence.
I think that you have.
Okay.
And which day, if you can restate the day?
Sure. So we're on the 7th.
Thank you.
Can you read the first message we have on here from Chandler on the 7th around 11:22?
Going to police.
What does he say next?
Can I have $5 for a soda and chips?
And what did you respond?
I don't have $5, B.
Going to police, around that time, was there a discussion again of why he was going to the police?
Yes, to report his parents missing.
At this point, what had he told you about his parents being missing? So you knew they were scheduled to come back, but what did you learn since that would cause Chandler to go to the police?
His mom had an appointment for her cancer, and it was very important, so it was very unusual for her to miss that.
Did you have a conversation with Chandler about whether he should or shouldn't make a missing persons report for his parents?
Yes,
What did you tell him?
I said he should. They've been gone for so long, and he hasn't heard from them.
Did he say anything about what was going into his decision on whether to report them missing or not report them missing yet?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Did Chandler tell you anything about why he hadn't made a missing persons report at that time?
Like, until then? Like,
Yeah.
why that day?
Yeah.
Because he thought they were just running late, and the deciding factor to report them missing was his mom missing that appointment.
Now, the next day, July 8th, Thursday, you were supposed to go to work, right?
Correct.
That night, the police had been involved in Chandler's house and talking to people, right?
Correct.
Were you one of those people talked to by the police?
On Thursday?
Yeah.
Can you restate the question? I apologize.
No, you're doing great. Did you go with Chandler to report his parents missing?
I did not go with him to report them missing.
Do you know, were you over at Chandler's house when the police came over that night?
On Wednesday?
Yeah.
I was not there.
The next day, you went to work, and tell me about work that day.
I was very emotional and upset and just very distraught, and I just couldn't be there because I was really worried about his parents. And so I talked to my bosses about leaving early so I could go be at the house with Chandler and wait until we...
But how long did you make it at work that day before you left?
I was there max 30, 40 minutes.
And where did you go after you left?
I stopped at my mom's home to grab groceries so I could go to the house and cook for Chandler while we waited.
When you got to the house, was anyone else there?
When I pulled up, Chandler was outside talking to reporters.
At any point, did any other members of Chandler's family show up at the house?
Yes.
Who?
Mitch and his fiance.
Did Mitch stay outside or did he come in?
He came in the home.
And what did Mitch do?
He walked around the house, trying to see if there's anything that Chandler maybe missed about his parents leaving.
As Mitch walked around the house, what did Chandler do?
He followed him.
He followed him?
Yes.
Later that day, you were asked to go to the police station downtown, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. And was Chandler asked to do the same?
Yes.
You were brought down here by the police, right?
Yes.
Were you in the same car or different cars when they brought you down here?
I was in a...
You're doing okay.
I was in a different squad car than Chandler.
Okay. Did you go into an interview room with the police?
Yes, I did.
And did they ask you questions?
Yes.
Do you know about how long you were down here that night?
A couple hours.
Did you answer all of their questions?
Yes.
At that point, and I'm asking about what your mindset was at the time, did you believe that you or Chandler had done anything wrong at that point?
No.
Okay. Were you emotional during that interview?
Yes.
How do you express your emotions sometimes?
I cry a lot, or if I get too anxious or emotional, I start vomiting.
Those things were happening that night?
Yeah.
Police asked at times to look at your phone and photographs and things of that sort?
Pardon?
And did you show them anything they wanted to see?
Anything they wanted, yeah, I gave to them.
Why was it important to you to cooperate at that time?
Because I just believed his parents were missing. And I just want them to be found.
So you can tell us if you need a break or if you want to keep going. I'm almost done, but it's up to you.
We can keep going.
Okay. Were there any of the police questions that you would not answer?
Not that I can recall.
And did the police contact you after that night to talk again?
Yes.
And did you fully cooperate and speak with them that time?
Yes.
And several times, law enforcement and other people have contacted you to speak about this. And have you cooperated all of those times?
Yes.
You've met with me personally a couple of times, correct?
Yes.
Have you always, in the course of this investigation, done your best to tell the absolute truth of what happened?
Yes.
I'm almost done, and I have to ask. I'm gonna ask a couple questions, and I hope you appreciate why I'm asking them. Were you the person who was with Chandler the most from, let's say, the July 1st, all the way through when you were in the police station getting interviewed on the 8th? Were you maybe the person that, at least in your knowledge, were you the person who was maybe with him the most?
Yes.
And were you the person who, other than Chandler, was in, based on your knowledge, in the Halderson home the most?
Yes.
Prior to eventually being told what happened by police and perhaps the defense investigators or myself, did you know that Bart and Krista Halderson had died?
No.
And Kat, did you have absolutely anything to do with cleaning anything up or their disappearance?
No.
No further questions, okay?
Okay.
I think we should take a break before cross-examination. We've been here for a good close to hour and 15 minutes. And I certainly, we can't break for the day at this point in time. We'll finish with this witness for everyone's convenience, but let's take a 10-minute break.
All right, for the jury.
Hello, everyone. James Langer, the digital content manager at channel3000.com. Just jumping in as we have this little bit of a late break here in day 3 of the Chandler Halderson trial. His girlfriend at the time has been testifying for quite some time. So just before cross-examination, the judge kind of wanted to give everybody a chance to break, maybe digest what they just heard. Especially with some very emotional testimony here towards the end, just before this break, as the defense kind of wrapped up their questioning of her. So what we saw was quite a few of messages between her and Chandler from the time of about when Bart and Krista Halderson were were believed to have gone missing up until basically the day that Chandler officially reported them missing on July 8th, and then, or July 7th, I should say, around that time. And then on the 8th, when they brought both him and her downtown for more questioning at the Public Safety Center here in downtown Madison. So she kind of recounted her memory of events from that time, getting really emotional at times, saying that she got really, really worried when Bart and Krista were officially missing, so much so that she couldn't go to work the next day. And so she recounted that, and then kind of the interview process when she was speaking with investigators. She said they talked to her for 2 hours plus, and it was very difficult for her. She remembered getting very emotional and very anxious to the point of actually throwing up. But she said that she still handed everything over to them because it was important to her, because she believed at the time that his parents were missing and she wanted to help them be found. And she was willing to do anything, give over anything that would help that case. We also heard a little bit earlier some testimony about how she had gone to Target earlier in the month to pick up some groceries for herself and Chandler. She's going to make some dinner while they were hanging out, that kind of thing. One of those Target bags were eventually found on the farm that's owned by her mother's girlfriend. Inside, they found rags with red substance on them. They didn't speculate on what that substance would be, but they found basically dirty rags inside the bag that still had her name on it because she had a pickup order from Target. So when you do that, obviously they put the little sticker on the bag so they know whose bag is whose, and then they run it out to your car. So it had her name on that bag that was thrown out on the trash on the property, the same property where Bart Halderson's severed torso was found in the woods by investigators around that same time. So obviously police wanted to question her about why something with her name on it was on that property with that kind of content inside. And we saw that the prosecution wrapped up that very lengthy testimony, kind of establishing the fact that she was the person who saw Chandler the most between July 1st and July 8th. She was the person who was probably, other than Chandler, at the Halderson home the most between July 1st and July 8th. She recounted the times that she had stayed the night at the house, even after she came to later learn that Bart and Krista Halderson were missing. She stayed the night a couple of times there, that kind of thing. But she said prior to being told what had actually happened when she was being interviewed, that she had no idea what happened to Bart and Krista Halderson. And the prosecutors asked her straight up at the end there, did she have anything to do with cleaning up or their disappearance? And she said no before she ultimately broke down crying. So a very emotional testimony that we saw this afternoon here. We're going to have a full recap of everything up at channel3000.com once we wrap up for the day here. Reminder, we still do have cross-examination of this witness coming up before they even start to think about wrapping for the day. Typically, the judges tried to get everyone out before 5 p.m., being really cognizant of the time and the energy required for this case. So we're probably approaching the end of day 3 here, but still a little bit ways to go. As always, you can get a recap of everything at channel3000.com/Halderson. That link is in the description of these live streams as well if you need that link. And just keep checking back at channel3000.com for updates, as well as on the air. We're on the air right now live at 4 at News 3 Now, but also at 5 p.m., 6 p.m., and 10 p.m. newscasts. We'll have everything that you need to know about what happened today in court as well, so be sure to look out for that. In the meantime, I'm going to hop off here as we continue to await the jury to come back, and we'll kind of be back in a little bit to wrap things up for the day.
cross-examination, Attorney Vera.
Thank you. Kat, is it okay if I call you Kat?
Yes.
I just have a couple questions for you, so I won't keep you here super long. We saw a lot of screenshots and pictures that you provided law enforcement. It's not unusual for you to take screenshots and have a lot of pictures of your activities, correct?
No.
And we're just focusing on a particular time frame, but as far as photographs and screenshots, that's about what you do any other month, any other week, correct?
Correct.
I want to take you back to the Halderson household for a little bit. You've probably been there about at least a dozen times. Is that fair?
Yes.
Probably more. So you're familiar with the layout of the home?
Yes.
And you're probably familiar with how the Haldersons kept the home.
Yes.
So you're familiar with the fact that they didn't have an AC unit, correct?
Correct.
And this summer was particularly hot, correct?
Correct.
So when you were around during the summer, it wasn't unusual for them to have their windows open.
Not unusual at all.
They were also doing renovations around that time, correct?
Correct.
We've seen a couple pictures of the home, and there were what I'll refer to as blankets that were covering some of the furniture. That's not unusual, correct?
Not at all.
And do you know why the blankets were there?
Miss Halderson liked protecting the couches from the dogs because they would jump on there, especially once coming outside.
So that was probably something that was kept year-round throughout the house.
The blankets on the couches?
Yeah.
Correct.
Thank you. Now, as far as the time you spent with the Haldersons, it sounded like you spent a lot of time with them there as a family, if you will, correct?
Correct.
So you've probably had a couple meals with them.
Correct.
And would you agree with me that the Haldersons, Chandler, Brett, and Krista enjoyed cold beverages?
Correct.
And they, you mentioned it during your direct that in one of the freezers there was a bag of ice.
Correct.
It's not unusual for them to have bags of ice in their household.
No, it's not unusual.
And is that because there was a broken ice maker, or did they even have an ice maker?
The ice maker in the fridge in the kitchen was always broken, and they had a tiny ice maker, a little portable one, but it was slow at making ice.
So sometimes Chandler would go get some ice from Quick Trip. I think that was the nearest place.
Correct.
And sometimes Krista would do that too.
Correct.
Maybe even Bart.
Correct.
You mentioned the dogs, and we've kind of heard about the dogs for a bit. So the Haldersons had 2 dogs, correct?
Yes, Rizzo and Izzy.
And a couple of times we've heard that maybe perhaps they were kept in the garage when people were coming over. In your experience, would you describe the dogs, and maybe one in particular, as anxious?
Yes.
Maybe jumpy?
Yes.
Bit afraid?
Yes.
And that was it both of the dogs or just one dog?
Rizzo.
Rizzo, and she's the oldest one or the youngest one?
The youngest.
And that was just her personality, correct?
Correct.
Was she nice with you? Did she approach you?
It took her a long time, but yes.
But eventually she warmed up to you.
Yes.
And in particular, around this time, because it's 4th of July, there were a lot of fireworks going off, correct?
Correct.
And that just made her anxious, skittish worse.
Correct.
And as far as the dogs go, Chandler loved these dogs, correct?
Correct.
He took good care of these dogs.
Correct.
You mentioned that I think it was Izzy that fell down the stairs, and he stayed with her to make sure she was okay. Or was that the other dog, Rizzo?
It was Izzy who fell.
And as far as Chandler goes, you would agree with me that he's generally a quiet individual.
Correct.
Reserved.
Correct.
You probably bring out more of his personality.
Correct.
We also saw a lot of pictures that you two took together. Was that something that you did often?
Correct.
And you would also agree with me that he's a pretty nerdy guy.
Correct.
He loves Star Wars.
Correct.
Did you already have Chewbacca before you met Chandler, or did he help you out with that?
I got Chewbacca about 3 weeks after dating Chandler, but I named him.
So you guys had a bond with that, with Star Wars.
Yes, I had an action figure collection that he liked.
I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Can I approach briefly?
Sure.
Promise it won't take long.
Back to you, counsel.
You mentioned the Haldersons had a small ice machine in their home.
Yes.
How much, when you say small, what do you mean by that? Like, how quickly would it produce ice?
Maybe like about 3 of these wide and maybe 3 stacks. It was not that big, and it created little ice cubes that you would just scoop and put in your drink, and you would have to constantly add water to keep it going.
The July 1st or July 2nd, around that time, you said the Haldersons sometimes would buy ice, though, if they needed more?
Yes.
Around that time, do you know of any reason why Chandler would have needed 20 or more pounds of ice, more than what was able to be produced at the house in that ice maker?
Can you repeat that?
Right. Do you know of any reason that Chandler, for his own purposes, would have needed 20 or more pounds of ice around July 1st this year?
Not that I can think of, no.
And around that time, you had brought a bag of ice to the house too, right?
Yes.
So there was the ice maker, there was the bag you bought, and then if I ask you, if Chandler had bought 2 more bags, there's a lot of ice in the house around that time.
Yes.
No further questions.
And I'll just note for the record that I think it's fair to say the dimensions was approximately a foot by a foot cube is what I'm gathering from my angle of view. Any problem with that?
No.
Anything, any dispute with that from the defense?
No.
May this witness be excused?
She is excused.
Is she released from her subpoena?
She is not.
All right, that means, Miss, that you are finished testifying here today, but you're still under the state's subpoena and the defense, if the defense has one, and that you can't discuss your testimony with anyone, and you'll have to wait to find out from the party subpoenaing you when you're released or whether you're being recalled, all right? Thank you so much for your time. You can go ahead and exit. We'll take one more witness.
State calls Detective Timothy Blank. Do I have the exhibit? The buckle?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good afternoon, sir. If you are willing and believe you can do so safely and responsibly, testifying without a mask would be our preference. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. You're our last witness for the day, but can you state and spell your name?
Timothy, Timothy, Blank, Blanke.
And Mr. Blank, what do you do for a living?
I'm a detective for the Dane County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been in that role?
I've been a detective since 2014.
And how long have you been in law enforcement?
Since 2004.
Were you asked to assist in the missing persons investigation to Bart and Krista Halderson that turned into a homicide investigation at some point?
Yes.
If you had to summarize generally what your role has been in this investigation, what has it been?
I've had various aspects of the investigation, including assisting with digital forensics acquisitions, interviewing witnesses, and helping compile information.
I think the jury just heard from a young woman by the name of Kat. Were you involved in her interviews somewhat?
Yes.
Okay. You're one of the detectives who conducted them?
Yes.
At all times, was Kat cooperative with you?
Yes.
Showing you it's been marked in this case is exhibit number 120. Just briefly, what is that?
This is my curriculum vitae.
In your role as a detective with the Dane County Sheriff's Department, are you frequently called upon to conduct investigations into electronics and computer technology and things of that sort?
Yes.
And what type of training do you have in that area?
I'm certified in multiple disciplines in digital forensic tools, including the Celebrate UFED for PC software, Celebrate Physical Analyzer, and Burla for digital forensics of automobiles.
We may hear from you multiple times during this trial, but it's the first time I think the word Celebrate has been mentioned. What is Celebrate?
Celebrate is a company that provides a number of software solutions to law enforcement, the defense industry, the government intelligence agencies, as well as the private sector for acquiring and analyzing digital data.
And for a large part, does Dane County Sheriff's Department as well as other police agencies employ some of Celebrate's services?
Yes.
And specifically, one of their services involving the downloads of phones, email accounts, things of that sort?
Yes.
Just give us a basic overview. If I gave you my phone and I gave you my password, what would Celebrate do to it?
The Celebrate UFED for PC program would be used to acquire data from the phone. It essentially makes a copy of the phone in a forensically sound manner to prevent any alteration of the data.
Okay. If a layperson were to use the phrase, the police downloaded my phone or they mirrored my phone, is what they're referring to as a Celebrate download?
Yes.
Okay. I just picked up a random exhibit. It doesn't really matter. It's exhibit 540. What does that appear to be?
That appears to be a text conversation obtained from a Celebrate.
Does Celebrate have different ways you can view the messages or view the communications within the software?
Yes.
One of those ways is this very pleasant way to see it, correct?
Yes.
And what's this referred to in your industry?
Conversation view.
And what's the other way?
There's a timeline option. There's a few others.
Sure. So if I display 540, which is already in evidence, messages that we've already looked at, this is the conversation view that's the product of Celebrate from the raw data it downloads from phones.
Yes.
Okay. Can Celebrate be utilized in other aspects, or is it just phones?
No, it can be utilized for a number of options.
What other types of services, communication methods, things of that sort can Celebrate be used for?
Celebrate can be used for acquiring data from thumb drives, other electronic storage methods. We can actually obtain data from drones. We can also use it to analyze data provided to us by a number of internet service providers such as Google, Facebook, Apple.
In the course of this case, were you asked to do just that in a variety of different fashions for different devices and services using Celebrate software?
Yes.
Okay. Have you found that software to be a good tool and an accurate tool to download the contents of either those providers, email accounts, or Google or phones? Have you found it to be accurate and a solid tool for law enforcement to use?
Yes.
And do you have any problems with it yourself?
No.
You say you had numerous involvements in this case, different things. At some point, were you asked to meet with the defendant's brother, a young man by the name of Chandler Halderson, regarding a DNA sample?
Yes.
Okay. And did you obtain a DNA sample from him?
Yes, I did.
In a homicide investigation, are DNA samples taken from a variety of people?
Yes.
For what purposes?
It can be for a number of purposes. It can be to identify a suspect, but it can also be to eliminate someone from involvement in a crime. It can also be used to identify other people's involvement in other aspects of the crime.
Sure. And did you talk to Mitchell about getting a DNA sample?
Yes.
And did he provide one to you?
Yes, he did.
I'll show you it's been marked in this case. It's exhibit number 361. What does that appear to be?
That would be the buccal swabs that I took from Chandler Halderson.
Okay. Because of the cadence and where you're testifying in this case, it's probably the first time anyone's heard the phrase buccal swab. What is a buccal swab?
That's a swab taken from the mouth of a suspect, of a person we're obtaining it from.
And you took it yourself?
Yes, I did.
How do you take a buccal swab from someone?
Now, the first step is to place a mask over my own mouth to prevent any of my own DNA from contaminating the sample, and also to wear latex gloves, which are provided in that kit. We then have the person we're obtaining the sample from take a drink of water and swish it around in their mouth to remove any residual DNA that might be in their mouth from another person. Then 2 swabs are taken for approximately 30 seconds each on each side of the inside of the person's cheeks using a cotton swab attached to a wooden stick, essentially a long Q-tip.
After you take a buccal swab from a suspect, and we can use Mitchell Halderson as the example, what do you do with it at that point?
I retain custody and control of it. I then allow it to dry for a minimum of 24 hours before packaging it.
And is it sealed at that point?
Yes.
And where are those generally kept?
In the Dane County Sheriff's Office evidence room.
And are those frequently transported to a certain location for testing at some point?
Yes.
And what's that location?
The Wisconsin State Crime Lab.
Anything about Mitchell Halderson's buccal swab or DNA sample different than the normal process for you?
Not at all.
If I haven't already done so, I'll move 361 into evidence, and we'll just leave that there for now.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's received.
In one of you mentioned that you interviewed Kat, and one of those interviews, did you become aware that this was a screenshot, Exhibit 532, that she had taken of a location of Chandler Halderson?
Yes.
And did she provide this to you?
I believe so, yes.
At some point, were you and other sheriff's deputies, just using the streets on here, able to match that up to a real location in the real world? Were you able to figure out where this was?
Yes.
And where was it?
It's in the town of Roxbury, just across the Wisconsin River from the Sauk City, Prairie du Sac area.
Have you been out to that property?
No, I haven't.
And you're aware that sheriff's deputies later searched that property?
Yes.
And I'm going to show what's been marked briefly as 55. It's been received into evidence. Does that appear to be the area that was screenshotted by Kat and provided to you during that interview?
I don't recognize that area. I haven't seen it myself.
Sure. Give me 1 second here. Just to match it up, if you look at 532, this was the screenshot she provided to you. And is there a little island in the middle of the river right there?
Yes.
All right. And it's a rural area with a town across the way.
Yes.
Okay. No further questions for now.
Cross-examination at this time.
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused but not released.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Detective. Ladies and gentlemen, it is almost 4:45, and I think that's a good point for us to end today. I appreciate very much all your patience during the day today, and I ask you to do the same thing overnight tonight as far as staying well, getting rest, taking care of yourselves, and ensuring that you're not exposed to any information about the case, observing any media about the case in any nature, digital, print, televised, and don't engage in any discussions with anyone about these matters amongst yourselves or anyone in your households or circles, and avoid anyone who is discussing the case during the time that we're apart. We'll do the same thing tomorrow, beginning at 8:45, and we'll gather at 8:30 and make sure we're ready to go. There are a few things that I know I have to address that have come up today that I just decided to hold off on and not delay things for us. There is very much a likelihood that we will break tomorrow early, and I don't know if anybody depends on someone else for a ride. If you do, let me know through Randy, and I can get you some more definite information. But I think that I have a few things in my other cases that I needed to get onto a calendar, and we were kind of thinking that if we didn't go the full day on Friday, you would not be upset. And I hope that's true. But I don't know exactly when we're scheduled to break. 2:30? 3:30. Well, I guess that isn't as early as I was thinking. But we'll also see how it goes with the presentation. We may be a little earlier than that. Again, if you need a ride, let us know so that we can help to coordinate that for you. But otherwise, have a good evening, folks. Thank you so much.
All rise for the jury.
All right, everyone. This is James again. Just kind of recapping the end of the day here. So, pretty lengthy day when it came to testimony, as opposed to some other days where we've had, a dozen, maybe 16 or so witnesses take the stand in a single day over the 8 or so hours that they've been in session. Today, we only saw maybe half a dozen, maybe 7. A lot more lengthy lines of questioning as well. Lots of basis being established before you kind of get to the crux of what the prosecutors are trying to get to. So it's been a long day. We'll have a recap on channel3000.com, of course, as we always do, but I just kind of wanted to wrap things up here for today. In case you just jumped in the middle of the afternoon and missed the morning session, we had heard from Chandler Halderson's girlfriend at the time, her mother, as well as her girlfriend, who owns that farm out on Cottage Grove, which became a central part of this investigation, where the human remains, later identified as Bart Halderson, were eventually found. So we heard from both of them, basically their interactions with Chandler on the 4th of July weekends. They had a 4th of July get-together out there. The next morning, Chandler showed up at that farm again alone without his girlfriend there, and asked to use the pool, seemed kind of distraught, as they said, but he didn't go to the pool right away. He apparently, according to them, drove out his Subaru that he was driving, which was registered to his dad, out beyond a shed on the property, further out on the rural property, quite a ways away from the house, because this is a big plot of land out in rural Dane County. And they said they later saw the hatch open on that SUV as it was backed up to the wood line. So they went and checked it out. They didn't know what he was doing. They couldn't find him, didn't see anything in the car, but the hatch was open and facing towards the woods. They went swimming at the pool. He eventually came up, acted kind of awkwardly, they said, and sort of just quickly rinsed himself off, according to them, in the pool. He had said it was hot and sticky while he was out for a walk out there in the woods and just wanted to cool down. So he kind of dunked himself in the water a couple of times. They both kind of made motions like he was kind of washing himself like you would in the shower. And then he kind of packed up and left and said they said he seemed distracted when he first got there, but his disposition was better as he left. Of course, just a few days later, then detectives would be back out at that property, and that's where they found some of the remains of Bart Halderson. So we heard from both of those people this morning. We heard from the detective who kind of made that gruesome discovery. They showed some pretty disturbing pictures that we declined to show here, and we're not going to show on the air either, but they showed to the jury. The jury saw the full uncensored photos of the dismembered torso with arms and head removed as it was found laying there in the woods. The detective kind of went through the process of how that they came across that in that investigation. We have that all recapped on channel3000.com if you want to read more about that. Again, we're not going to show the pictures. We don't have them there. We're not going to do that. It's not something that the faint of heart should see, and honestly, we didn't want to stream it because we didn't want people to stumble across it on the feeds. So yeah, that kind of wrapped up the first part of the morning there as well. And then in the afternoon, we heard from Chandler Halderson's girlfriend at the time. And so we heard a lot from her. We saw a lot of text messages between those two. They were a couple that texted frequently, hundreds of pages of text just between a couple of days, the prosecutor said they went through. We saw quite a few of them in their interactions around that time. She had said that, as far as she knew, the Haldersons, Bart and Krista, went up to the cabin for the 4th of July weekend, like Chandler said, but she thought it was odd that Krista hadn't texted back photos of the cabin or anything like that she normally would do when they were up there, but didn't get too concerned at the time. They hung out a couple of times at the Halderson home while the parents were gone. Chandler had asked her to bring over some groceries and things like that, but also had asked her to bring over some hydrogen peroxide and a Swiffer mop. He told her that he cut his toe on the fireplace where the window pane broke, and he needed some hydrogen peroxide for that. But he ended up asking her something like 3 times within the day, for saying he really, really needed that stuff and to make sure that she brought it over. So she eventually did, but she didn't see him use it or anything like that. But he just kept referring to chores he had to do that weekend. She didn't really seem to push him on that, or if she did, she didn't remember what he had said at the time, but he just kept referencing chores as reasons why, when they were hanging out, he had to go leave, and then would say he's sore from the chores, that kind of thing. So she testified about that. She kept checking in on him, saw him at a couple of places where she wasn't expecting him to be. She noted that they Snapchat each other a lot, and Snapchat, if you don't know, has a feature where you can see where your friends are on a map, and she found a spot where he was up near the Wisconsin River when he said he was supposed to be either supposed to be doing chores or going to a doctor's appointment. She thought that was odd. She took a snapshot of that on her phone, and that ended up being presented in court as well. After that, we kind of got into the next week after the 4th of July when things got to be a little more concerning for her. She said she eventually urged him to file that missing persons report on July 7th. On July 8th, she was actually taken downtown along with Chandler to answer some more questions, and she said she was interviewed by investigators for a couple of hours, and now we know that that happened after they had found the remains on the farm property. She said she turned everything over she could to police because she wanted to help find Bart and Krista. Prosecutors asked her point blank, did you have anything to do with cleaning up the house or with their disappearance? And she fought through tears and she said no. And that was kind of the way that her testimony ended there as well. So a pretty emotional day, emotionally taxing day today in day 3 of the Chandler Halderson trial. Tomorrow will be day 4. They're going to start around the same time that they usually do. They're going to gather at about 8:30, hope to start at around 8:45 or 9 o'clock, and it sounds like the judge said he's going to hope to get people out a little bit sooner tomorrow afternoon, probably mid-afternoon. So we anticipate a bit of a quicker day, but of course that could change as well depending on witnesses and line of questioning and that kind of thing. So we'll leave you with that. As a reminder, you can always go to channel3000.com/Halderson, get more information there on the case. We'll have all these recaps there. We'll have all these videos. So if you miss anything and you want to kind of go back yourself and see, you can definitely do that there as well. So that'll pretty much do it for today. We're going to wrap it up here and sign off. But as always, we appreciate you tuning in. Appreciate you watching along as well. And we will see you here hopefully tomorrow morning. Have a good night, everyone.